goes to somebody. If you die tomorrow, what do you have that goes to anybody?
You mean like besides my friends and family?
Well, so you do have possessions?
Very little.
Okay. And it goes to who?
My friends and family?
Which are who? Siblings, brothers, sisters, mother, father? What is it? Is it one or two people?
Well, what does it matter? I have family and I have friends.
It does matter because you're trying to tell me who I am, right, Nachi?
Well, okay. How am I telling you how you are? How am I telling you how you are?
You tell me I'm humble. You tell me I'm a loser. You tell me I drink. So I'm going to tell you what you have and what you're giving.
I asked you if you've been drinking. I asked you if you've been drinking. And
Nachi, I drink.
Have I?
Nachi, I drink every stream I do.
Okay. So, good for you.
All right.
And what's wrong with that? Is there something 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 wrong with you drinking every stream that you do? Yes or no? Just answer the question.
Absolutely.
Okay, then.
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay. Then, if I ask you if you've been drinking, why are you offended by it?
Because you have some deep and seated insecurity that you have to attack me for something you perceive.
Why is asking a question an attack?
Because you have an insecurity where something.
I have an insecurity. I have an insecurity. I have an insecurity.
I'm not done talking. Where you think something somebody else has done is a wrong thing, which equates to everything else everybody else does is a wrong thing. Look, just because I drink and stream isn't wrong, right?
Okay. Then why are you behaving as if it is?
I'm not, and you're assuming that is, which is incorrect on your behavior.
Wow. Okay. There's a twist of logic there. Oh, right. So, like, if I ask you, like, listen, Provo, 1 second. If I ask you,
coming from the guy who has nothing to give to nobody, go ahead.
Okay. So if I ask you, have you been drinking? And then you say, well, before you were denying it and say, well, last time I was drinking was like 3 hours ago or 4 hours ago. So essentially the answer is no.
All right.
Right. Essentially the answer is no. But then you go on saying that every time you do a stream that you drink and you don't find anything wrong with it. So what's the problem?
All right.
Is that the problem with me or is that the problem with you?
No problem with me. Why don't you rephrase everything you're saying and try to make it coherent? So you're saying that what I do is a problem, correct?
No, I asked you a question. Have you been drinking?
And I already answered that. So you asked.
Yes.
So you asked.
And then.
Hold on. You asked a rhetorical question, which insinuates you being an asshole.
I am being an asshole or you're being an asshole?
Do you know what a rhetorical question is?
I believe so. It's a question that actually, already has the answer contained within it.
Okay, so you're being an asshole.
I am being an asshole. Okay, how so?
So you asked a rhetorical question.
No, because like when I initially asked you the question in the chat, Provo.
What's a rhetorical question?
Now listen. Shut
the fuck up. What's a rhetorical question?
I already answered that question.
So, all right, there you go.
What does that mean? I don't even understand what that means. That's way beyond my pay grade. What you're saying over here.
Exactly. You're a retard who has no progeny. You have nothing to give anybody.
Okay. You're sitting there
in an empty room.
Provo.
Hold on. This is you sitting in an empty room. Similar.
No, I'm actually outside.
Outside. Oh, well, that's even worse. It's even worse.
What? Oh my gosh! You're hilarious. So anybody who have children. So anybody who's by implication, your logic is that anybody who have children is doing great for the world.
Apologies, folks, if this is bizarre, but I wasn't quite ready to go live.
Failures by that criteria.
I'm not in my
alone.
StreamYard right now.
Absolutely, absolutely. If I look
Okay.
at you, hold on. If I look at you and you don't have children, besides Benton, because I love Benton.
Oh, sorry, I was
if you
listening on my
can't-
phone.
If you don't have the ability, because Benton's tried, from what I've heard. and
Didn't
he's
realize I was on the
tried.
phone.
He
My
doesn't want
apologies.
children.
So
he said
what's
that.
happening in Bex's
But-
chat
but at
right
least
He
now
doesn't want
Hold on, hey,
children.
is you
Wait,
see
at
Heidi,
least Benton's
Divine
getting the
Spirit
evidence for it,
313
right?
saying,
I'm making that
need Mo
distinction
Benton.
clear. But
And then
Nachi,
what did
you
we
have
see
to
on
make
my
that
chat real
distinction,
quick? Hang
right?
on,
You're
let
just
me put my chat up
abject
here.
loser failure.
If you guys
who
can
hasn't
see the
tried to
screen.
procreate, right? You're just
Then
somebody
you see
who
my chat.
every other woman has looked at it and
You
said,
see Bex Factor. She's still
non-redeemable.
live. She came in and said hola with a red heart.
'Cause you're-
I'm muted in her chat.
I actually,
Do you guys
I-
see
I
this?
That's
actually-
hilarious.
And I emailed her and said, hey, I'm muted in your chat.
You, Nachi,
I'm
and
still
somebody
muted in
who's
her chat.
valuable, they would have procreated with you. Right?
My comments
But they
disappear.
didn't.
This is who we're
Yeah,
dealing
well,
with here. Now, maybe she hasn't read her email. I have no idea. I ain't mad about it.
In respect to Benton, he had his game. He procreated. It might have ended in success.
He did not procreate.
Well,
He
at
did
least
not
tried.
procreate.
At least he tried. But Nachi.
Many thousands of
everyone
times I tried, by the way.
And said no.
And then we've got the Provo
How
thing
do you
going
know
on. I'm
that?
on
How do you
panel with
even know
Provo
that?
right
What do you
now.
know
So
about
many
my
things are
life that
happening
every woman that I've
simultaneously.
met, has
But
said
this
that
just
denied
this is
me.
my life, folks. My life is I wake up,
Yeah, yeah.
Provo's live. I start screen
Be
recording him
honest.
because he doesn't leave his streams up. I actually I did begin to screen record Bex, and then I realized, wait, I'm fucking muted in her chat.
Chat
And I emailed her. Now again, maybe she's not checking the
I
email.
hate to say this, but
And she was on
you're
panel
very
over here the other day.
right? And,
Remember with Cage
I'm
Oh,
not
yeah.
and
saying-
Notch, by the way.
Yeah, yeah. Like you think you're
Right? She's in my
intelligent,
chat when
smart,
it
and
suits her to be in
you
my
might
chat.
as well be, but
Again,
I'm
now we
telling
had the
you
same
that
thing with Toilet Bowl
everybody
Earth.
else can see you
And he came to the channel and I said, hey man,
else can see
I
you
think
for
I'm
what
muted
you
in
are,
your
though,
chat.
too, so be
Yeah,
it.
And then he went and
the
checked and,
difference
and he
is, like,
unmuted me
Hey,
immediately.
Hey,
The
listen.
difference is I'm a
You
character.
had.
Now, the
you
reason
had
why I'm
your
assuming he did
five-
that is because
I'm a character.
I had
You
him
are who
muted.
you are.
He had me
That's the big
muted.
difference.
But then because
You're
he
a
wants to come to
character
my
and I am
channel and
who I am.
talk,
How
he
do you know
unmuted
that?
me.
How do you know that? How do
Right.
you know
So
that
I
for
don't think
certain
Bex
that
is
I
going
am
to
who I
unmute
am?
me on her
Establish
chat.
my presence, right? I've
Like, I don't think this is going to
established
happen.
who I am
And I have not
Like,
established.
what
my
is
presence.
this, by the
No,
way?
no, you just presented
Like, what is
yourself as
this?
who you
And I
are.
know I've got
established
these
myself
guys
as
turned way
somebody who
down.
comes online,
And apologies for the. I'm just basically
gives them in
sharing my
situations
entire screen
and
right
makes them
now.
feel uncomfortable.
I'm not even
Nachi,
logged into the
you're
StreamYard
here.
yet.
I don't
So
feel
what?
no, I don't feel uncomfortable here.
This all
Obviously, if
sort
I
of
felt
happened
uncomfortable
just
here, I would
Willie.
be
You know, this
here.
happened. We're flying by
You
the seat of our
dumbass.
pants, folks. But you can see here.
I'm. Yeah. So look.
They're talking
you are
about me
welcome
in the
to expose
chat.
me
I've
for
got
whatever that I
Capricorny,
am. You think
says
that I
Ben
am, and
tonight's
good for you.
activate.
Nachi,
I'm
Can you
gonna
guys see
go
this on the
soon
screen?
because I gotta
of course, of
I
course.
gotta get
We've
going.
got Heidi saying need Mo Benton.
Walk out the room.
At a certain point, this is my chat. Bex came over here. Yeah, everybody can hear me. Yeah, I'm literally muted in Bex's live chat.
And you're a loser.
No, Nachi, ask me the same question.
Right back at ya.
Nachi, ask
Right
me
back
how
at
many
ya.
children- Nachi, ask
So,
me
like,
how many
what is
children I
this? You know?
I don't give a fuck how many children. You could have 10 kids, and I don't care.
Yeah. No, I'm not
doesn't
shadow
matter.
banned, boy.
have. It does matter.
It
No,
has
I'm.
no
She has to go
matter.
into her
You're
Google
illogical.
accounts and unblock me. She has me blocked, or I'm muted on her channel. One of the two. That's not. I'm
On
not
a
shadow
fly
banned.
that
That's
doesn't
not a thing.
reproduce and dies on somebody's shelf. So be it.
Now, sometimes YouTube will eat the comments.
At least I'm more,
Sometimes it will
coherent than
eat
you
the
are.
comments, right?
That can be
I
fine.
have
But it
more
doesn't eat
self-control
all
than
of the
you-
comments.
Than you are. So
Coherent?
We've already had this with Robin, who claimed who had me blocked and claimed she
we
didn't,
all
but she
die,
did.
Provo.
But she just
You're
said,
gonna
no, I
die
never
on the
had you
shelf,
blocked.
you're
It was
gonna die on the
YouTube
table,
did
You're
it.
gonna die on the
Bullshit.
floor. You're gonna die somewhere.
Bullshit. Now, she may have forgotten. She may have blocked me and forgotten to unblock me. That's possible. But here's the thing is, the fact that I can see her chats means she doesn't have me blocked on her Google account. She has me muted on her live chat.
To
Right.
talk shit. Now I have
Well, but
people
you were
looking at me.
until she Foy, unless she shows her screen, we're taking her word for it. So when she goes into her YouTube studio under settings,
Wow,
there's a list of users who are hidden on the channel. I'm either in that box or I'm not. Until she shows that box, we're taking her word for it, sir.
To this world. Good
So
for
I'm-
you, sir.
I'm not willing to accept the fact that I can't post in her chat and it never shows up, right? So what I can do is I open an incognito window.
Yes, it's very sad.
Okay, on my computer, I open an incognito window on one monitor. I open a regular window where I'm logged in. I type a comment, and then I look on the incognito window, and my comment never appears.
All right.
And the only way that happens,
Thank you for your time.
the only way that happens
Getting on my bike
is
now.
if
I'm
YouTube
gonna
eats
stop
the
my
comment
engine.
for content, meaning I type something they don't
Do you
like,
that?
or the person has me muted in their
gotta get
YouTube
going.
studio. That's the only two ways that happens, folks.
So,
This shadow banning is not a thing. That's a fucking lie. That's not a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for your time, Provo.
Yeah.
And I'll probably never see you again. So take care. Bye.
Yeah, because we're not going to be blocking people here. Just for the record. We're going to block some alternate accounts, like whoever that is that talks about me with the. Hang on. We're on with Provo. What's up, brother?
The real thing is here, and here's my point with him, Benton, is that he might attack me for drinking, for doing this and that, but the real success in life, right, is meeting with the opposite sex, right? You can say what you want and how you want about it.
Yeah, I agree.
If you can't meet another woman, if you can't procreate.
Well, I'm not a woman, but if you can't meet a woman, yes.
Yeah, or whatever it is.
Not trying to be a dick, but yeah.
If you can't do something outside of your heterosexual self, you lose, right? Nachi is a loser, right? And he might be a good person, but he's somebody who can't meet someone on the opposite side of the spectrum and create life, right? And that's the whole meaning of life, is creating life. And Nachi's trying to talk to me about whatever he wants to talk about, but he's somebody, right, who has no idea, conception, understanding of what it means to create life. Right? It's very simple. What does it mean to create life, Benton?
Well, I have no idea either, but go ahead.
Well, you might, but you might
Well,
not know about
it is
who did
possible. I will say that. It's certainly possible, yeah.
That's what I give you credit for, Benton. Right? That's what I give you credit for, Benton, because you gave the college try, as they say.
Yeah, many times, actually.
Many times.
Yeah,
but
many times.
we have Nachi over here trying to talk to me about life, right? And life is I think at the end of the day, right, your ability to reach across the aisle, right? How well are you at reaching across the aisle and creating something more than yourself, right? Nachi has never been able to do that in his entire life. That's why he has a problem with me, right? That's just the way it is. He's a loser, incel, failure. I hate to say it. I really do. He might be a nice guy. He might be a great person. But at the end of the day, there's people who create Benton, and there's people who don't create Benton.
Good point.
And I am a creator, online, offline. And I laugh saying it, but it hurts my feelings. Honestly, it hurts my feelings talking down to Nacho and realizing that he's probably somebody who has a real problem creating life, whether with another woman or with another person. And I feel bad about that, right? He's not successful. So who does he have a problem with? Successful people. And he's talking to one. He's talking to a successful person. And this is something I realized online, talking to a lot of people online, is that most of them are unsuccessful. And the reality is, I came online because many reasons, but absolutely I'm successful. I've succeeded in everything I've done my whole life. I hate to say it, but it's true, Benton.
I love
I'm
that.
a winner. I'm a winner, right? That's something Notch has never known, right? He's never met an American winner. I hate to say it. I hate to say it, but I win, right? I go to Notch's
Winning.
country. I win. I win every time of the day of the week. And Raza says I'm plastered. Hey, might be plastered, but at the end of the day, this is content. This is winning. And this is something most people don't get, right? Which is creating a character, which is doing something online, which is something most people can't do, right? Most people can't do what I just did, right? Which is have fun, talk online, bullshit, whatever it is, right? Like, oh, Provo Kid, you set up the 4 lane, you said this, that. Look, nobody can do what I just did, right? I'm a winner. You're looking at a winner. You're talking to a winner. It feels good, right? I got. Pro's a very successful streamer. I am a very successful streamer. The problem is that I do this for fun, Raza. I'm not somebody who ever wanted to be a winner, right? That's why I tell people unsubscribe, dislike, because I understand that the reality is the only people I expect to listen to this bullshit is my progeny, right? If you listen to this shit 2 or 3 days after, what the fuck are you doing, right? Absolutely, what the fuck are you doing, right? Get off the computer. You're a loser, right? Listening to me, Provo Kid, every other Friday. I got 13 viewers. That's 13 too many, okay? 13 too many. Surprised, grateful, but I just keep winning. And honestly, I couldn't be happier that I can play my character and get people like Notch to come on stream and just fucking talk to me. It's pretty fun, right? Like this guy actually bought.
Real quick, you got me. Remember the first time we interacted, you provoked the fuck out of me.
Yeah, that's what I do, right? Like that's everything I live for, right? Is to upset people and invigorate things and create a lively discussion. And people take me more seriously than I do, which is a problem. But it is the way it is. And I don't give a fuck, right? Like Notch is a loser, right? And he needs people like me who's a winner to tell him how to win, right? Like Notch, go get a woman pregnant. Okay?
Well, and
go win.
And just
go
so
win. Hey,
sorry,
you
my
tried.
apologies.
Go ahead.
And just so you know, your numbers are going down because I'm live now. So that the crossover,
hell yeah.
Some of that was crossover with me. So yeah, just so you know where they went.
Perfect.
Yeah.
I hope people, hey, if you're on my channel, go to Benton. I got 11 viewers. If you're watching my channel right now, unsubscribe, dislike, report the channel for medical misinformation, and go subscribe to Benton.
Well, and see, we're having a crossover event where Bex is live, and I've muted well, exactly. But this is another content creator, and it's a whole thing. I won't even get into it then. So let's not even worry about that. Back to you, Provo Kid.
I'm about to go shower and just enjoy my life. And here's the thing, Ben, I've been realizing is, so CBO has been taking a break, right?
Yes.
And my whole life is a break, right? I've never taken this internet, whatever we do, like it's an income, it's a job. Like this is for me, it's like doorbell ditch, right? Like knock and leave. I just come in here and hang out, like whatever it is, it's for fun, right? But other people, it's their day in and day out, right? So we got people like Notch coming to me trying to take it seriously. We got people like Bex trying to take it seriously. And all I got to say is mostly to these people, you know what? Chill the fuck out, right? We're creating content. People like me and Ben, you should thank, right? We're creating your entertainment, right? And I really do like creating entertainment. I do really like creating content. And I wanted, like tonight, I joked about being a heroin addict, Ben. First of all, I've never done heroin. I've never done cocaine. But on my stream, I said I did heroin 5 years ago. But that was in regards to me trolling a TikTok chat, right? So this is the whole thing about being online, right? People don't get it, right? There's characters, people who can be an artist, and there's other people who actually come online and are trying to be themselves, right? When you interact with Provo Planet, just understand you're interacting with an artist, you're interacting with a character, you're interacting with a real ass dude, right? Never done heroin, but I love cocaine music. Never done cocaine. I've thought about it. Been invited to a cocaine party once or twice. But you know, that's what I do, right? And other people like Notch think I'm fucking a realized dude out here, but he doesn't get it, right? Like there's people who really, Ben, I think they're more autistic than me and you both, where like everything they see, they take literally. You know what I mean? Like Notch comes on YouTube and like everything's real, right? He sees Provo Kid and like he doesn't even get it. It's kind of sad. But he doesn't know I listen to cocaine music, and I tell people on TikTok I do heroin 5 years ago, and I'm taking care of my grandma's kittens and trying to help her with her dementia. Meanwhile, I don't have a grandma. You know, I've never done heroin or cocaine. It's just a fascinating world, right? Where they're talking to people who are creating characters, right? And they're just trying to be themselves, quote unquote. What are your thoughts, Ben?
Yeah, man, I love that. I think you covered all of it. And real quick, just for my side of things, just real quick, this won't make any sense to you, but folks, that shadow banning is not a thing. When somebody tells you that, oh, I don't have you blocked, you're shadow banned, bullshit, they have you blocked. Because I'm now back in Bex's live chat. She absolutely had me muted on her studio. That's how that works, folks. The shadow banning. Hang on, real quick. The shadow banning is fucking bullshit.
That is. Am I live on your channel? Are you?
Yeah, we're doing this, but I've also while you and Notch were talking, I had y'all turned way down, and I was doing other shit at the same time.
Oh hell yeah! Well, Notch is a punk ass bitch who can't procreate, and he doesn't know the meaning of life, and I stand by that shit. Like Notch, you want to come here, you want to talk about life, you want to be a person. Look, you know what it means to be a human? It means to create life, right? I think Ben's created life, and he just doesn't know it. That's why he lives with a full deck of cards, right?
Well,
Ben knows. Go ahead.
Well, and you may be right. Now, I will say this. I had an epiphany I was listening that whole time you were talking to Notch, and I had an epiphany, which is now I have to do my art every day. Now I have to do my life as art, because you're right in a way. I can't just hope that maybe I knock some broad up at some point and she just never bothered to tell me, which is possible, certainly, but you know, I can't stand on that. I'm going to have to stand on what I create day in and day out from now on, because I'm not interested in going back to you know, having a romantic relationship. I've been there, done that, not interested. So so thank you, sir. Now I'm all in even more on the content creation, whether it's in this format or another format. This is what I'm going to be doing every day for the rest of my motherfucking life, is content creation in one form or another. Thank you, sir, for that.
Honestly, Ben, I hope you go to Mexico and knock up about 10 Hispanic broads. I swear to God, did not even fund
That's
it.
great.
You need a GoFundMe to go to Mexico, dude.
I've always wanted to go to Mexico City. Yeah, let's get Benton to Mexico. Well, let's figure out how to energize my sperm, right? Like what supplements can I take to energize my sperm, and then we'll go down there.
We got to get the Benton count up at least tenfold. But here's what I'm saying to Nacha and everybody else who doesn't get what's going on. Look, you either make content, right, or you're a loser, right? And you're a participatory asset of it. And if you want to be a viewer, you're not maybe attracted to that, you know, aspect of it. But one thing I've noticed is with, I hate to say it, but Yolanda, you might be familiar with the Ben.
Yeah.
But other people coming into the fray, like starting to feel confidence. Hey, more people like Yolanda need to come out.
Yeah,
right?
she's
like
great.
if you're in chat and you're like one of these people who are like, oh, I've been watching, I might want to talk. Follow Yolanda, whatever path she laid forward, because she's a path paver, and join in the conversation, start creating content, and understand that you should put your voice out there, right? Like Yolanda, I've only heard like maybe one or two streams of her, but impressed, and I admire her for being more than willing to join the fray. And I wish more people would. You know what I mean? I wish more people would say, you know what, I got something to say. Maybe do it anonymously or whatever the fuck, right? But more people like Yolanda, I got to tip my hat to. God bless you all. What are your thoughts, Ben?
Yeah, I love what's been happening in some regards. Yolanda, awesome. Yeah, I love it, man. So, and I'm glad you recognize that. Certainly.
Absolutely.
Yep.
It needs to happen, right? Like more people need to enter the fray because, I took my break. CBO is taking his break, but
I didn't know that was an official thing. I actually emailed him about an hour ago because I didn't know what was going on. So, all right, cool. Good to know. Good to know.
I hope all is well with CBO. I don't really know what's going with him, but I hope all is well. God blessings to him, and I just hope more people who feel like. Here's my big thing, Benton. Right, I started to share my voice online. I know I'm streaming on my podcast right now, on my live stream, because of you might want to mute me right now, Ben. I would mute me on your channel.
No, we're not going to do that.
I would.
No, I'll just delete the fucking stream if I have to. But no, I don't. Okay, I don't roll that way, Provo. You're here, man. Go for it.
I would just mute me. So the only reason I started sharing my voice online was because of the pandemic and how I feel like nobody else would stand up and say what the fuck they thought about the world, right? And then eventually it became trendy, and once it became like, all right, you can say it, and everybody felt like, oh look, you can poke your head out of the hole and say this shit is bullshit. Everyone started to do that, but regardless of whether we're in the pandemic or not, my point is this. I hope everybody who's listening or not feels like they can share their voice and speak out and give their 2 cents, because the only reason I felt like I needed to say something was because I felt like nobody was saying anything at all. Right?
What up?
That really
it's your boy,
bothered
Drew.
me. But with that,
checking out that
I'll
True
tip it
World
to you,
Order
Ben.
live.
Well, yeah, and the fact is, I chose not to be on YouTube. In fact, Chalk Body Outline had me on his channel a lot back in the day, talking about these topics, and he couldn't really even use his main channel for about a year and a half because of all the censorship and such. So when I first started going on his channel, people responded to me, as a character, or however you want to say that, and they were like, hey, what's Benton's channel? And I said, I'm not going to have a channel. I'm not going to, and I've changed my mind, obviously, since I'm now on YouTube, but at the time I said, I'm not giving my content to YouTube. So what I did was I went and made a website, nightmaredystopia.com. There is no website there presently. You can view it on the Wayback Machine if you're so inclined. And yes, the episodes actually do play on the Wayback Machine. And I did 56 episodes of a podcast, audio only, hosted on my own website, where I could say whatever the fuck I wanted, as long as I didn't say things that would cause the FBI to show up and knock on my door.
Fuck yeah.
And I did that intentionally. And that thing is way bigger than what I'm doing on YouTube. And a lot of that was because folks were locked down and they enjoyed hearing from somebody like me who would just tell it like it is. Right. So, and I resonate with what you're saying. In fact, I hear people now, Provo, who are basically doing episodes of my podcast that I did over 3 years ago. I now just hear people saying those things. Right, which is good. I'm glad people are finally coming around to certain views with respect to these, what I would refer to as medical tyranny. And the fact is, when they pop this thing off again, if another round of this happens, whether it's, Bill Gates saying that there's going to be another pandemic or whatever, my channel will be deleted pretty much day one. I mean, I already know that. So that's why I'm not that concerned about you saying certain words on my channel.
Yo, I appreciate that. And, it's been nice having fun and just fucking with Nachi and just hanging out with you. And it's weird.
Well, we'll have another pandemic. It will be a different pathogen next time.
Coming online.
We'll have another pandemic. It will be a different pathogen next time.
The reality is, most people's lives, this is the worst part about reality, is their lives hang on what they say, right? Like you can't, I don't have a job, right, Ben? You can't fire me.
Love that,
I don't
by
think,
the way.
nobody can fire Ben And I feel bad about everybody who has a job, right, where people can fire them for what they think or say if they're drunk or this or that. Hurts my feelings, right? Hurts my feelings. But the reason I do what I do is also in protest against that, right? Like I'm one of these loser, abject failures where, look, I don't give a fuck. Okay. I'm going to try to say what I fucking think every time I think what I think. And I'll never have a job. I'll always speak my mind. And I'm going to be real as fuck. That's my motto. But Ben, I can't believe it's 4:30 for me. You must be starting up soon. I got 18 people watching
Going
me.
now, by the way.
Yeah, I'm gonna this is the most viewers I've ever had.
50.
Dude.
Hey, 50 concurrent. I got 32 on my side.
No way.
Yeah.
You fucking kidding me?
No, man.
Oh man, this is wild. Dude, who the fuck's listening to us? Jibber jabber.
Oh
No,
man.
it's fun. Hey, Ben, let's make some real decent conversation. What do you like to talk about in the morning? Like or some angle you like? Listen to this retard jibber jabbing.
Oh, I think we're doing it right now, man. Honestly.
This is it.
Yeah,
Oh, I love that.
by the way, I enjoy when the other person sort of steers the conversation with the topics, because I feel like I'm pretty good at getting in where I fit in a one-on-one.
Hey, I'll just do what I do, dude, because I'm an expert monologuer. Look, here's one thing I disliked, right? Here's the thing, man. Online, there's we talked about this earlier, Ben. You might have missed this, but there's some obvious feds online, right?
Oh, 100%.
100%. And so if you're a content creator, there's two categories, I would say. There's feds who create content, right? There might be even three categories. Let me break it down. There's feds who create content because they know they should create content. There's feds who are creating content because they're influenced to create that content. And then there's feds, quote unquote, who are creating content through chat and influencing things, but they're actually not paid by government. So there's like three forms of feds, and none of them most likely are paid by the federal government, right? In fact, that the reality is, if there's 10 streamers, one of them in reality is a fed. If there's 100 chatters, maybe one of them is a fed, if that makes sense. But from what I've realized is that interacting with a lot of people is
Ben's a fed. That's it.
People who nudge, influence, and shape the way you say and think about things. And it is very real. And this is the thing I might like to leave your stream on to talk about further is like, there's no real good way of deciphering like who is a fed or who is not a fed, because feds could be completely all chat. A fed could be someone who creates content but doesn't know they're a fed. In other words, they're just creating content and being nudged towards creating certain content, like Crypto Alchemist talking about Ashton Forbes and the MH37, right? I don't know if you followed all that, but and then there's feds of creating absolute content for the government. There's lots of layers, right, to being a fed online, and I wish there was a little bit more nuance in regards to talking about that topic and seeing other people in regards to that topic. And tonight, I larped as trying to be a fed, and it killed the vibe on Toilet Bowl Earth's channel. And I actually feel bad about that, right? Like, oh man, why'd I try to be a fed on his channel? Like, it is what it is, right? Like you role play. I'm a role player. I'm an artist. People should understand that. But I was trying to also suss out maybe some potential feds in chat or on the panel, but didn't pick up any detection anywhere. But just the reality of like most people. Here's the reality: a lot of people in this community, these viewers,
Praise God.
they assume that the federal government has no interest in what they're doing or what they're thinking. But in actuality, the truth is the opposite. The federal government does care about what Benton's saying, about what anybody else is saying, and it does matter. So they do care. They do put people in these. I sound like what's that guy's name? Uh, Snafu. Sound like that guy for a minute. Uh, there are people. It's weird because like Snafu is almost like the ultimate Fed because he dilutes everything. Ops this, ops that. It's so confusing when he comes into a conversation because it just dilutes everything. But for me as a content creator, I'll be honest. From my perspective, I have no clue about anybody,
Doctors.
right? And it, almost to me, when I look at the content creator in the chat, uh, if there are government agencies involved, I can't see them, dude. They're fucking doing good. They're doing a good job. What are your thoughts, Ben?
I allow the truth to flow.
I can keep going. But anyways, yeah, these
Hey man, sorry about that. I
agencies-
was listening to the audio. I was getting the audio mix on my phone because I do drops, as you know. I do audio drops as well during the broadcast. So,
Well, I was just.
well, I like
trying
that you were holding it down. I was seeing your icon vibrate, so that was my clue to get back over here when the icon stopped vibrating. So, yeah, man,
Good,
appreciate you, brother. Glad you're here, by the way,
All right. Well,
and glad I'm there.
I'm glad. Yeah, hey, well, I'll end on that. I'm just gonna say I don't know who feds are. I will just say keep your eyes out on haircuts.
Oh,
Uh,
yes.
if somebody has, hey, I feel bad because you got the picture.
Well, but I want to say this real
you
quick.
got a fed haircut going.
Well, but here's the thing is, when I was living in the streets, I had shoulder-length hair and a long beard, and I still got treated like I might be a cop, dude. That shit does not fucking matter, I can assure you.
Really?
Doesn't fucking matter.
My parents were
Nobody's falling for that on the street, and I mean nobody.
Really?
Really.
I
Made
actually,
no
that's
difference.
hard
I'm
to-
treated exactly the fucking same.
Well, who's that guy with what's his name? Who knows? But that's fascinating, Benton. I would just say, like, yeah, that's.
Yeah, I haven't paid for a haircut in probably 20 years. I either have hair like I either shave my head myself or I grow it out. I don't do anything in between.
Hey Ben, I'm gonna end my stream. I can't believe I have 14 viewers.
Beautiful.
What do you think about my performance art tonight? Was it decent? Was it above average, below average?
Oh, dude, you were killing it. That's why I said I wanted to come on your broadcast after the Thorpes were done. Yeah, dude, it was awesome, and I've got it all screen recorded, of course. You know, how could I not?
Perfect.
Yeah, how could I not?
The worst part is like people take this shit seriously. Look, if you're online and you take this shit seriously, hey folks, take a break.
Yes. Even me, I take it seriously sometimes, and I realize that I'm taking it too seriously.
You're a content creator, so you're working with the Maloo and
Well,
like you're playing.
Yeah, and by the
like
way,
playing with the Play-Doh.
yes.
But anybody who's not playing with it, right? Like if you're not mixing with it, if you take this shit seriously or anything anybody does online seriously, take a step back and take a deep breath.
Well, here's what I'm doing, Provo, just while I've got you here, is I'm now giving preferential treatment to people who do live streams on their own channel. So people like Notch, I'll have him on panel from time to time, and that's fine. But basically, at a certain point, I'm just going to start emailing out a link every day to people like yourself and others who are content creators, and then you'll decide when and if you want to join the broadcast. All you have to do is hit the link, and then bam, you're in the show.
Wow, I appreciate that. And here's what I'm doing right. Like every Friday, I was going every other Friday. I only came on this Friday because of Made by Jim Bob and my little grief with him, which is over now. Like that, I have to create a new segment within the next 2 weeks. So I'm trying to create with my content. I'm trying to create 2 weeks worth of personal life, and I didn't even get into most of it. But I'm trying to talk about what happened in my past 2 weeks of life, and every Friday talk about that. But I won't do TikTok invasions. That was all a gimmick. Right? Like people don't even get that, right? Everything I did tonight was a gimmick, right? Which is it's so weird to break the fourth wall and tell people what you're really doing. But like none of this shit. Mostly what I do is real. Like it's a production. It's a show. And I think like most people should catch on to that, right? Like you should be thinking of your show as a show, right? Like
Yes,
as a production.
absolutely.
And like if you see what I'm doing as serious, like God help you not. Like I don't know what to tell you. Like, oh, you're drinking? Yeah, I'm drinking. It's a fucking it's every 2 weeks Friday show. Of course I'm drinking, dude. And I tell everybody beforehand, like, this is what I do. This is why I'm up till 4:30, or because I set aside the time to do that.
Well, and I've
Very,
got my own opinions on alcohol from my own personal experience, but how come it's
it's
okay to?
terrible.
Well, by the
It's
way,
poison.
yeah, exactly, it is poison.
Poison.
It's clear.
Poison.
It's literal
Kills your
poison.
mind.
Yeah, literal
Kills your
poison.
mind. Kills your liver. It's
Yes,
the worst thing in the
100%.
world. I hate it.
Yeah.
I hate all the drugs in the world. But here's why I use alcohol. First and foremost, it enables risk taking, right? And if you go online, the first thing you must understand is you're taking a risk.
Yes.
Okay? So I enable that factor by drinking alcohol, not because I like drinking alcohol, because I understand that if I'm going online, it's going to enhance my risk taking factor and increase the value of content I create. It's entirely different than perhaps the way other people consume alcohol or the way other people do things. I'm playing a different game, so to speak. Go ahead.
Yeah, I see all of that. And what I wanted to say is, what about the hypocrisy of basically any of us can chief all the marijuana we want to, and that's just completely accepted and fine and basically encouraged. But God forbid somebody have a drink or two. Meanwhile, I never promised anybody abstinence. I'm not sober, meaning I will still, and I like to get fucked up, by the way. When I do cannabis, I'm not a patient. I'm doing it to get fucked up. And, I like edibles and other strong forms, even synthetic cannabinoids. Believe it or not. Go ahead, sir.
Hey, I have somebody saying Provo is lying because he's embarrassed. Look, I'm not embarrassed. I actually understand the character I've created and everything I'm doing. I hate to admit it, but I actually do think of myself as an artist. More importantly, as a performance artist. The worst part is I indulge in the activities that enable my performance artist attitude. In real life, I'm an entirely different person. If you met me on the streets, I would not talk to you like Provo Kid. In fact, one of my segments I was going to talk about was tonight. If I could do this on your show, Ben, it's also on my show.
Please do.
Was that in public, someone interacted with me and said they met me and said, "Hey, are you Provo Kid?" Which it was a shock to me, right? This is the first time in a year and a half anybody else has called me Provo Kid in public and said, "Are you that guy?" And all I got to say is my heart fluttered. I felt enamored, like, oh, this guy knows what I'm doing. He gets it. It was pretty cool.
Hell
Right?
yeah.
It was really cool to have somebody in public say you're Provo Kid. But yeah, maybe I am minimizing Cope Seethe. It is what it is. But I won't stop what I'm doing. And I'm going to every other Friday, or I'm going to drink every other Friday. I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing every other Friday. It's not going to be Cope. I don't drink every day. I actually stopped using marijuana. I stopped using nicotine. I've changed my life quite a bit.
Oh, congratulations.
But I do understand the value of, and the reason why, if people want to know, is unfortunately I listened to a Jordan Peterson podcast, and just understanding the, people, you know, knock on alcohol, but there are some vague benefits of the
And that's
person
the
taking
double
a
truth.
risk, right? And I'm usually risk adverse, right? Like I don't like to take risks. But when I drink and I engage in my character, I'm more prone to engaging in the thing I'm doing, and I like it, right? I like being the character. I like doing what I'm doing, and people like it, don't like it. I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna do it every other Friday.
Hell yeah,
Every
dude.
other Friday.
Yeah,
And,
I do it more when people complain.
Yeah.
Just
right?
do it more.
Oh,
No, and I'm not encouraging you to drink more. I'm just saying. By the way, if I want to drink, I'm going to fucking drink. I mean, I never promised
Yeah.
these people abstinence from alcohol.
Yeah, and I'm gonna drink every stream I do until I decide drinking, is a problem every other Friday or whatever it is. But for me, it's fun, right? It's fun to take risks. It's fun to have this game of provocation, right? Where you get Nachi and we have these conversations and you talk about things you normally wouldn't talk about. It's a beautiful thing to me. And alcohol, of course, terrible thing, kills your liver, kills your brain, makes you dumber, makes you stupider. I agree 100%. But for me, if you see it as a tool, uh, hammer hard and hammer quick.
Well said, sir.
Well said. Hey, and with that, Ben, I appreciate you. Hey, first of all, Ben, I'll say this, dude. With the Thorpes, with everybody else who's ever given me a shout out, you're the first person with CBO, with Paula Enslaved. You're the only person who I saw 20 plus subscribers from, right? When you gave me a shout out. And
Thanks,
I
brother.
was supremely impressed with that. And I admire that as a fellow content
Well,
creator.
and you did that. I didn't do that. All I did was play your content, and the people loved it, and they went and subscribed to you.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, Benton, just more than appreciative of it. And not that I'm trying to get subscribers or monetization, but it does.
Well, it's good to have the option.
Yeah, and it's also nice to have more people in your live viewers. I got 11 now somehow, and I'd like to think those 11 are, largely due to you, Benton, and in part due to the other people, but. I just would like to again say thanks to you, Ben, for playing this. And here's the thing, YouTube. I played games my whole life, right? A lot of people don't see YouTube as a game, but for me, I saw it as a game. You created a character, and this is honestly, I said you create a character, you create the world you want. It's Provo Planet for me, and you expand upon that. Right? It is a game. It's a real life game. YouTube is a real life game, more than Call of Duty or whatever, like Fortnite. It's a lot funner, and you make the participation even better, Benton. So all I got to do is say thanks, brother.
Yeah, brother. Anytime. And thanks for letting me do this. This is pretty cool, man.
Absolutely. Hey, with that, Ben, I know you're live streaming. I'm gonna put your channel in my chat. You're a legend, Benton, and I really do appreciate your kindness and even entertaining my what did Nashi my mumbling.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, and that's one thing I want to say, man, real quick. I'll just go ahead and brag on myself, and I'm not the best at this, but I'm certainly one of the best in the one-on-one sort of almost like an interview style, even though it's not an interview, it's an actual podcast conversation. But part of that is if I come up here with Provo Kid and then I dissent with every fucking word that comes out of his mouth, that makes for a horrible conversation. So I tend to only offer the countering narrative if I'm 100% sure that he's wrong and I'm right. And generally, things are so murky and shades of gray that whatever he's asserting, there's probably enough truth in there that why would I want to come at him with the opposite energy and derail the conversation? Because I can always have my rebuttal later on. I don't need to in the moment. I think so many people just assume that I have to disagree with him in the moment. No, I don't. That's crazy. Who made that rule?
Certainly. Hey, Ben, you're a good friend. And, people say you can't have friends online.
Well, internet friends. Internet friends. Yeah, absolutely. And when I'm looking forward to this trip to Mexico City, apparently you're sending me to Mexico City.
Me?
You said you were earlier, but I won't hold you to that. I think it was a bit. I think we were doing a bit. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, well, don't take anything I say seriously.
I'm not, sir. I'm not. I'm not leaving the country anyway.
Yeah,
Doesn't matter.
Hey, don't go to Mexico. Hey,
Not
Ben,
going to Mexico. I would love to, though.
You're fucking awesome. And, I love you, Benton. And if you're in my chat, you're watching me live, go to Benton's channel. He's streaming live right now.
Oh, I can drop my own link. I'm a moderator.
Hell yeah.
Gonna have to give you your wrench back, by the way.
Don't give it back, dude.
Okay, cool.
Please, just keep me regular.
I like being regular myself, but I do like having a wrench. Certain channels like yours, I like having a wrench, but other channels, I'd rather just have a normal name.
Perfect. God bless you, Ben. And here's one last thing: if anybody watches my channel and they take me seriously, God help you. All right, like God, like if you watch my channel and you take anything, this is not medical information. I'm a loser failure, as some people might say, and just take life easy, folks. Right, take life easy. And Ben's going live right now. Check him out, Ben. I'm gonna kick you from this.
Cool, man. Yeah, kick me.
Is that?
Yeah, please do. Because I got so many screens open. That would probably be the best thing for me is if you kick me.
How do you do that?
Oh fuck. Back. Oh, kick from studio. Yeah, kick from studio.
Remove from stage?
Yeah, but then there's also, yeah, there you go. He did it.
All right. Ben's been removed from stage. Folks, this is the end of the show. It's been a good time.
Okay, I guess we're done. On the StreamYard side, let me go ahead and stop the screen share. Okay, see, this is confusing already. So this must be my StreamYard then. Hopefully this is my StreamYard. Yeah, it's got to be. Cool. Although I'm not vibrating. Oh, because I'm muted. Okay, good. Now we're back. Whoop, whoop. Indeed, indeed. Now we're going to go to some... I'm going to go to some material from the archives, although this was recorded earlier. This was live streamed to my channel unlisted because we've been producing on the fly, folks, and shout out to the chat. I'm glad everybody's here. Good to see Capricorny. Beck's in the house. Always welcome, certainly. I have thoughts, as I always do, but certainly always glad to see Miss Rebecca around. I'm not sure if she's live yet or not. Sometimes the crossover gets a little strange to navigate, but Provo Kid, I was over there on Provo Kid, and then eventually it got too saucy with him and Notch, and I felt like I just had to go live. Indeed, sir. Blessings to you, Mr. Provo. That was a great deal of fun, and in fact, I now have a lot of material for the Provo soundboard. Is going to just grow and grow and grow. I only have three right now, and of course, this is one of my favorites. Probably going to be my favorite. Is God, I'm still so slow on the soundboard, but we're getting better. We're getting better, folks.
Listen to this retard jibber jabbing.
Yeah, eventually I'll just be able to sort of, anticipate when folks are going to be around. But anyway, I'm going to play. This is from Provo's channel earlier when I was on the broadcast and I started streaming to my channel, although I did it unlisted, right? So now it's in my studio. Give me a second to find it. Close some of these windows. Go into my studio. And that shadow banning is not a thing, folks, just so you know. That's not a thing. Robin, and I'm not saying people are trying to pull a fast one. I just think at a certain point that idea got perpetuated because let's face it, a lot of us are boomers or maybe we're not that great with the technology. And in fact, I had muted people and didn't even know how to go into this is a real thing. I had no idea where to go in the studio to even, in the YouTube studio to even unmute people. So at a certain point, I think perhaps just through, content creators' own, either pretending not to understand or genuinely not understanding, that people said, oh, well, that's your shadow banned. Like that. No, that's not a thing. What happens is if I type the wrong type of words, YouTube may eat my comment in the live chat. That happens to me regularly, where I type something and I don't know that I've typed something offensive, and then the comment just disappears. But it appears. Here's the thing: is it shows up on my screen, but then it goes away later on, and that's how I know that YouTube ate the comments. So if I open an incognito window, meaning I'm not logged in, and I go to the live stream, and then I also have another window open where I'm logged into my account, and if I type a comment, if it doesn't immediately show up on that other screen, they have me muted, period, end of story. There is no shadow banning, folks. That's a bullshit lie, or people are confused. That's not a thing, okay? Now, again, I literally had to be told where to go to unmute people at a certain point. So, I certainly understand that people may not even know. And by the way, if they mute somebody a month ago, they may not even remember that they have them muted. Meanwhile, I'm not a grudge holder. Whatever happened a month ago is whatever happened a month ago. Today's today. Like, these are two separate events, right? Like, I have thoughts and opinions, but those are different. But anyway, give me a second to get into the studio, and I have to make more coffee. I'm way behind. I'm hours behind of the coffee cycle in my I'm a slave to the coffee at this point. It's so bad that by some days by noon or 1 p.m., I'm looking forward to it being bedtime so I can go to sleep, so I can wake up and have a cup of coffee. Like, I've got a problem. It's a problem, folks. This is not good. Anyway, give me a moment here. Content. Click the button, sir. Oh, I should be doing this on the laptop. God dang it. And this is another thing, when we the way I live stream, I've made changes to I'm now screen sharing off of my laptop. Gosh. And again, at a certain point, we're all just either watching an old man use a computer or waiting for some old man to get his act together here. Speaking of old men, it looks like Bobby B. Warrior dropped a new video. So we'll probably be playing that here in a bit. I think it's only 8 minutes, so I'm going to need a little more than 8 minutes, folks. So bear with me. Thank you. Much appreciated. Good to see everybody here. Happy to be at your service, if that's what this is. Okay, here we go. This is it. Oh, this is an hour and 43 minutes. Good Lord. Fantastic. This is exactly what we need. Now, will the audience tolerate me playing portions and then coming in and out and going back to it? I don't know. Oh, and don't let me forget, the other day when Snafu and Notch were arguing, but then I shut down because Ian was going live, We Are Awake TV, although I was coming up on 12 hours anyway, so it didn't matter. And believe me, anytime I want to, I'll just stay fucking live. I'll go 24. Well, I did 36 hours for fuck's sakes at a certain point, so I think we proved that point, right? Hell, we might do that again. Why not? But probably not, although just for health reasons only. What was I saying? Oh, I've got I screen recorded on the StreamYard. They continued to argue for like 30 more minutes, Notch and Snafu. So we might play that potentially. I haven't listened to it. I don't know what the hell they were talking about. Probably won't. Well, like everything else, it's not going to amount to a hill of beans, to be sure. And then I also have bonus content. I went on T4 Lovers yesterday and had some thoughts about the jibby jab that I think you folks may find interesting. All right, share the screen, sir. Quit fucking around. Present, share screen. Sometimes I just have to force myself to focus. Okay, here it is. It's going to happen. This is from Provo earlier when I was not live. This is me and Provo chopping it up, and then Notch joins at a certain point. All right. Press the button.
The internet, and everybody only talks about everybody else, right? And but you are a unique individual who can talk about themselves, their life experiences, and what's going on with themselves. And I saw you interact with, I hate to say, but a cop. And your interaction with that cop really enlightened me to the reality of what it's like to be a real person, right? and that's what you provide to other people is your interactions on an individual basis actually mean a lot. And that's what Paul, I'll give a shout out to Paul Enslaved and what he does. But Ben does this without interactions with cops. Right? Like you just talk about yourself. And I noticed you've been talking about Paul Enslaved or ideas, which is what I've noticed you've been focused on talking about is talking about ideas in regards to Paul Enslaved, respect to his name. But as a content creator, Ben, you really do have the ability to be fluid, right? Like you could talk about Paul Enslaved and his content creation and the ideas of that, but also your ideas of being an individual and talking about your experiences, which is more, I think the audience, if they're listening now, has a hard time understanding is Paul Enslaved, I hate to say this, experiences is limited to, I hate to say this, but a highlight clip, right? Like that's it. It's a highlight clip. Outside of that, he's irrelevant. Irrelevant. I'll say it again. Irrelevant. But Ben every day comes to the foreground of internet, and he's willing to bring his ideas, his thoughts, and his ideas to the panel. I don't like to talk about other people, but I will because it's content. But other people can't seem to create content without other people. But you, Ben, I've listened to your live streams, and you're just talking, monologuing. I love that, and I find a deep appreciation for that. What are your thoughts?
Well, thanks again, and again, I am powered by compliments, as long as they're genuine. However, let's not blow my head up too much here, but I know I could do 2 hours a day monologue 7 days a week, and just end the thing there. Like I could just go live, start talking, talk for 2 hours, and then shut it down. So part of the longer live streams and the interactions with other folks and the sort of producing on the fly, and by the way, let's compliment Provo's production, on the computer. His skills are far above mine. So not that I'm envious, but I certainly admire your abilities there. And I've been attempting to step my game up here and there. But all of that's well taken. But again, my interest in content creation, it sounds ridiculous, I understand. And I was socialized in a culture where this is a ridiculous notion, but that is my art, right? Life as art. And I am a creative type, like it or not. And the fact is, I do everything I do for me and me only. And if other folks find value in it, if other folks choose to collaborate or get in where they fit in, that's great. But I'm here for me and me only. And if that sounds selfish, too bad. And I found I do way better with my mood and my just old man cranky energy is much less as long as I'm creating at least several hours a day, something creatively, whether that's IRL, whether that's on a computer, whether it's walking around, looking at things and taking pictures, even only with my mind, right? And in fact, I did many years of that, 10 miles a day on foot with a 35-pound pack, also known as homeless. Right. And that experience, I think, is just, and I'm not recommending it. I recommend nothing. I don't recommend anything specifically. But, that is an experience that what I found in that was many things came to me, many benefits accrued to me through being willing to do that. And I may very well go back to that soon. And don't cry for me, Argentina. That's my idea of a good time in many ways, is the walkabout. But I know I've opened many cans of worms there. So I'd like to hear one of my favorite content creators, Provo Kid's response.
I love that. And the fact that you even bring that up is profound, right? Like you're creating content, Ben, and you're here right now, and we're live, right? Like this is something unique. And as far as, I'm aware, we're just talking about life, right? And your life and your walkabout, I think, is more interesting than most things people talk about. Because I hate to say this, but usually everybody, when I check into a live stream or an open panel, I hate to say it, but it's an open grievance session, like where people get to say what they're upset about. But
The Provo Kid.
It's your thoughts,
The
your
Provo
ideas,
Kid.
and your wisdom. And there also has been a deviance, I might add, in highlighting, we'll accept it, Paul Enslaved, and his actions and what he does. And I appreciate what you do in highlighting those things, because, Ben, what you're doing, if I might be honest, is the next step in a morning radio or morning broadcasting that people might not be able to accept is you're creating something new, right? And I absolutely love what you do when you highlight and review other people's content and analyze it and give your thoughts about it. It really is refreshing, I might add. And here's something else. Ben, a lot of people don't realize that most content creators don't have anything to add, right? They're void of content. They're void of bringing anything new to the table. And that's unfortunate, right? And I feel bad about that. But you, as a content creator, are willing to not only analyze what people bring to the table, but expand upon that even farther. And so some people might look at your reactions or reflections on anything you create in some sense as just reactionary content. But the reality is, you're bringing something more to the table, right? And what I mean by that is quite simply this, Benton. People don't know how to talk by themselves. It's very simple, right? You look at any live stream, you look at any panel, and it's them. I hate to say this, but talking to other people, talking about things, right? But you, Ben, you're bringing something more, right? And I like to believe I'm bringing that as well. That's why we have this connection here. And I feel unfortunate. Like you look at Paul Enslaved, you look at Jack Talcott. What these individuals really rely on is other people, right? But Ben, you, me, we don't need that, right? We just need the atmosphere, energy, and we'll just talk, right? But my
The
thought
Provo
is quite
kid.
simply is I feel not sorry, but like what are these other people doing? What are your thoughts?
Well, yeah, what are they doing, right? But what am I doing? Also, I'm the type I'm always going to, if I'm going to critique, and I am a critic by nature. So if I'm going to provide a critique of what another content creator is doing, I will certainly critique myself, in that same regard. And I think we see that in the Paul Enslaved dynamics. And I'm a big fan of his broadcast, by the way, regardless of how I'm viewed by him or his audience at any given time. Oh man, I think I kind of lost my thought there, but it'll come back to me shortly.
I'll take it.
Thank you, sir.
So what my thought quite simply is that Paul Enslaved or Jack Talcott, they rely on.
Oh, and I've got it, but I remember when.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, so what we saw is that as soon as I started going in on some of Paul's half-baked ideas, which some of the things that come out of his mouth are just absolutely not properly formed, in my view, right, as someone who's skewed towards logic and reason. But so what we see is that now the community has perceived, oh, there's some sort of disagreement, so I need to go up on a panel and seek resolution with these other beings, right? Except that does absolutely nothing for me, number one. Number two, from my perspective, that doesn't benefit me in any way. Number two, we have people LARPing as if they care about resolution when we know that what they want to see is a dramatic interaction and argument where the only way I can possibly get my points across is to become very forceful and yell and raise my voice and hoop and holler and carry on, which I may be willing to do it sometimes. In fact, I've done that actually with Provo Kid here that folks may not be aware. But, when I'm doing well, within my own self, I have no desire to go into that space because I already know what that's going to do to my physiology. Now I'm going to have several hours of sort of pulling myself out of whatever that mode is. Now I'm having to use meditation and various calming techniques because I just got agitated and yelled at somebody for, between half an hour to an hour, on a panel. Right. And, but we see the audience, and now this is the point I'd like to hear you respond to. But, amongst any, of course, if you're choosing, but these people pretending like they want to see an issue resolved when we know that 9 out of 10 of them, when I know that 9 out of 10 of them want to see the dramatic play of the whole thing. Your thoughts, sir?
Absolutely, Ben. And a lot of people want to just, here's the reality, Ben, from my perspective, is that people have discomfort, right? And they feel discomfort and they want to just, the truth is, Ben, they want to feel that other people feel that discomfort, right? And so when other people are on live stream or on a panel, it works for them, right? And then they get that resolve and they're like, oh, look, somebody feels like I feel. I can watch their live stream. I can watch this. And then it ends, right? Like they just want that symbiotic connection where everything makes sense, right? And that's what I've seen most, I hate to say it, but most panels and most people and most content they interact with is they just want to have that one-on-one connection where that is who I am, right? Whether it's dysfunction or whether it is like I believe that my rights and freedoms are at this point or not that point. That is the reality of how most people interact. Is they need to find where their home, right? Where is their home? And online, everybody's trying to find that. And that, I think at the end of the day, most people want to find something they feel in connection with. And it's unfortunate where I feel like a lot of the content we create, I'll speak for myself, is dysfunctional. Like I'll admit, provocation. Most of the content I make is to upset people, and I don't uh, admonish the fact that I do that. It's just what I do. But the fact is that anybody who listens to most content is they want to listen to people who disagree or have conflict. It's never going to be a
Why?
whole tranquil like go to sleep.
Yes, yes. Well,
You know what I
and
mean?
when I want to jump in
Right.
real quick on that, if I may, I absolutely recognize that from day one. That's not the only reason I live stream 7 days a week, but part of the reason is I'm more than willing to service that drama for the community, as I did day before yesterday for 12 hours. But if I'm going to be involved, I find it more advantageous to be the one who's in control of the arena or the environment.
Wow.
It's part of a
Absolutely.
strategy, yes, sir. So why would I go
Uh,
on somebody else's broadcast when I can wait until mine the next day?
Absolutely. And honestly, I hate to say this, but you're a little bit ahead of me, right? And thinking about these things and controlling the dynamics of the conversation. And
Real quick,
God,
I don't necessarily want to control that, but I don't want to have someone else necessarily controlling it, if that makes, and apologies for but that is a bit of nuance I think is important.
absolutely, Ben. Ben, you know what? You're somebody, Ben, can I say this?
Yes.
You're
Welcome
somebody
to the
who's,
internet.
I don't know how to make an analogy. So like what I'm trying to do right now is make an analogy for who you are as a person, but who you are as a person is somebody who is quite capable and here's my point, Ben. You know how to create a broadcast quite simply, and you know how to it's a hard conversation to have,
Yes.
but
Thank you. Thank you, by the way.
you're aware. I guess the best word is aware, right? And a lot of people here's something I like to add is most people don't want to jump into the arena me and you are in right now, right? The arena is
I'm just over at home, my home, being
right?
a good little girl,
So,
reading
oh,
It
books.
goes deeper
House.
than that,
Don't
but
worry
yes,
about
that's
me.
definitely true.
So we're here, right? And you're willing to say what you think, but your gregariousness and everything that's important, right? And you're willing to put that forefront. And it's fascinating to see people who don't want to do that, but want to participate on a physical or like on a base level participation and act as though they're really engaging in the content.
Yes.
When in reality they're not. But the real reality is what we're doing now and talking and engaging. I could turn my camera on it, but it's not that big of a deal. I'll do it tomorrow, today. But it's actually difficult, right? Like it is difficult to do what we're doing. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, absolutely. And if I just did what was easy for me, I could probably. Real quick, this is Benton live. And this is something I find fascinating. And, this does trigger my fake undiagnosed autism, certainly. But I have a comment that says volume is very low for both people talking. No, it's not. You know how I know? I'm listening on my phone. I'm doing other things. This happened earlier. So in fact, the volume is absolutely as high as it can possibly be. And I know that because I'm wearing headphones and my volume is literally maxed out on my phone. So not only is the volume not very low, it's literally as loud as it can be. Okay. So now what I would say to folks is before you assume that's what's going on with your audio is what's going on for everybody's audio, you might figure out how to confirm that. Maybe you've got a computer. Maybe you've got a second phone. Maybe you've got a tablet. Maybe you've got a smart TV. And just go ahead and go to that second device and check it out. Because typically what I do is at a certain point I throw on the headphones and I plug them into the phone and I turn the volume all the way up and I mix for the phone. And almost everybody's listening to this on their YouTube app on their phone. So that the volume's perfect. The drops were a little loud, and since I'm on the delay listening on the phone, they were not in the proper spacing. You know, they weren't actually dropped in the right places. But I've actually lowered the volume on the drops. But to Provo's point, I know how to do a broadcast. Thank you. Back to the pre-recorded material so that I can drink my coffee and maybe eat something. You're welcome, by the way. Really make money from what I would consider easy or my skill set. The fact is, there's no money in what I'm doing in this style, and there's probably not going to be any money, and I'm okay with that. I'm not doing it for money. If I was to do this specifically for money, I would be doing some version of what it sounded like Provo was describing earlier. People who it's more of an imitative thing, right? They've seen a formula that works, and there's nothing wrong with that, by the way. I have absolutely no problem with that. I would never be fulfilled creatively, so I would be putting hours a day into doing a formula to earn money where I'm still going to be cranky old man because I haven't accessed my creativity. The major benefit for me is that the more I'm creative, the less I'm cranky and agitated.
Wow.
So it's all for me. It's all for me, sir.
Hey, what you just said opened a light in my heart. And that is the truth, right? Like when you try, man, I wish I could capture what you just said, right? Man, what you just said, Ben, I mean, it is real, right? Man, so poetic, so true. It's amazing, right? Like the reality is, there's people who want to make money online. There's people who want to do what they do, but then there's the artistic perception of creating things, right? And I've realized that in whatever I'm doing and whatever I'm creating is the actual fun is like what I'm doing right now is having a conversation with you and not thinking about monetization or like I need to make money. And when I think people forget this is the funnest part about being or expressing your thoughts is here's what people have a hard time doing, being honest, right? So I'll tell you this right now, Ben, I'll be honest. And this is the fun part, right? I think vaccines in some extent cause autism, right? Like this is the fun part, Ben. I think vaccines cause autism and the fact that they perform when you inject your child with a medical intervention. Report my channel, by the way. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Report my channel for what I'm about to say. When you give your kid a medical intervention, this is the fun part, Ben, of being honest. If you think, right, that you give your child a medical intervention and it has no consequences, you're a fucking retard, right? You're a fucking retard. And I'll say this, I have children, 3 of them, okay? And I have other people to extrapolate the data, whatever you might think. Here's my thought. I'll say whatever the fuck I think. And I think this is the most important part, but YouTube and everybody else is losing this. Like, can you say what you think? Right? Can you really say what you think? My children are not as sick as other children who have been immunized. And I'll say this anecdotally as other people I've seen. Right? So it's weird where like I have healthy children, non-autistic, quote unquote, or non-disabled, quote unquote, as other people. And I'll say it right now. Right? Hey, here's something else. I do not vaccinate my children. I don't give them the vitamin K. I don't do any of that shit. It's on record. It's on record right now. And the reality is, from what I've seen from other people around me, my kids are the healthiest kids I've ever seen. And I have a hard time realizing that. When I talk to my friends, when I talk to my family, why is it that everybody's kids are sicker than mine, Ben? Why is everybody else who have children and they immunize their children, why do they have more health problems than my children? Ben, it's a hard question to ask, but I'm going to do it online for the record, right? You're recording this. Ben, my kids are the healthiest kids I know. And it's a weird thing to think about, right? Like, why are my kids so fucking healthy? Not immunized. My kids haven't had one injection and they're healthier than any other kid you've seen. And I'm going to say it online, on record. My kids are healthier than yours. If you put an injection in your kid, I'll put my kid toe to toe with your kid. Online, on record, my kids are healthier. And I put that on God. God has protected my kids. And the weird thing is, I got enough family. I have enough family and people around me to know that it's true, Ben. Why is it true that the kids I raise are healthier, right, than the people who have been immunized, the people who have been vaccinated? Why are my kids healthier, Ben? What are your thoughts?
Hey, I'm listening on my phone. I got to make some coffee. If you can give me like 5 minutes.
Okay, cool.
I'm gonna shut the fucking stream down if I hear one more complaint about the audio. I'm not even kidding. Turn your shit all the way up and listen like I am. And if you're not on headphones, that's your problem. Buy some motherfucking headphones and put them on your head. But if I see one more comment, but although now people will just troll me. I'm serious. Y'all can go fuck yourselves. I've already addressed the audio. I have my headphones on. I'm doing what I need to do. I got the shit turned all the way up. It sounds fine. If you're listening on a goddamn smart TV, I don't know what to tell you. If you're outside somewhere listening on your phone speaker, that's a you problem. Put your fucking headphones on and turn the shit all the way up, or fuck off. Thank you. Don't want to hear another fucking word about it.
Sounds fetish, but all I'm saying is, Ben, keep recording. I know you are. The fact is, and I hope my kids know this, and they already do, but my kids have never been immunized, right? And I will never do that to my children. And the wildest fact is, everybody I know has sick children. My kids don't get sick. I always find that weird. Like, why are my kids healthy? Why are my kids happy? Right? I think about that in my head. Is it because I didn't vaccinate them? Hey, report the channel. And you got to think about that, right? You got to think about that. And I'll be honest about that. And I want my kids to hear this in 20, 30, 40 years. I made this choice, right? I made this choice. And when I look at my cousins, my other family members, my kids are the healthiest kids in the environment. And people don't want to recognize that, right? My kids are so fucking healthy. Maybe I feed them steak. I feed them shrimp. I feed my kids. What do I feed my kids? Steak, shrimp, the best shit. Whatever it is, my kids eat the best. And it's just fascinating when I think about this. Other people have sick children, right? My kids get sick once a year, just like normally. Like once a year, they get the flu, and that's it. But everybody else, their kids are always sick. They're sick the whole year. My kids get sick once a year. And I think about that. Like, why do my kids get sick once a year while everybody else gets sick the whole year? You know, like, what's going on? Why are my kids special? Are my genes great, Benton? Do I have the best genes in the world where my kids get sick once a year? You tell me, Ben. Hey, Ben, what are your thoughts? Are your thoughts my kids have great genes because of me? It's just fascinating to me. And a lot of people don't want to talk about this, but my kids are the control group, right? And I'll say this. My kids are the healthiest kids I've ever met. And I've never felt better about that.
Sorry about that. I got lots of thoughts, man. I'm just, the water's almost boiled. I have to have the coffee, man. I'm a slave to the coffee.
Don't worry about it. But hey, Ben, all I got to say is this. Growing up in Utah, you're fortunate to be around a lot of people who have children. And when you're around a lot of people who have children, you realize whose kids are healthier than others. All I'm going to say this is, Ben, my kids are the healthiest kids I've ever met. And why is that? You have to ask. It might be anecdotal. Oh, that's anecdotal evidence. But why? Hey, why are my kids smarter? Why are my kids stronger? Right? And this is why I am against abortion. Look, dude, I'm not going to stop having kids. I'm going to keep having kids as much as I can. No, at the end of the day, it's full force, right? Full force, Ben. Having kids, proving the system wrong, right, Ben?
Well, I don't have any kids, by the way, just for the record.
You don't?
No.
So you don't have a test or control group.
I'm literally the only person in any of my family, any aspect of my family that doesn't have children.
All right. And so I think it's interesting as a Mormon, growing up around Mormons, and my control group is my children, right? And so I don't mind saying this, but anti-vax, anti-vitamin K. Look, hey, here's the reality. You either do what the government tells you
I knew you could do it. Sometimes it just takes the proper motivation. Oh my God, it's Saturday. Nobody's going live for hours. And I don't want to hear audio complaints. You can go fuck yourselves with the audio. If you don't like it, turn off your station, go find something else to do. That's all I can tell you. Go find something else to do if you're concerned with the audio. If I can plug my headphones into my phone and turn that shit all the way up and it sounds good, then y'all can figure it the fuck out. Bunch of do-nothing losers going to dictate to me how to do my broadcast. Are you kidding me? Meanwhile, you're entitled to nothing here, folks. And I mean nothing. Absolutely nothing. I don't know you motherfuckers nothing. Now, if you want to try to imply that I do, then you better pay me for my time. Okay? You best pay me for my time. If you think you're entitled to something, we will make it transactional very quickly. That's not a problem. And it's called a power imbalance, right? It's called I have the power because nobody else is live, and it's 6:46 a.m. and nobody else is going live for quite some time. And none of you have channels that you're going to go live on. Not a single fucking one of you. And if you do, we don't know about them. So looks like I'm all you got right now, don't it? Funny how that works. Meanwhile, y'all are some of the cheapest motherfuckers I've ever seen. It's astonishing. And I knew that from day one, and I obviously don't do this for donations, right? That's not the reason why I do this. But certainly y'all can't be counted on for financial contributions. That's a non-fucking starter. In fact, when I started out this thing, wasn't even accepting donations, and I was working as a truck driver. I said, I don't need your money. Meanwhile, if y'all wanted me doing this past, let's see, what is it? If y'all want me doing this past, what is this, the 28th of November, you could pay me to do it. But we know that's not going to happen. And it's not that y'all don't have the money collectively. Oh, of course you do. Of course you do. And some of you spend it on cigarettes every day. You're happy to give the government happy to give the government money so you can ruin your health with cigarettes, many of you. That's not a problem. But we're not going to support a content creator that we listen to every day. Oh, no, because we don't want to pay another person. Are you kidding me? Why would we do that? Why would we give money to another human being? But we'll all participate in a government that just gives money to all sorts of causes. Oh, we got no problem with the bailouts. We got no problem with free money for nothing to already rich bankers. That's no problem. But Benton, he needs to go out and earn his keep. Well, that's fine. I know how to do that. I'm not going to be here doing a broadcast. Now, I might choose to ramble into my headset while I drive a big rig. Now that I'm not that into the panel thing anymore. So probably not going to be panels, right? Meanwhile, 12 hours the other day, servicing the fucking community, right? Servicing the drama. And again, I do it because I like to do it. I certainly would know not to go into something that has paid me less than $1 an hour for all the time I've done it. And that's just the on-air time. That's not the hours that go into this thing behind the scenes, literally hours, right? But again, I do it because I want to do it. Now, if you guys could have shut the fuck up long enough to listen, you would have heard me and Provo Kid talking about just this thing. Oh, but now we got to get sidetracked into Provo bragging about his kids. So who cares? It's not bragging if you can back it up. Who cares if he brags about his kids? Meanwhile, yeah, it's a drunk Provo rambling about things that I find amusing and entertaining. Oh, but now we feel some type of way. It's funny to be in a community where many of the folks mistakenly believe themselves to be conservatives. No, you're not. That doesn't exist. Are you Amish? Are you a Quaker? Are you a Mennonite? You're not a conservative. You're damn sure not traditional family values. And I mean not a one of you is traditional family values. There are no conservatives in this country. So it's hilarious for me to see people who think that they're conservatives behave like anything but. I find that fascinating. Right. Provo Kid, presumably married to a woman, making a whole bunch of kids. That sounds like traditional family values to me. Oh, and choosing not to jab his kids. That sounds like traditional family values to me also. Yeah, fascinating, right? Fascinating. Oh, but we're in our feelers about that. Why? Oh, because that sounds like you're better than somebody else. You're goddamn right. He's better than other people in a certain type of way. He is. You want to go back to mom, apple pie, and American exceptionalism? Well, what that is if I outwork the next man, it's a meritocracy, and I get more reward than the next man. Right? If Provo kid goes out here and lives a certain type of life, guess what? He's better than you in that regard if you're not doing what he's doing. That's what America was supposedly founded on, folks. I hate to break it to you. Okay? Meanwhile, I don't feel lesser than. Oh, I didn't make no kids, number one, that I know of, right? That was the old joke. That was the old joke growing up. You got any kids? Well, none that I know of. Ha, ha, ha. Hilarious, by the way. In a so-called Christian nation coming from a state, Arkansas, that if you poll the populace, they're second only to Mississippi and maybe Alabama, in the percentage of the population that identifies as very religious, and it's almost 100% conservative, Protestant Christians, right? Interesting how that works. But everybody's divorced. Oh, okay, we're traditional family values conservatives, except every single person has multiple divorces. Right? Well, yeah, it's easy to call yourself a Christian when you don't live up to if you don't live up to the religion and what it purports to be about. It's easy, anybody. Oh, but come as you are. You drive past the 501(c) church and it says, come as you are. Well, I hate to break it to you, folks. That's the enemy that'll take you as you are. And I'm not speaking religion or Christianity here. I'm not promoting it. I'm using the rules of the game against itself. So under the rules of Christianity, Satan is the one that'll take you as you are. God demands submission to the will and the law. That means you don't get to do certain things. It means you got certain obligations and responsibilities. Right. Meanwhile, I never agreed to live by that, and I certainly would never suggest that anybody else do so. But I hate to break it to you, there's not a single conservative in the audience, and certainly the broadcaster would never choose to identify as a conservative. What a ridiculous notion. Laughable. A laughing stock, right? A group of people that will accept any and all treatment as long as they can laugh and say Biden pooped his diaper and blame the Democrats. They're happy. These people are happy to see the state this country's in because they can just laugh and say that Biden pooped his diaper and they can blame the Democrats. They're happy about it. It makes me sick. And that's a big part of why we don't even talk about these topics on this channel anymore, right? And again, head doomer in charge, right? I am the head dick around here, DIC doomer in charge. I'm so doomer, I don't even see the point in thinking about these things. But yes, Sterling Ray, you're absolutely right. What kind of insane person would bring more beings into the realm? Yeah, well, I must acknowledge, though, based on nature, Mr. Beale, that it seems to me like the closest we as humans can get to what is the purpose of this life, well, it seems to be to make more people. Now, I got my own views on that, and I certainly consider... Look, this is a literal hell realm as far as I'm concerned. Literal hell. Meanwhile, it's all blessings. And if we could shut the fuck up long enough to listen to me and Provo Kid talk, we were about to get to that part of the discourse. It's all blessings. Right? Even the suffering is a blessing. Even the live chat being a bunch of do-nothing losers is a blessing. Right? And am I better than you? Yeah, I am. When it comes to being able to create content and have a channel and interact with an audience in a live broadcast that I don't even know what's going to happen before it happens. I certainly didn't know I was going to go turn the audio off and start demanding money. I had no idea that was going to happen. Right? But yeah, I'm superior to damn near every one of you. And again, if I ain't talking to you, I ain't talking to you. Right? But I recognized very early on when I started interfacing with these so-called truth communities, I said, well, number one, these is a heavily programmed, number one, deep delusion and denial, number two, and a bunch of ineffectual losers for the most part who are good for nothing in their daily lives, right? And about a third of them are hoarder shut-ins, don't leave their houses. Yeah, I recognize that day one. Guess what? I spent however many years in the streets interacting with the dregs of society, right? And on the heels of a cult called the Jehovah's Witnesses mind controlling me to basically treat everyone with acceptance and to meet them where they live, meet them where they are, accept them as I find them, but, in order to try to get them to join a cult, which thank God, as far as I know, I never brought anybody into that cult, certainly. So yeah, maybe I'm uniquely situated to, interact with you folks and play the fool and come up here and do a broadcast 7 days a week for no reason other than I enjoyed to do a broadcast 7 days a week. Because believe me, the moment I no longer get what I need to get out of 7 days a week of broadcasting, I will leave and go do something else. And in fact, just life circumstances are most likely going to dictate. Although I've said this like 4 months in a row, so who the fuck knows? At a certain point, it's Jack Talcott talking about getting evicted from his house. Meanwhile, you see him every single day in front of his fireplace, right? Or maybe not every day, but regularly we see Talcott in front of the fireplace. But like I pointed out to Provo Kid, I'm actually on a soundstage in Quantico because that's the answer to Benton's a Fed, which is what I've been called by Drew and EBT from day one. And they were serious, by the way. It wasn't, they weren't joking, right? So where is Benton's a Fed? Let's find that drop. Benton's a Fed.
Benton's a Fed. That's it.
Benton's a Fed.
There you go. And then we got one of these is Fed podcast. Where is this?
Follow Benton on nightmaredystopia.com.
That's not it. Do I not have it on here?
Benton's in the house.
Yeah, too many drops. I don't even have it on here. There's one where he says Fed podcast. Of course, I don't have a podcast anymore. Oh yeah, let's go to me and Jay from what do you call this? From his channel, T4 Lovers. Let's go to him from yesterday. Let's see if I can find it. Oh yeah, you got to go to your studio. There's the studio. Fantastic. No, that's not the studio. That's the StreamYard studio. And here we go. This is from T4 Lovers channel from yesterday.
It's all propaganda, man. It's all shit. It's like the man, the man. You're working for the man. You're working, who are you working for? I got Terry B. He's actually asked me to go out to America. I'll take the wife and the kids to America. I'll do my 2 weeks there, and I'll just claim asylum. I'll put oh yeah, but Benetton, it's like you said the other day, even the man on the street, if you don't take the jab, I'm never going to take it. I'm never going to take it, yeah? But that's a 30-something-year-old man who thought it was safe to take the jab, yeah? Took the jab and died by the afternoon in front of his own children. And then they're saying they're all rearing up for the new COVID coming out. Man, we're just guinea pigs. We're just lab rats, man. We're just lab rats to the system, to the man, to the government, to the handful of donuts you've got in the office who can justify what we can and cannot do in life, yeah? Yeah? You know, the rednecks, they've got it right. Man. Like your man said today, the slave. The slave. There he is.
What's up, man?
Benton, how are you getting on?
I'm pretty good, man. People are still. I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm all right, but I was a bit upset because that poor chap took his COVID jab.
No
in the
sympathy.
Morning,
no sympathy, man. Anybody dumb enough to take that thing deserves whatever happens. Idiots. No sympathy. None. I mean, zero.
I can understand.
Serves him right. Serves him right.
Yeah, but in front of his children, picking them up from
Don't
school.
Care.
So that,
don't care. Don't care.
You're bad.
No, this thing's ruined my life, sir. It's ruined my life that people are dumb enough to sign up for this crap. My life's ruined because of this. I did a podcast about it. I'm burned out on it. I can't even process it anymore. Yeah, I can't feel nothing. I feel good. I'm glad that happened to him. That's what should happen to him. That's what should happen. Every single person dumb enough to take it should drop dead that same day. That's what should happen.
There was a friend of mine today, Simon.
Good.
Yeah? He was saying,
good. I'm glad he's dead. I'm glad he's dead.
He was
I'm glad
saying
he's
that
dead.
the people have taken the jab.
I hope they all die.
Dying.
I hope every one of them dies.
They're all going to die. Benton,
I hope every one of them dies the same day. Good. Good.
But the people what took the fucking jab is because they got blackmailed because they wanted to go abroad.
We don't need them.
Yeah.
If they can be blackmailed, we don't need them. They need to die.
Oh.
They need to die. We don't need them.
Bro.
We don't need them in society if they're that fucking stupid.
I'm not taking it.
I know. I'm not either.
I remember you said
I'm not
3
either.
weeks ago. 3 weeks ago, you said if you was on the street and they said if you're gonna, you said to me, you said the other day that you know, are you going to put me in a concentration camp or are you going to give me the fucking jab and stay on the street? That is what's going to happen, Benetton.
I know.
You know, you're either going to be let out of your house, take the jab, or you go in a concentration camp.
This is what my podcast was about. This is what I talked about. Oh yeah, that's what I talked about on my podcast.
You know, the boys who are going to be in the concentration camp, they're going to be okay. I'm not taking that fucking jab, man.
Oh, me neither.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not
way.
going to take it.
No way.
It's not tested. It's not tested. It's bullshit.
I don't care if it was tested. I'm still not taking it.
Yeah, but it's control. Why are they trying to control us? Why?
That's fine. They can do whatever they want. I don't care.
They ain't gonna do me, man.
Yeah, they gotta kill me. Yeah, they gotta kill me.
Kill you, mate. They won't kill you because you're gonna live on, brother. Yeah, you're gonna live on. You're gonna live on. I'm not taking it, but the thing what upset me about that young lad, he probably thought because he's been sucked in by the shit, and he's took this jab.
No excuse. No excuse. No excuse. No excuse. None.
The thing is,
no. Well, they picked the wrong. They picked the wrong dad. That's all I can say. I got no sympathy. None.
In front of the children,
None.
you know?
That's too bad.
What's the matter?
That's too bad. They're gonna have to figure something else out.
Oh, they're gonna take that.
They'll probably be better off without that moron around.
Mind you, where I live, he's probably already got another dad.
Oh, man.
He's probably had 3 dads since then. You know, I was laughing today.
Oh, man.
I was laughing today with the blokes from work because we've got a cheap supermarket called Prime.
Oh well, thought I had enough time to make coffee, but like a bozo, I failed to boil the water first. Instead, I grinded the beans and did all of these other things. But anyway, that's the sort of thing I was talking about on my podcast, nightmaredystopia.com, which is not there, although you can Wayback Machine it, and the episodes are still there on the Wayback Machine if anybody wants to hear me saying very similar comments from 3+ years ago. Yep. And that's another thing I was talking about with the Provo kid. Was hang on.
The Provo kid.
That was one of the things I was talking about with the Provo kid. Was how I don't like that. I'm sort of lumped into a group of people, who are just now coming around to certain, views. It's like, no, man, I had these views from day motherfucking one. I was with the lady at my trucking company who did the hiring and the safety department and all of this. And this was in the very early stages of the fake pandemic. And I was in her office and she said, yeah, in a couple of weeks, this is how early it was into this thing. She said, in a couple of weeks, when we get back to normal. I just looked at her and said, what makes you think we're going back to normal? And then, she just didn't really say anything. Well, I talked to her like 6 months later and she just denied that she ever even said that. She was like, I never said that. I said, yeah, you did. But, that's the reality is, folks, have every right under free will to create a false reality for themselves and then inhabit the false reality. And I can't force them out of it. In her mind, she just never said that, oh, well, Mr. Benton here knew what was up from day one. And I'm one of the few people, day motherfucking one of this thing, I remembered, oh, that's right, H1N1, 2009 swine flu, that was declared a pandemic, believe it or not. And they claimed that there was a jab, and Obama claimed to have taken the jab for it. But it was pre-cell phone as far as everybody being on social media on their phone. So most of the populace paid absolutely no attention to it. One moment, please. One moment, please. Pouring the coffee. Fancy boy pour over style. And shout out to Jay over at T4 Lovers. I would drop his link, but I'm not quite organized at this moment to do that. But yeah, and then of course I was. You're welcome, by the way, for driving a big rig 7 days a week for the first 6 months of the fake pandemic and taking all of the necessary items to the distribution centers and the stores for you. Of course, I did it for a paycheck. Let's be clear. And to hide out in a big rig because I immediately saw just how weird shit was going to get. And the fact is, the fake pandemic rang all of my bells, right? I can't have random bozos popping up out of nowhere thinking they can boss me around at the level of my face. But that was, my reality for 3+ years or however long. However long that was. I don't know. It was fairly traumatic, so I don't have perfect memory, and I'm not that great at when did this or that thing occur, right? But hell, I could do 2 hours a day just on the fake pandemic, like no fucking problem. And I don't even like talking about this stuff anymore. But see, this is my reality. My life is ruined on some level, and they can call me doomer all they want. In fact, I spent probably at least a year and a half fighting that battle with with the CBO crew. And guess who won that one, by the way? Meanwhile, what's your prize? Oh, a Nightmare Dystopia literal fucking beast system hell realm, by the way. Overtly in your face, right? Where just random bozos think they can tell me what to do with my face. That was my reality. So, and the fact is, in the early stages of this thing, we didn't know if it was real or not. Nobody knew. So I chose to drive my happy ass to where? King County, fucking Seattle, Washington. One of the early hot spots. Well, I guess nobody else would go there, so my trucking company. It's the only time my trucking company that I worked for at the time ever sent me west. It's the only time I've been to that part of the country in a truck, the Pacific Northwest. I went there exactly one time, and it happened to be when Seattle was the biggest hot spot in the country. Well, I ain't scared of nothing, folks. Well, that's not true. I know exactly what I'm scared of, but it's not that. And in fact, I think I had whatever that was in Yakima. Shout out to Zach Hubbard. That's where he was living at the time. But yeah, I remember spending like my 10-hour break at a truck stop in Yakima. Felt like I was ill, but of course, since I'm generally pretty healthy, other than what I've been through the last year or so, I just shook it right off, of course. And who knows, could have just been a regular flu. Don't know. I know my tinnitus went off the fucking charts right when that thing kicked off. And this is my opinion. I think, and again, when we talk about the fake pandemic and the pathogen, that can be many different things. Well, we're never going to know what exactly in the fuck was that, right? But I absolutely got attacked by a bioweapon in Baxter County, Arkansas. That's 100% the case. Nobody can negate my personal experience. I was attacked with a motherfucking bioweapon in Baxter County, Arkansas. If you choose to believe that's not possible, that's your fucking problem. If they hit you with a goddamn bioweapon, I guarantee you'd be singing a different tune. Guarantee it. And, every fucking ICU doctor in this whole country is a literal mass murderer now. That's my reality. I can't pretend like it's anything other than what it is. So, yeah, I'm happy for Aphrodite Rose Starfire that she's back in the workforce and she's decided to rent an apartment and all of this down by the beach. But she's serving the fucking evil medical system in exchange for fiat currency, right? The supposed free spirit. Now, I can reconcile those things. I can appreciate her for the free spirit that she is and all of these things. And I can reconcile with that. Same thing with Jackie Fox, earning her living in a hospital setting, as far as I can tell. I can reconcile that. I can separate those activities from the person. See, I got thoughts. I got opinions. Right, but I know what's happening here, folks. I'm in reality. The fact that many folks are delusional and in denial is not my problem. I had the experience of going live with Drew on his channel, Chalk Body Outline, although it might have been Get Chalked Up, who knows, but either his main channel or his backup channel, and was talking about the mask, and I was driving a truck, and I was in Kansas City, and I went in to pick up a load, and not a single person in this entire facility had a mask on. Not one, okay? Now, I don't even mean like around their neck or their chin, just nobody had a mask on. Well, when I went to the window to check in, to do their little fucking monkey dance at the shipper, they wanted me to put a mask on. And the first thing I said was, well, number one, I'm already in here and I'm like loudly speaking, so if you're actually afraid that I'm spreading germs, it's too fucking late. Like that ship, why did you let me in here? Number one. Number two, I don't see anybody with a mask on. If you think I'm going to be the only one in here with a mask on, you're out of your fucking... I said this to them. I said, if you think I'm going to be the only one in here with a mask on, you're out of your fucking mind. Said it just like that. So I said, I don't know what to tell you. And then I do what I always do. I said, do you want the freight picked up? Because they've never heard this from a truck driver before. I said, do you want the freight picked up? And of course, they stood by their guns, and I went and got in my truck and drove out of there and called my dispatcher and told them what the fuck was going on. It's just I make less money that week. Who cares? I was living in a truck. Doesn't matter. But I went live with Drew talking about it, and I got immediately there's delusional bozos in the live chat saying, well, I'm in Kansas City. Nobody wears a mask here. Meanwhile, I'm walking around Kansas City going to the grocery store. Everybody has a mask on, even out. And I mean everybody had a mask on outdoors. So I said, oh, well, that's right. Well, this is somebody who doesn't leave their house. And when they look out their window, they don't see anybody with a mask on. So in their mind, they're in Kansas City, and nobody wears a mask there because they're in their house with no mask on. And when they look out the window of the house they never leave, they don't see anybody with a mask on. Therefore, nobody wears a mask. Delusional and in denial. I went to almost every part of this country during the fake pandemic. I know exactly what the fuck happened. Every one of you bozos that says people don't wear masks where I live, yes, they do. I went to where you live, and absolutely they do. There was a couple of exceptions. Parts of Tennessee, almost nobody had a mask on, right? I was in places in Pennsylvania where I was at a receiver trying to deliver a load. Nobody had a mask on there. I dropped my trailer. I went 10 miles to go shopping. Every single person had a mask. I was in the fucking, it's a state run, you know, it's the ABC liquor there. I'm in the liquor store trying to get booze, and the guy's telling me that I can't even have my nose out, right? I already had the fucking mask on, and the grown-ass man is telling me to make sure to cover my nose, right? And the people that say that, oh, I would never wear a mask. Yeah, if you lived in a part of the country where you couldn't go in a store, yeah, you would. Yeah, you would. Or you'd stay the fuck home and have that shit delivered. Because as a truck driver, once my supplies are gone and I'm on the road for weeks and months at a time, there's nothing I can do. I have to go in a store and buy shit. It's not really practical to try to order that shit on an app and have them deliver it to the truck. I mean, it's hypothetically possible, but, you know, I'm not trying to get into that level of planning, right? But meanwhile, I'm not flexible on testing or jabbing. Surprise, surprise, I've never been asked to test. I've never been asked to jab. I've had them try to point that fucking gun between my eyes. And I'm like, hey, you can do it on my wrist. It's just as effective. Hell, I had another time I couldn't pick up a load up. Couldn't pick a load up because the lady insisted on pointing the fucking temp gun between my eyes. I said, no, I'm good on all that. You can point it at my wrist. Meanwhile, you know, what is this medical tyranny, by the way? I'm not interested. I'm just not interested. Now, I did it for a time because it was the best way for me to hide out from society was to be insulated in that truck, right? But see, I'm just not interested, man. And I hope I'm not here for the next one. I hope I'm not here for the next one. Pretty pleased with sugar on top. Can I get the fuck up out of here? I'm done with this realm on some level. Now, yeah, it's all blessings and, you know, I'm working on my fucking self-actualization and all this fucking nonsense. Yeah, it's fine. It's not nonsense. You know, I do see a lot of value in those things, but, and, you know, being used as a vessel of the Most High and all this at times. Yeah, great. Wonderful. But I'm over it, man. This is not my home. I ain't from here. No matter what happens, I'm getting up out of here. I've known that my whole fucking life, more or less. You know, I think we're all sort of ahead of the game in various ways, you know. That was how I was ahead of the game. I figured out my own mortality and accepted it very early in my life. And I figured out I ain't from here. I don't really know where I'm from. You know, my spirit, my essence, whatever that is. And it's not from here. I did not originate from this hell realm. I'm 100% certain of that. Yeah, absolutely. And I'm getting up out of here and hopefully never to return. You know, can I at least ascend to the next, you know, the next level of hell? You know, if it is a Dante's Inferno scenario, can I at least, you know, beam me up to at least the next level? And level by level, can we get up out of this? And this ain't that great. You know, can we just face it? This ain't that great, man. Now, folks like Provo Kid and Yurt and others who've chosen to replicate, you know, good on them, but they don't. And again, Yurt's pushed back on me when I've said this, so I probably should just leave him out of it. My apologies, Austin. I'm kind of on one here, but you know, I don't even need to go down that road. I've expressed myself in that vein, right? VEIN before. Yeah, there you go, Joe. Yep, some people are gatekeepers. They support and promote the broken system. And see, my thing is, I don't think this is a system that can be, I just don't think it can be fixed. I don't believe that to be possible. And I would say this, it would be, from my perspective, the onus would be on anybody who has hope, right? Which is representative of nothing other than that you have hope. Like as a human, we all have hope. I call it a hope station. As far as I can tell, all humans have contained within the human being is a hope station, which is representative of nothing other than having a hope station. You know, the fact that individuals want to have hope for this realm means nothing with respect to the nature of the realm. Those are two completely separate things, right? Meanwhile, if this is a literal hell realm, as I assert, what better way, that is one of the most effective ways to make it even more hellish is, we'll put the spiritual being here as a human having a human experience, and within the human being will be contained a hope station, and we will place them into a realm where there's literally no hope. None. That's hell. In hell, it's not enough to be born a slave. That's not hellish enough. If I'm born a slave and I'm told I'm a slave, that's not hellish enough. What's hellish is to be born into slavery, into a slave system, beast system, but to be brainwashed and mind controlled at the level of, hey, little Benton, not only are you free, you're more free than anybody's ever been in the history of humanity, solely based on when and where you were born. While whatever force is telling me that has to be covering its mouth and laughing and saying, look at how stupid these people are. Can you believe how dumb they are? Morons. And I was one of them. Right up until I wasn't. But I'm not willing. I've seen this realm for what it is. I'm not willing to reassess if somebody has a hope station and starts talking to me based on their hope station, it's up to them to demonstrate to me that this realm can be reformed or made less hellish. It's for them to demonstrate it. Until that's demonstrated to me, I'm going to go ahead and assume that I don't see how I have the power to reform the hell realm. So I'm going to go ahead and assume that's above my pay grade. I'm probably not even supposed to try. Meanwhile, what does this system promote? Right here in Inverted World, where we see that it's all lies, it's all propaganda, what does the system promote? It promotes the ideas, be the change you want to see in the world, protest, speak out, stand up, make your voice heard. And what's in parentheses is, and reform dystopia. And whatever being or collection of beings or the system itself told you that is covering their mouth and snickering and laughing at you for being dumb enough to believe it. And most of you do. Most of you do. And it's sick. And I will not join you there in your delusion and your programming and your brainwashing. Won't do it. Spent too long in the streets, walking around 10 miles a day, deprogramming from my cult programming. Not interested in interfacing with your cult programming. And hate to break it to you, truthers, you're just as brainwashed and mind-controlled as the rest of the populace. It's just different. It's just as bad and just as deep. It's just a different flavor. How about you? So you want to talk truth? You want to talk truth? I'll talk truth. In fact, I think I just did talk truth. I think I did just talk truth. And bear with me, I'm thinking about a certain sound clip that I added recently. Now, eventually I'll be good enough. My fingers and my hand will just already be going. It'll already be navigating the soundboard software.
And that's the double truth, Ruth.
You're goddamn right it is.
And that's the double truth, Ruth.
But see, I can't earn money from that message. That message doesn't inspire. That message doesn't connect with anybody's hope station to cause them to send me the fiat. See, if I was willing to pretend like the dystopia could be reformed, if I was willing to pretend like we could come together, sing Kumbaya, and reform dystopia, or maybe collectively create a little heaven on earth for ourselves. Yeah, it is possible to create a heaven on earth for yourselves. It's generally, the only versions I've seen of that is the nuclear family. But then again, what are we doing with the nuclear family, Sterling Ray? We're bringing new beings into a hell realm. And I got to be honest with you, I'm not willing to do that. Now that I know what I know, I'm not willing to do that. I see that as extremely selfish. Meanwhile, I talk about being selfish and almost completely self-interested, right? Although I do things for other people, but I do them for me. I don't do things for other people. I help other people. I do that for myself, though. See, the motivation is not to help the other person. The motivation is to help the other person because that's what's best for me. Interesting. So the fact is, yeah, maybe a version of heaven on earth for me, maybe it would be if I had gotten married at a younger age and made some kids and lived that life. Yeah, maybe. But then how selfish is that for me to bring other people here who are going to have this experience, but maybe they're going to have it anyway, right? The fact that I haven't replicated that I know of, that doesn't mean that those beings, does that mean that two less, let's say it would have been 3 kids. Does that mean 3 less beings come here in total? I don't know. Is that how it works? I have no idea. No idea. Couldn't tell you. But the fact is, there's no money in this version of truth telling, because it's just the cold hard truth what I'm speaking on here, right? This is what's happening. Now, if I connect with your Hope Station and I talk about a cause and a come together and reform dystopia as if that's a possibility when I know it's not a possibility, if I'm willing to LARP and pretend, well, then people will probably give money, because then they're going to feel like they're supporting a cause that they can believe in. But guess what, folks? That's delusion and denial. It's delusion and denial. That's the only way to get into that state. Or just people are ignorant and don't see it, right? But here in the so-called truth communities, I'm going to just assume that most people see it. But they still have a Hope Station, so they're still willing to go into states of delusion and denial because they want to have hope. Well, guess what, folks? There's either hope in this realm or there's not. That's truth. Truth is there's either hope in the realm or there's not hope in the realm. And I'm here to tell you there's not. Now, you're free to say, well, Benton's out of his mind. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Maybe I am and maybe I don't, right? But I'm putting my name on it. My name's on the screen twice. My name's on the channel. So, and I'm voting with my feet. So that's how I see it. And I'll reassess if I need to, but I'm pretty sure I'm right on the money. So I will not have pressure placed on me to stand up, come together, behave better, and reform dystopia. Because we're just assuming that's a thing that can happen with no evidence to back it up. Where's the evidence that this is a thing that can be fixed, right? Because it's been this way my whole life, 48 years. It's never not been this, folks. This is what it's been the entire way through, like it or not. And I apologize for my earlier crankiness. I'll put some of that down to being a little bit behind the coffee schedule, but sometimes these things need to be said. Sometimes a message needs to be delivered in a specific way. And yeah, I'll play nice, and it'll be happy fun time right up until it's not. I never promised you folks happy fun time 100% of the time. I never promised that. Right? And the fact is, you'll never experience the real Benton. Never. Now, I'm not Provo Kid. I'm not going to come on here and say I'm playing a character because as far as I know, I'm not. I know this. None of you will ever know the real me. Never. But this is closer to the real me than that other one you've been listening to. You might have been listening a little bit more to the Benton that the cult created for its own purposes. See, this is a little closer to the real Benton. But I have to feel it. I have to be I am emotionally fired. I have to feel it. Right. Well, but again, why assume there's an end game, Thunder Chicken? As far as we know, this thing's always been happening, and it's always going to happen. See, again, I'm not willing to believe anything the system propagates or promotes at the level of propaganda, and the idea of end times is system propaganda. Those ideas are propagated by the system itself for the system's purposes. So I'm not willing to operate from just a default notion of a so-called end times, as if this is, now I hope there's a judgment like the Bible says there is. I hope that's going to happen, because we are unable to escape the consequences of our actions. And if there's some possibility of evolving my own spiritual essence, so much so that I don't have to reincarnate into this realm in this form, that'd be great. And pretty sure I'm pretty close to that, if that's a thing. If we're looking at a soul trap version of things, right? And I'm going to go ahead and say it. I'm one of one until I meet another person who talks like me and acts like me and is approximately my age, who can convey these ideas to you in the same way I can. I'll go ahead and assume that out of all the people born into the deep South, born on the bayou on the edge of the Mississippi River Delta, I'm going to assume I'm literally the only one that came up out of that. Now we have Ms. Blanche's. I'm from her hometown. She got there first, so I'll say I'm from her hometown, and she seems to share similar views. But she does seem to, from what I can see, she does seem to believe that the place can be fixed. And she seems to believe somewhat in the ideas of America and American exceptionalism. This country ain't shit, y'all. This country ain't shit. I'm just going to go ahead and put it out there. Now, I'm proud to be an American because that, I was indoctrinated with that. I don't know that I'll ever completely wash that off. And I love the North America. The country's fucking fantastic. The geography. Oh, it's great, man. A lot of the people are awesome. I'm a misanthrope, sure. I dislike people in general, but, certainly I like some of them. Some of them are okay. Some of them are interesting. Some of them are fun to be around. Meanwhile, I do prefer to spend most of my time alone. And in fact, I don't do a whole lot of talking outside of these broadcasts, believe it or not. I don't talk that much. Although, driving a truck, I filled up 50 hours of an SD card on a digital audio recorder. Twice filled it up. Thought to myself, am I going to bother to spend the time to curate this material? I said, well, no, of course not. Formatted the card and filled it up again. Just that's 100 hours of working on my broadcasting skills just right there. I probably do have the 10,000 hours into this, if you count, especially if you count my time as a writer. But, people want to just believe I was born with the ability to talk and talk and talk and fucking talk. Well, no, I wasn't. I curated it and worked on it through my own, through what? Oh, that's right, the continuous disciplining of the mind. Meanwhile, if I didn't want to, I wouldn't, right? As far as reading books and thinking about ideas, Provo was accusing Notch of more or less being a pseudo-intellectual. Well, I identify as a pseudo-intellectual. The fact is, I interface with ideas, and I talk about ideas, and I think about ideas, and I critique ideas for one reason and one reason only, because I like to. If I didn't like to, I wouldn't. Certainly. And in fact, I talked about I've been a library person my entire life, had nothing to do with homelessness. And in fact, growing up, I was a regular visitor to the local libraries, and I never saw a single one of my friends there unless they had to access the reference materials for some kind of school project. Because remember, this was internet in the modern sense. Anyway, in the 80s there. I'm sure there was an internet technically, but, certainly nobody where I was from had heard of it. But they also had never heard of autism. And if they had ever heard of it, they certainly would not have been able to spell it. So surprise, surprise, 0 kids got diagnosed with autism when I grew up in Southeast Arkansas, not a one. Now, is it possible that there was a thing called autism, but just nobody in my area got it? Right? So, yeah, I'm undiagnosed fake autistic. Yippee skippy yay for Benton. Meanwhile, supposedly the mother, encountering pollutants and chemicals when the kid is in the womb, they say may be a potential cause of so-called autism. And again, I grew up in an environment of a lot of chemicals. So much so that I grew up 5 miles from the National Centers for Toxicological Research. Fascinating. Well, Notch is a deep thinker. The reality is certain folks are derailers. And the fact is, Notch, when ideas are being discussed, he's going to start digging, and he's going to provide the devil's advocate for the most part. And that generally derails the conversation. That's what that serves to do. Right? Now, he doesn't always do this. But there's many folks. Timmy does this. Lou is the world fucking champion at it, as far as I can tell. But, they're able to play along when they need to, right? Notch has played along over here, and I got no ill will towards Notch. It's fine as far as I can tell. But I see him going on the panel world tours where he goes on every panel in the world. And that's fine. I'm pretty much done with the panels. And in fact, what we saw in the 12-hour broadcast towards the end when, it was Tommy first, and then I think Tommy and Snafu, and then before long, now everybody's clicking the link, right? And there was Notches up there, and Beck showed up, although I don't think she really got to talk. Cage even showed up at a certain point. And I'm over it, man. I'm over it. I'm happy to do the one-on-ones at this point, and I'm skewing that towards people with channels. And unfortunately, one of those is Cage. So one day you might see me and Cage having a one-on-one conversation. Maybe me and Bex, who knows? I'm not a grudge holder, thank God. I don't hold a grudge. So whatever's in the past is in the past as far as I'm concerned. Now, I have a memory, right? Like, I don't forget things necessarily, but I tend to move on fairly quickly from whatever's happened in the recent past. Not my concern, And if I'm going to have friends, whether they're internet friends or in real life friends, right? If I'm going to have people to talk to, And again, all roads lead to social isolation. If I'm going to be working with all of these dynamics, then, I'm probably going to need to be fairly forgiving, right? And other folks are probably going to need to be fairly forgiving of me, such as when I, become a little forceful about the audio or whatever, whatever just happened. Yeah, Panel World Tours, that's right. Anyway, I'm going to go back to the Provo Kid stuff so I can eat some food, and feel free to make fun of it all you want. I'm really not that I really don't care as much as I might have seemed to have cared. So, did I accidentally close that window? Fuck, I think I did. What a bozo. What a freaking bozo. So now I don't even know where I was. How did that happen? Huh. Oh no, here it is. Never mind. I'm tripping. Share the screen. I'll be back with y'all shortly.
Or you do what your heart tells you, right? And from what I've seen, my kids are healthier, stronger, smarter than every other child I have seen. And I'd like to believe egotistically, right, Ben, that, my genes are good. Wouldn't that be nice, Ben?
Oh, I've got superior genes. Certainly, I understand that.
Hey, Ben, wouldn't that be nice to believe you have superior genes?
Well, no, it's proven, but yeah.
Okay, well, wouldn't it be nice?
Yeah, absolutely.
To just believe it? It would be nice. But isn't it weird when all your kids are just, genetic? What do the Nazis say? Ubermensch?
Yeah, Superman. Superman.
What's the term? I don't know.
Well, I don't know either, but on my dad's side, all the males were that thing you're describing. Until it's weird because I'm just like a normal guy in a lot of ways. But
yeah,
one thing I have is scientifically high testosterone, no matter what age I am. But go ahead, sir.
All I'm saying is my kids are Ubermensch.
I fully believe that.
Yeah, and it's weird to see that, right? And for people who want examples or evidence, all you got to have is a Mormon family where other people have, children within the same age groups.
I'm from Arkansas, and my best friend started reading the newspaper when he was 2, and I taught myself to ride a bicycle when I was 3. No training wheels.
There you go. You're Ubermensch.
There you go. Absolutely. In spite of the system's attacks, because I was certainly overtly attacked by the system from an early age.
Absolutely. That's what I'm saying, Ben, is the reality is they're trying to eliminate the control group, right? Like, who are the people not impacted by the system? Medical interventions. What are your thoughts? Report the channel, dislike, whatever you have to say.
That's probably true. I've certainly met people who've never had any sort of medical interventions. And I've also met people in my travels who've never even been in the system, never had their birth was not recorded with the government. Their parents never put them through the government schooling. And those are just a completely different style of people if you've ever been, blessed enough to be around them.
And the reality is, Ben, people... Here's the truth, Ben. People have been shaped, right?
Yeah, 100%. Absolutely. And I'm full doomer, by the way. I'm head doomer in charge, just so we're clear. And real quick before we continue, I'm a little dismayed, and you're not doing this, Provo Kid, but as we come out of the fake pandemic to some extent, but I don't believe that is possible. That's now part of us, right? That's a bell that can't be unrung. But I did 56 episodes of a podcast all throughout the fake pandemic, and because I was a news junkie way before there was a fake pandemic, I read 50 news articles a day, every single day for the entirety of that thing. And then I did a podcast about it. And I certainly was raw and vulnerable and revealed my emotions around things like medical interventions. And as more time passes, I'm no longer in communication with the thousands of people who listen to my podcast necessarily. And I'm sort of getting shunted off into this group of people who, didn't really navigate that thing properly, in my view. Not that there is a proper way. And I'm a little disappointed that now folks don't really. I feel like I have a certain street cred that people just aren't aware of, and it's a little disappointing to me. But that's just a personal gripe. Anyway, please continue.
I agree with that personal gripe, and this is the thing I've agreed with is your personal gripe, and is similar to mine, where people don't get it, right? And sometimes you feel like you cross the boundary, right? But here's what I'm gonna. And people ask, why do you create a podcast, Provo Kid? Why do you create a record? Because I want people to know, right? I raised my kids a certain way. They're better than yours, right? I'm doing things better, Benton.
Yeah, and I believe in that. I reject this notion of now it's the modern age and everybody's equal and all. No, that's bullshit. It's not supposed to be that way. If I'm a loser failure, I'm supposed to feel like a loser failure. But it's up to me to decide what is success and what is loser failure for me, right? That's the thing is, if I'm just out here doing nothing, accomplishing nothing, not growing, not changing, I'm supposed to feel like garbage.
Certainly. But Ben, here's what I'm trying to say most importantly.
Yes, please.
Is that people think that I get frustrated, Ben. The thing I'm frustrated about is this, quite simply. I hate to say it, but people feel like they are where they are, and they made themselves that. But in reality, the system made themselves that, and this and that. But to cut it short, Ben, what I've been saying for my children, in short, is that your parents make you who you are, right? So, did your parents vaccinate you, Benton? Did they determine whether you were circumcised, Benton? Did they decide how your whole life would be decided after the first 2 months after you were born?
Yeah, absolutely. I can speak on all of that, man. In fact, that's what I wanted to talk about, but I was making coffee. But yeah, I have no trouble sharing. Yeah, my parents, I grew up in an environment, and this is not to give excuses for anybody. This is just to set the stage. I grew up in an environment of complete and total ignorance in Southeast Arkansas in 1975. It was a time warp. It might as well have been 1955. That's not an exaggeration. Nobody knew anything. My father had a bachelor's degree and went into business. He knew nothing, and I mean nothing. So yeah, they injected me with God knows what. I can remember. I have memories of going to the doctor and getting injected. Who the fuck knows what they were shooting me up with? I have no idea. Now I have a further modifier or a further amplifier is that my house growing up in Arkansas is 5 miles as the crow flies from the National Centers for Toxicological Research. I shit you not. So, I mean, there's no telling what I was exposed to as a young person. No telling.
And I hate to say this, but you're giving off Fed warnings.
That's fine. I don't have a problem with that. Well, and I want to say this, man, about the Fed warnings. I don't have a problem with that because folks can either accept that I've been on the internet every day since 1994 and that I'm from Arkansas and that I grew up 4 or 5 miles from that place or not. And I want to say this, my grandfather, this is on record. This is more Fed warnings, Provo Kid. My grandfather set the NFL record for receiving yards in a game. Jim Benton, he has a Wikipedia page. The 11th. So the date was November, which is an 11, 22nd, that's a 22. Add those together, that's a 33. His college number was 33, 10 catches for 303 yards. So you tell me what the fuck's going on. And hey, when he passed, listen to this. When he passed in 2001, it was national news. It was in the AP national news in the newspapers. It was on Sports Center. They had to tell everybody that my grandfather had passed. Now, I don't know what the fuck's going on. I know some weird shit came out of where I'm from. I know that. And I could just go on and on and on about the connections with my birthplace, with my own personal history, with other folks from the region. It's bizarre, man. So yeah, and I want to wrap up on this, Provo Kid, and I've never been shy about this. I grew up in the Jehovah's Witness religion. I was not a member. My parents were. There's no doubt that I was subjected to a formalized process of mind control. They could have fucking MK Ultra'd my ass. If I was a Fed, how the fuck would I even know it necessarily? And I'm not even bullshitting. I'm saying as far as I know, I'm not. I don't know what they put in my brain, sir. I have no fucking. How would I know?
Certainly. And
so, by the way, this is all fair. It's all fair game, Provo. It's all fucking fair game.
It is fair game. And I'm autistic, and none of this matters. But Ben, one thing I have a problem. Look, me and you are having a conversation, a dialogue, one-on-one, and it's always interesting when people are in chat like Nachi, and they want to hop in and give their opinion. But Ben, one thing I got to say first and foremost is I appreciate you sharing the dialogue with me, honest and openly. Right, that is the most important thing. As a content creator, is like we're here, right? We're having the conversation, which is what most people won't do. Right?
Absolutely.
So in regards to what I just said about how I raise my children and what I do, I stand by it because what I've seen. Yeah, what I've seen in the world, right? And it hurts me to say that my kids are healthier than other people, right? And other kids' children. And it actually bothers me, right? It actually hurts my feelings that other people don't have. It just, to cut it short, it actually hurts my feelings that other people don't have children as healthy as mine. And we're all, as parents, trying to figure out how to raise healthy children, what to do, right? Like, this is the big question. when you have kids, what do you do? Right.
Oh, I don't know.
What is the exact? Well, I don't know that about you, Ben, but I'm just saying in general, like, what do you do as a parent? How do you raise healthy children? Right. It is a big question. Right. And to participate in that question means something else. And I feel, putting my hand in that card, right, as, so to speak, what I do, I feel happy to say that my kids are healthy, right, happy, right, and better than most off, from what I say. It's an amazing experience, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's really gratifying. And you feel, some bit of remorse for other people who can't figure out that solution.
Yes.
Or perhaps way to.
That's their problem. I mean, that's the way I look at it. And sorry to cut you off, but that's their problem. See, I come from this old school realm where there wasn't no time for whining and complaining. And what somebody felt about Provo's kids being superior, that's just what it was. Deal with it. Put your big boy pants on and deal with it. And my family was better than all the other families in the whole fucking state at sports. That's just what it was. That's my family history in the state of Arkansas. We are better than at sports than everybody. Okay. Yeah. With a couple of exceptions. But in the old days, no, and me too, by the way, I was pretty fucking good at sports. In the olden days, that's just what it was. And everybody just hashtag deal with it, put your big boy pants on. It was just, hey, obviously these people are better than you at this thing. Obviously Provo kids are healthier than the other kids. Hashtag deal with it. Hashtag put your big boy pants on.
Certainly.
Why did we get away from that? I'm just confused why people aren't this way anymore. I don't understand it.
It is weird. And can I tell you this, Ben? Other people, I've been asked several questions by other people. How are your children able to do X, Y, and Z? Right. And I tell them, I'm like, I do this and that, but they don't follow the prescription. And their kids are, I hate to say it, more autistic than me.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's funny, right?
Yeah, man, it is. And then I'll bring it back real quick to me being able to actually talk and go out here and have social skills in the world. Fuck, I'm way ahead of these people. But yeah, go ahead, sir.
It's just fascinating, right? And my point is this, a lot of people don't get it, right? And what I'm saying they don't get is, here's what I'm going to tell you what makes your children autistic. For me as a parent, right, I'm with my kids. Let's say there's 24 hours in a day. I'm with my kids 16, maybe 20 hours in a day. I'm with them one-on-one all the time. But most people, right, they delegate their parental responsibilities to a computer, to a screen. And I will never delegate my parental responsibilities to a screen or even to somebody else, right? So what separates me as a parent or as a person between other people, like, hey, Provo kid, do you have good genetics? Maybe. Probably I do. But in reality, the thing that separates me from you is the fact that I give my children 100% attention, right? It's a big difference. And I don't give my kids screens, right? And then the conversation is really developing into the idea of a larger conversation, Ben, where I don't know if we have different life experiences, but one thing I've noticed is, so I like to read books, right? The Machine Lies, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So the Machine Lies likes to read books, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I myself have read well over 1,000 books in my time, although not recently, but go ahead.
But he doesn't just keep them on his bookshelf, right?
No, yeah, he studies the books.
Okay, so there's people who like to believe, right, Ben, they care about reading and it's something that interests them. But at the end of the day, there's other people who, you might know this, who just collect books but don't read them.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, absolutely.
Right. So there's also parents who have children, right, but they don't like to parent. So if you were to extend the analogy, it would go like this. There's people who like to have children, but they don't like to raise children.
Yes.
In other words,
yes.
There's people who like to have books, but they don't like to read books. Does that make sense to you?
Of course. I get it. Yeah.
And so for me, my life is I actually like to read books and I actually like to raise children, right? That's the big difference to me to other people, where most parents I interact with, it's the idea of being a parent, but at the end of the day, they don't actually like being a parent. And so then they delegate those responsibilities to a screen. What are your thoughts?
Well, this is a lot of this also is probably part of the reason why I don't have children of my own, certainly. But yeah, I wouldn't be able to, just me personally, I wouldn't be able to just pacify the kid with, hey, here, look at this so I can do whatever thing I want to do. Those dynamics are certainly very obvious, right? We've all seen that. And even, before the phones and the tablets and the computers and such, just the television in general. And my family chose not to have cable television, for example. And, our television time was extremely limited in the home. But then, of course, we were able to escape to other environs. Like my grandmother had cable. I could spend the weekend over there with her. All of my friends had cable. And then, the video games came in around grade 6 with the Nintendo Entertainment System. But, we were running around playing outside every single day of the year, no matter what happened, even though, I watched a lot of TV growing up, man. But, certainly my parents were never pushing me off in front of the TV saying, here, go look at this thing. It was actually, why are you in the house? Go outside. Like, especially on the weekends, like, get out of here, come back for dinner, basically. And
certainly,
yeah, go ahead, sir. I know I'm kind of rambling.
Certainly. Well, your point is well intended. And the fact is, you're different from every other child who is 6 months, 9 months of age, and they're being pushed through, a grocery store and being forced to look at a screen while their parents shop for groceries. Or like, Ben, you must understand, right? Your life will never be equivocal to other children growing in this day and age.
Exactly. I'm a different species in some ways. I recognize that, certainly.
Of course, but everybody else has now become that different species, right? We're like, you're unique in the sense that most children now in today's day and age, where as far as my visual perception has been, is people who take their children to, I hate to say this, I've been to Disneyland in the past 4 months, and I saw children in, a stroller with an iPad in front of them.
Yeah.
And my point is this, right? Like, it's not even a grocery store, Ben.
Oh, right? No, I get it.
These kids have screens in front of them, right?
Yes, of course they do.
And it's in an arena where, imagine having Ben, it's hard. Have you been to Disneyland, Ben?
In the 80s.
Okay. Well, this might not work for you, but imagine going to Disneyland, Ben, and thinking that you need something more than everything around you to capture your attention.
Yeah, dude, I'm completely grasping the point you're making. I'm right there with you, sir. I'm so doomer that I'm just like, yeah, that's part of the waking nightmare that I'm living. That's how doomer I am.
Okay, perfect. So you're there, Ben, and I'm living in this world, right, where my kid actually is normal because they're forced to interact with people, and their peers, right, are grown up being raised by screens, right? Their whole life is, hey, my life is a screen.
Yeah,
right.
Absolutely.
My child's life is human.
Of course, yeah, because you're doing it correctly. Of course, you're doing it correctly.
I agree. You say, of course.
Yeah, because I'm talking to you, sir. That's why I say, of course, because I would never talk to these other people, by the way.
Agreed, but in 10 to even maybe 5 more years, that won't happen. Where every parent who raises a child will be screen oriented. What are your thoughts?
Oh yeah, I think it's inevitable. I think it can't be resisted, and I think this does tie into what Machine Lies likes to talk about with the technology and the Kaczynski. And my original icon in these communities was the Unabomber logo, the Unabomber sketch. So yeah, I'm 100% on board with all of that. I don't think there's any way to stop it other than destroying technology, which is clearly not going to happen. So yeah, it just is what it is, man.
You're right on my point, right? So it seems like a long conversation to where we got to where and this is the weird thing. If you go to my About Me in my YouTube section, I dox my name, whatever, blah 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 blah, and I say everything. But my main point, right, in my About Me is disconnecting from the screen.
Oh, and real quick, sorry, hold that thought. I forgot to say my standard thing when people say I'm a Fed. I am on a soundstage in Quantico, to be clear. I just want to point that out. But go ahead.
Are you a Fed? You're a Fed?
Well, no. What I say is that EBT and Drew have been calling me a Fed from day one. So I said yes. To be clear, I'm on a soundstage in Quantico, as EBT noted.
I don't even know what the fuck that means.
Quantico's in Virginia. It's where a lot of the it's basically DC. It's effectively Washington DC. Quantico, Virginia.
Well, if you're
the FBI is headquartered there, I believe.
Why would the fuck you be listening to me then?
Well, but again, I know because I've been on the internet every day since 1994 that any resistance that I put up to that thing that I've been accused of just feeds into it more. So ultimately, the only move is to ignore it or to just embrace it.
That's interesting.
No, that's true though. I mean, that's the internet dynamics. It's been like that since I got here in '94. By the way, it's never changed. Yeah. So and I do have a gigantic head start over these bozos like Paul Enslaved, who doesn't understand or comprehend what the internet is. He doesn't understand the internet, Provo.
Well, if you were fed, it wouldn't really matter what you said about him because you'd be on the same team. But aside from that,
real quick, I'm not smart enough to think about all this, thank God, because this does become very schizophrenic very quickly. This type of thinking, just so you know.
Hey Ben, I can't believe I have 13 people watching me.
Oh, it's beautiful. You had like 18 earlier. I was like, damn, look at Provo go.
Ben, I'm a fucking loser.
You're not a loser. You're not a loser.
100% I am. Right. 100% I'm a loser, Ben. I can't believe it's up to 14 now, right? It makes no sense to me, right? Because here's the thing I like to talk about, Ben, is myself, right? I talked about my family, the way I raise my kids, how I raise them, and like the medical procedures I do, and I stand by that, right? And I'll say this, Ben, my kids, right, my children, right, are healthier than any other children I know, and that makes my heart happy. Right.
It should. It should.
Right. It should. Right. Because you see, at the end of the day, you seem paranoid, maybe conspiracy. Like,
no, I'm a conspiracy theorist. I'm a conspiracy theorist for my own entertainment. Yeah, go ahead, sir.
But like my point is this: I'm doing things differently. But at the end of the day, why are all my children healthy?
Because they didn't get government injections, I'm assuming.
Yeah, sure. You can say that. I don't care. Strike my channel. Yeah.
Well, you said it earlier that you didn't care, man.
Yeah. I didn't care.
I'm following your lead here, sir.
And absolutely, Ben. I wouldn't mind if my channel got deleted and strucken because that's actually how most people who speak from truth should act, right?
Yeah. I've been censoring myself. I know that. So you're right.
Yeah, but
your critiques are well taken.
Take my channel down. I stand by everything I said. My kids are healthier. You take any kid. If you have a child, my kid's smarter. I hate to say it. My kid's healthier. I hate to say it, right? Unless you follow the same prescriptions I did, I'll stand by everything I've done, right? And the beautiful thing about living in Utah, Ben, is, as you know, there's a lot of people who have children, right, Ben?
Yeah, I've actually spent a decent amount of time in Utah in the 90s, actually late 90s. Yes, sir.
Agreed. So I've seen a lot of children, and the fun thing about being around a lot of people who have children is seeing how your offspring interacts with other children and the dynamics around it. And I used to question myself, but when you are able to, assess the environment, you realize that you made the right decision, right? Which is the best thing in life, right? Is being around anecdotal evidence. And people discount, oh, well, that's anecdotal. Well, you know what? I live by anecdotal. What are your thoughts, Ben? Is Provo Kid drinking? I haven't had a sip of. I had a drink maybe 2-3 hours ago. What's Nachi talking about, dude? Can you hear me?
Hey, man. Hey, I'm here. I'm just listening on the delay. So, yeah, I have to do stuff. I have to do stuff in the environment, so I'm doing the best I can.
What's Nachi talking about? It's Provo Kid drinking. Nachi, I'm actually upset you haven't been watching the stream earlier because you would have known I've been taking sips. So I've been speaking from the heart, Nachi. This is a big thing overall on the internet. Most people can't do is just be honest. Here's something else, Ben. I hate to this isn't a criticism of you, but almost every content creator only talks about other people, right? And this bothers me in some regard where a lot of people just can't talk about themselves, right? Every content creator does involves talking about somebody else, right? They need somebody else to talk about. And I grew up in a life system where, hey, guess what? Most people can't talk about themselves. So what do they get good at? Talking about other people. And the thing that bothered me growing up more than anything else is being around other people who just couldn't talk about themselves. So because they couldn't talk about themselves, they talked about you. They talked about this. They talked about that. And there's this old stupid quote about intellectual people talk about ideas. Really? You know what? If you're really intelligent, you talk about yourself till you figure it out yourself. right? And if you figure it out yourself, guess what you keep doing, Benton? You keep talking about yourself, right? And outside of that, if you're talking about other people or even ideas, this idea that smart people talk about ideas is one of the dumbest fucking things I've ever heard of, right? You're talking about ideas. Oh, really? So you figured it out yourself. You've solved the greatest problem of humanity, which is figuring out the self. So a lot of smart people like to delude themselves, Benton, and thinking that talking about ideas is the escape to intellect.
Well, and apologies for jumping in, but I see an interesting phenomenon going on in the chat down there, which is what I call the loop into problem solving. And by the way, this is what the system has programmed you bozos to believe, is that it gives a flying fuck about what you think about problem solving. Right? It wants you to think that, oh, wait a minute, every time a problem is identified, it's for you to provide the solution. Meanwhile, it doesn't ever consult you for problem solving. You're not called upon to resolve any of these issues in society. It's not a thing, folks. But it's amazing how our brains work, right? And in fact, all of our psychologies, and I've asserted our psychologies are necessarily products of this system. Well, of course, part of that programming, part of that psychology is the idea of, hey, look, a problem. Hey, look, let's proffer a solution. Okay. Again, you don't have the power to solve these problems. You can say, hey, here's a problem. Here's what would solve the problem. Guess what? Until it benefits the system itself to enact your solution, it doesn't want your solution as far as enacting your solution. Now, it might benefit from you falsely believing that you have some sort of ability to, quote, stand up and reform dystopia. I'm here to tell you, you don't. Okay? The people will never come together. That's a fucking Beatles song out of Tavistock, for fuck's sakes. Come together right now. They're mocking you, folks. You're not here to solve dystopia. That's not your purpose here, folks. And I say, what is my purpose? No fucking idea. I know my purpose. What's your purpose? To be of service. What does that mean? I don't really know. As far as I can tell, it's to be emptied of wickedness so that I may be filled with the Holy Spirit in a non-biblical sense, if that even makes sense. So that I may be, so that I can be used as a vessel of the Most High. Well, what's that look like? I have no fucking idea. Maybe I'm doing it now. How would I know? Now I know this. I am a preacher. That's what I am by nature, right? Not by vocation, not by training. Although I was trained to preach, formally trained. Interesting, right? But, and I think at some point we may have already played this part, but Provo refers to my ability to do things seemingly without being embarrassed. Well, yeah, I got over the embarrassment of being a person very early on by having experiences like knocking on doors with the Jehovah's Witnesses and having my classmate answer the door. You want to talk about mortified, right? And the fact is, and Notch was talking about, and here's what I mean about Notch and the intentional derailing and the shitting on ideas and the taking the devil's advocate position. When I was saying this stuff about, as far as I know, maybe I could be MK Ultra. How would I know, right? Well, and then I'm countering all of his points in the chat. He's making points, and I'm countering every single point Notch is making in the live chat. Right. And, it's interesting to see somebody try to just derail and go in on ideas, and I'm not having it. You folks can see I've had a certain energy around that this morning. And what else I'm not having is this idea that we're a slave because of paperwork, like Uncle Rick seems to want to assert. Sir, I'm a living being. It's not possible for me to exist in relation to a dead entity. So the same people who want to talk about a corpse, meaning corporation, and then want to talk about that I need to behave in specific ways around rights and freedoms. No, I don't. I know I'm a slave. I know I was born into a slave system. I didn't choose slavery unless I came here in a soul trap. Was my spirit somewhere else? Did I get here? Was I sent to a slave realm with 7 billion, if I'm willing to accept that number, other fucking souls? And is this what we all share in common, that left to our own devices, we are predisposed to creating slavery and dystopia? Because face it, folks, I don't know if y'all understand how this realm works. This realm works on creative ability, and this realm works on free will, right? So the fact is, if you see a dystopia and a slave system around you, realize that that's created in real time, moment to moment. It's the total output of every single individual being's creative force, which never lies dormant. So we're actually making the dystopia and living in the dystopia. That's the mind fuck. Think about that. Well, it's one of the mind fucks. See, it's not enough to go, well, I'm a slave because I was birthed into a realm and now I have certain paperwork and now I resolve the paperwork and I'm no longer a slave. Bullshit. We see highly suspect. He's corrected his status and he's still just as enslaved as he ever was psychologically. Psychologically, he's just as enslaved as he ever was. Meanwhile, I'm relatively free psychologically, folks. Relatively. Now, I'm still not fully there. I don't know that I will ever fully get there. I'm way ahead of a lot of people. Now, part of that is that I had the privilege of being mind controlled by an organization called the Jehovah's Witnesses that I never joined or was a member of. My parents raised me in that, and I was subjected to a formalized process of mind control. And that's why I say, well, maybe I am a Fed and I don't know it, because for all I know, they were taking me in the fucking back room of the Kingdom Hall and programming my fucking mind separately from the other kids. Because why? Well, have you ever read how the Illuminati create a total, an undetectable total mind control slave? Well, I have. I've studied that work, in fact. That's when we get into things like satanic ritual abuse. Well, the way I was raised was very, very abusive, right? They broke me so thoroughly from an early age. They split my motherfucking psyche from an early age. Now, of course, immediately, you know, Notch tries to start going the DID route. No, I don't have any disorders, thank God. I don't have dissociative identity disorder. What I do have is a high capacity for dissociation. Okay, so if you read how the Illuminati create an undetectable total mind control slave, I always leave that word total out, but it's in there, total mind control slave. That's the one word I tend to forget. You know, when it's a person having to program another person, right? That's a lot of human capital involved. We need a person who knows how to program other people and create alters and do all of these things, right? Again, I understand most of you haven't read that book. I had a copy of it in my 2009 white Nissan Versa hatchback when I chose to let it get towed away. And I wish I had grabbed those books, but probably I wouldn't still have them anyway. I had both of Ted Kaczynski's books, and I also had Springmeyer's How the Illuminati Create an Undetectable Total Mind Control Slave. Excellent book, by the way. Not particularly well written. But again, I know most of you are not readers of books. And again, if I'm not talking to you, I ain't talking to you. Right. And you can get the PDF online. You can just Google, you know, how the Illuminati create an undetectable total mind control slave PDF, and it'll show up. But it's the book's way better, certainly, the physical book. But yeah, they fucking split my psyche so fucking thoroughly from such an early age. You know, it's almost an advantage. You know, I wasn't broken later on, you know, through some kind of some sort of just run-of-the-mill trauma. No, this was hardcore trauma on a damn near a day-to-day basis for years, systematically, right? And the fact is, I'm so fucking mentally strong, I just powered right through that bullshit. All the way up until about age 35, when I finally started freaking the fuck out. I was no longer really able to function in society. Interestingly, that happened to be right about the time that I could no longer earn extra money. That was right around the time of the financial crisis, and now I work to make just enough money to pay for an apartment and have a car, and I only needed the apartment to be presentable for the job, and I only needed the car to get to the job. And it struck me one day out of nowhere, oh, wait a minute. These are three things that depend on each other: the job, the apartment, and the car. If I'm willing to just drop all three, I can live and be free, right? And the fact is, the beast system was no longer willing to give me enough fiat for me to choose to waste my time wage slaving. So I got in my car one day and drove to California. And that was my first, it wasn't technically the first time I went to California, but yeah, I drove all the way to Santa Cruz and had some interesting experiences and spent, I don't know, probably 3 weeks in Cali, ended up going back to Arkansas, and that's a whole saga. People have asked, how did I become homeless? Well, I chose it. Part of it was I thought about it for a long time, And, many of us have fears around, how will I eat? How will I get money? Where will I sleep? Well, what I realized that there's these things called junkies, and I realized that they're highly motivated. So their addiction is a high motivation. So they wake up every day, they have to get their fix, right? But it's surprise, surprise, they're always able to get their drugs. Isn't that fascinating? So I realized, okay, if these junkies can do it, I can do it, right? Meaning, I can just face my fears around homelessness, and I can choose to insert myself into that for various purposes, or specific purposes, which is what I did, and the benefits accrue to me. And I may very well go back to that, and you may see me JG style on a phone. Who knows? My biggest challenge may be how to keep the devices charged, right? And I know you're going battery. Yeah, where do you charge the battery? See, I've already thought all this out, folks. I'm way ahead of you. Way ahead of you in these areas. I've already thought, but again, you're looping into problem solving again now, aren't you? Isn't it amazing how your brains just reflexively loop into problem solving? And if your psychology was formed and your psychology is a product of this system, probably that was put there on purpose. Because again, who asked you to solve this problem? Nobody. Who asked you to solve society's ills? Nobody. You're not consulted. They don't want your opinion. Now, they want you to feel like your vote counts. They want you to feel like your opinion matters. They want you to feel like you can stand up and speak out. And then they laugh at you and mock you. Look at these bozos who actually think that anybody gives a flying fuck what they think about problem solving. And they can't even solve their own problems, by the way. People who can't even solve their own problems, can't resolve their own selves within themselves on behalf of themselves for themselves, are going to go out here and externally solve problems. Look at these morons. That's what the system thinks of you. Okay, obviously. So why are you bozos looping into problem solving? Because that's what your psychology was programmed to do. Well, surprise, surprise, I fucked off to the streets for damn near a decade. And at a certain point, I was so confused because they split my psyche and they broke me so thoroughly from day one. I actually thought I was an extrovert most of my life. Yeah. Not only am I not an extrovert, I'm one of the most introverted people there is. I can easily just wander around and not talk to anybody for a week and just be happy with my own thoughts, no problem. Been there, done that many times, by the way. I don't need to be. Now, we all have to socialize. Again, all roads lead to social isolation. Or more correctly, all roads lead to attempts to deal with our own social isolation. Hence, that's why most of us are here all day, every day. Now, I recognize that, and I realize that this is expected and normal, right? This is not aberration. This is not aberrant behavior. People want to imply that you're doing something wrong or aberrant for being on YouTube live streams all day. No, you're not. You're doing the most normal thing there is. You're seeking real, true, honest, authentic human interaction. And even if that's just listening to the sound of my voice or listening to my voice and Provo Kid's voice while you text chat with people in the live chat, guess what? That's about as close as you're going to get to real, actual human interaction, especially recognizing that it's no longer an option to go out here and to have those needs met by interacting with jabbed up loser bozos who I've said basically, I hope they die. And I mean that. I mean that. They should die for being so fucking stupid because they've ruined my life, folks. My life is ruined. I pulled myself out of homelessness in 2018, went to work as a truck driver, got my shit together, and got a year's experience as a truck driver just in time for a fake pandemic. There's no point, folks. This life is pointless on some level, as far as I can tell. Now again, the benefits accrue to me, and what I would say is the reward is contained within it's contained within the undertaking, whatever that may be. So, pulling myself out of homelessness, overcoming numerous obstacles through my own grit and determination, perseverance, and being undeniable and refusing to quit. Even though I wanted to quit many, many times, and it would have been much easier to quit. #winning, by the way. And none of you know anybody that's pulled themselves out of homelessness to that level. I'm the only one I promise you. And yeah, I understand people are typing into the chat right now. That's fine. No, you don't know anybody who's done that, who was in the streets for 6 straight years sleeping outside, and then just one day said, I'm tired of this. I'm going to go to the Salvation Army. I'm going to get a job at the airport. I'm going to ride the bus there. I'm going to sleep with 100 other guys in a dormitory style setting, aka a jail environment. Right, I'm going to choose to subject myself to that. I'm going to have to get permission to stay out after curfew so I can work a job, for fuck's sakes, as a grown ass man. And then got put into truck driving school. Chose to overcome many obstacles just getting into the truck driving school. Had to compete with other students for the limited amount of slots. There was 15 people 15 people started class day one. Only 8 slots available. Right. Of course, I was one of the 8. Of course, I was. How can I not be? Oh, and the only white male. Interesting. Because white guys can't pass a background check and can't pass a drug test anymore. That's why, by the way, when people want to whine and cry about the southern border, guess what? We have to have those folks. We have to have them to run the goddamn country, because the workforce that lives here can't get the job done. Because America ain't shit. America's destroyed from within. It's a wrap. This country has been destroyed. This country has been conquered. You can talk all you want about the Chinese or whoever coming in here and there being some kind of shooting war. That's fine. We've already been conquered as a nation, Mr. Beale. Ridiculous. I don't want to fucking hear that shit. It's a wrap on this country as far as those notions of American exceptionalism, make America great again, mom and apple pie, the American flag. That's all gone. That's a wrap, partner, whether you see it or not. So when you are like, oh my God, look at all the migrants coming across the southern border. Yeah, that's called the people who are going to do the jobs. That means something when I go to truck driving school and I'm the only white male in there. And I say, well, why am I the only white male in here? Meanwhile, they gave exactly one student a random drug test because from day one of getting my commercial learner's permit, I was now in the federal database for drug testing and subject to random drug testing. And that one person got random drug tested in the school, and it was me, the white guy with long hair and a long beard. Interesting, right? Because a lot of those guys would just say, okay, well, I stayed clean for the piss test, so now I can go smoke me a joint, right? That's what a lot of people would do. Not old Benton. Old Benton's too wily for that, see? And they said, yeah, you got to go take a random. I'm just like, really? Yeah, they're like, yeah. I said, all right. Went and took it. It was like 3 days after my original drug screen. So you tell me what's going on. You think this system doesn't know that white guys can't pass a background check and a piss test? Because I'm here to tell you they can't. And then I went to my company training with Snyder, so-called mega carrier. There's about 70 people in there. It's about 5 white guys. About 5 out of 70. But this system wants y'all to believe that America is hard-working white men. Maybe it was at one time. Not anymore. That is not the workforce in this country. That's not the people getting the job done on the ground, especially the blue-collar jobs. Sorry, it's over. Them people is destroyed. They're strung out on opiates. They're on meth. They got criminal records. They've committed offenses where they can't even rent an apartment, much less get a certain kind of job involving a CDL, by the way, and a DOT medical card. We ain't trusting those people with 80,000 pounds of equipment. Are you kidding me? Now they'll trust somebody from Egypt or the Middle East with 80,000 pounds of equipment. Now won't they? Isn't that interesting? You tell me what's going on here.
Right? But the reality is, you want to figure out yourself, you want to figure out life, keep talking about yourself, right? But most people say, I can't solve my own life problem, so I'm going to talk about other people, right? And that's what, at the end of the road, Ben, most people do. They talk about other people, right? Nobody can really talk about themselves. And this is the most frustrating thing in my life is the smartest people in the world will only talk about you or ideas. Okay, talk about me or ideas. But the one thing you won't talk about, Ben, generalization, Ben, not you. I'm not speaking to you generally, Ben, but just more of the general sense. Most people won't talk about themselves, right? It's too hard. Why can't you talk about yourself? So everybody escapes, Ben, to talking about them, talking about ideas or philosophies or this or that. Nobody can talk about themselves, right? It's too difficult. It's too hard. That's why you see panels, right? I'm going to talk about other people, Benton. I'm going to talk about other people's problems, Benton. Nobody wants to talk about themselves. Nobody on this platform can really, or in any general sense, talk about themselves. It's the hard truth, right? Everybody's an expert about telling other people who other people are, what other people do. And it's sad. It is absolutely, and I like it too, because I engage in it. I'm guilty. Put me on the crucifixion. Guilty. But for the real intellects out there, if you think you're fucking smart and you're talking about other people, stop it. You know what I mean? Talk about yourself. That's what I do. That's what Provo Kid does. Right? I don't talk about other people. I talk about myself. What are your thoughts, Ben? And I see Nachi saying, people talk about themselves all the time, a lot. Nachi is confused because it's weird somebody can spend their whole life in the Himalayas and not understand the point I'm talking about, right? It's weird, right? It's weird. Somebody like Nacha, hey, I put the link in the chat, Nachi. You, out of all these people, say the cop out. People talk about themselves all the time, a lot. That's not true. Nachi.
Hey, I'm back, sir. I'm on the delay because I'm listening.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm bitching at Nachi.
Please do.
Nachi's saying people talk about themselves. Hey, Nachi, in fact, I've listened to the same shit you've listened to all the time. Nobody talks about themselves, Nachi.
Well, and by the way, Provo's clearly being hyperbolic. He's exaggerating for effect. It's not literally nobody. It's almost effectively nobody. But there's always exceptions, right? I do a lot of it myself, but I also talk about other people. And I've talked to Notch a lot one-on-one, and there's been a couple of times when he's gotten pretty authentic about himself, but he's doesn't do a lot of talking about himself, right? But that's where I like the one-on-one format. Eventually,
yeah, but he doesn't click the link. Honestly, Nachi's a bitch.
But here's
right?
the thing.
No, here's the bitch. Here's the bitch. Here's the bitch.
Go for it.
Here's the bitch.
Go for it.
Here's the bitch. I put the link, right? And here's what Nachi's doing. Is he talking about me or himself at the end of the day? Or is he talking about ideas or words? At the end of the day, you see Nachi talking, right? Is Nachi talking about himself? No. Is Nachi talking about me? Maybe. Is Nachi talking about my ideas? Maybe. At the end of the day, Nachi's not talking about in the chat or in himself about his life, about what he feels like, about how he eats, or anything like that. Nachi, you're wrong, right? You're wrong. You're not talking about yourself, Nachi. I was at a restaurant. Nachi, look. Nachi, I'm at a restaurant too, you fucking idiot. Because Nachi's one of these dumb fucking idiots. I hate saying this. Nachi, guess what? Can you hear me? Ben? Oh, I don't know if Ben can hear me. Nachi, hey, Nachi, I'm at a restaurant as well. Provo got triggered. Ben, hey, Nachi, I'm at a restaurant as well. Restaurant is a term. Look, if I go cook eggs in my kitchen right now.
Yes, I can hear you. Yes.
Okay. Nachi's a fucking retard. Okay. Nachi is someone who doesn't understand the English language. Nachi, I go cook some eggs upstairs. It becomes a restaurant. You understand that? Right? Nachi, I just poured myself a drink. I'm at a bar. Hey, Nachi, I'm at a bar. I just poured myself a drink. Do you get that? Provo got triggered because, hey, click the link, Nachi. I can't believe I have so many people watching me, dude. It's so fun. But we're having fun right here, right? You know, it's all good. Nachi, click the link, dude. And Nachi, you got big balls, right? You think you're smart, Nachi. Click the link. Yeah, I don't think you do understand English, Nachi, because I can be cooking eggs and be at a restaurant. Click the link, Nachi. There it is. You want to talk in chat? You want to do what you're doing? Come hang out with the big boys, Nachi. English is your second language, I assume, right? You are only convincing yourself. Click the link, Nachi. Chats. Hey, Nachi. Everything you say sounds stupid, right? Unless you come have a conversation. Come have a conversation, Nachi. Hey, Nachi, if you're so intelligent, click the link. I guarantee my handle of the English language is a little bit better than yours. But no worries. Link's there. We're ready for you. Hanging out. Ben, here's my point in a larger perspective, Ben. We were talking about a few things, right? Unfortunately, for a lot of people online, this is their income, right? This is their job, right, Ben? Would you agree with that? All right. He might or might not agree with that. Ben's not here. The reality is, a lot of the people like Nachi interacts with, their life is the internet, right? Like Nachi can't click the link. He's a fucking loser, right? Nachi, you're a fucking loser. Can't click the link. I hate to say it, but I feel bad about that, right? Like nothing's worse than being.
Yes, I agree. I'm on about a 15-second delay.
Hey, Nachi, I don't have a slur. I'm autistic. Nachi, I don't have a slur. I'm autistic, right? So you can be ableistic. Nachi's ableistic or an ableist, right? I feel bad for you, Nachi, because you think you're so better than me. Imagine Nachi, right? He's sitting there in the chat. He thinks Provo Kid has had one too many drinks, and he's too far in, but he won't click the link to dismantle Provo Kid and his logic. Nachi, you look sorry. You look sad, and I don't. You know, what I say about Nachi? He's the loser. Right, Nachi? You want to know why I know Nachi's a loser? Because he hangs out with losers. Nachi, what do you do all day? Nachi, you could be cutting wood. What's the word? What's the old saying, Nachi? You know, chopping wood and carrying it. What's the old euphemism, Nachi? Nachi, chopping.
Wrong or right at this point. I just know for me, it was part of my path to really go down those rabbit holes and dig deep on the different ideas of what God is, what spirituality is. And then I found it kind of this defeatist process where, yeah, there's an unlimited amount of excellent ways to try to frame up the frameless, or really flowery verbiage to try to give meaning to something that surpasses all meaning. But eventually, you know, are you just going to loop for the rest of your life trying to find a new word for God? Where does this end? And then am I going to try to defend it to other men that I found the correct word for God, or the correct signpost that properly defines and creates boundaries for something that's boundless? It's an absurdity, you know, and this is the flaw of the human logic, the flaw of the human mind, that we're going to do something that we outright know going into it is a fallacy or an impossibility, or something that we're only doing for the sake of exposing our own ignorance and naivety and lack of ability. Unless you're a proud, egotistical, dogmatic asshole that wants to say that you actually have it figured out and everybody else needs to get in line with your particular set of principles and ways of articulating it. Nub says it's not how to walk, it's a stumbling block. Yeah, I haven't really dug deep into the puers. I do have a few puers that are raw puers, and I have one aged puer. I don't even like the word puer. To be honest with you, I feel like it's an atrocity and we should change the name. I have trouble saying it. Puer. Puer. It's, it really does not roll off the tongue. It's kind of offensive. That you guys brought it up, actually. Make tea and coffee grounds pot using coffee grounds. Angry Rooster, what's happening? My favorite thing is YouTube censoring. It's so awesome. It's almost as cool as treason. I guess so. It's whatever clicks your trigger, so to speak, Nubs. Whatever gets you excited and gets you out of bed in the grand rising. And then, I there's part of me that was inspired and compelled to want to talk about finances on here. And I guess regurgitate the amalgamation of ungodly, endless amounts of videos I've watched about the Federal Reserve and fiat and the many different ways people, I guess, propose that this is going to wrap up or have an end game to it or some kind of, grand finale for the big collapse, some kind of destination point that we're going to reach. And
this is the collapse, Dick. This is the collapse, sir. This is the collapse,
and I think all that's the fear propaganda. They always have us waiting for the defining moment.
Keep saying it until it or whatever, sinks into your head. This is the collapse,
like
sir.
Benton says a lot, it's a slow, gradual decline. It's not
this
really.
This is the collapse.
That there is some defining moment. Although I think there can.
I've been here 48 years. Nothing's happened in this country. Nothing. We've had Katrina, Oklahoma City, September the 11th, 2001, and Mount St. Helens. That's
just
it.
Propaganda.
Nothing has happened here. Nothing. Oh, and that's right. A financial crisis that continues to this day.
How does that really benefit you? I mean, you could say, okay, well, I'm going to go buy things that are hard assets, but you have to be in a position to do that. For God's sake, you wouldn't want someone going out with a credit card, at the interest rates that they are trying to acquire assets. However, I do look at right now as a huge opportunity. I mean, for people that want to buy and sell and flip shit, and maybe they didn't really learn that the last go around, of the financial crisis we had in 2007 going into 2008, really started 2006. If you've been around that long and you've seen those cycles play out, then when there's turmoil, there's a lot of opportunity, and we're at the precipice of that. It's happening right now because with the inflation, you have such a high price on commodities and day-to-day energy, food, shit that everybody's using, that the liquidity's drying up, and the average Joe just doesn't have as many pennies to rub together. And so they need to liquidate to get more money to cover their day-to-day expenses. And they sell things
until something happens
or less
here.
Than what they would. Or
I don't give a fuck about what might happen.
Playing out. You see people who are aware
until it happens, it hasn't happened, and it's not happening.
Goods, which actually inflates the
until it happens, it's never happened, folks. And nothing's happened in my 48 years. Nothing.
Anyway. But then you also see people who are liquidating
when it happens,
cash,
I'll believe it.
Out.
Not so a moment before.
A good margin for
Show
you
me,
to buy and sell.
Don't tell me.
Type of mindset, which can manifest in so many different ways. Like, what way do you want to niche? What are you passionate about? What are you compelled to want to try to create another form of production in your life from? And I'm saying that because you just want to be fruitful, right? You want to produce in some way, and you don't want to be tied to this slave system where you have to get up and punch a clock. So you're going to have to create multiple forms of income.
No, or you can learn, or I can be an individual and learn to live with
supposed
nothing,
to use,
and live with almost no money for years. That's what I did.
Preferably
No
non-taxable
half the
events.
wage slave.
But regardless,
I'm free to go live
even
next
if
to
it
a
is
dumpster
taxable
somewhere.
event, that doesn't mean that you have to pay a large amount of
I
taxes
may very well go do
on that
that.
event, right? Or any at all.
Live streaming from next to a dumpster.
Legally,
Benton.
I mean, not tax advice, of course, but if you can find a way to draw from a multitude of different industries, diversify yourself, and be somewhat resilient to economic change and market conditions shifting, then you're just more resilient and you have the ability to roll with the punches and kind of go with the flow of the insanity that's going on around you because you've built buffers up in your life. And I think actually right now is one of the better times to look at doing that, because it's usually when people are playing it more safe, and now they're getting conservative because the chickens are coming
Bullshit.
home to roost.
There's no conservative American at the
and it's
level
time
of
to pay the
finances.
piper.
It may as well not
And
exist.
so people get scared.
The
and
average person's finances are a complete and total shambles.
they don't really
they're
maximize
two
their
paychecks away
opportunities
from
when this
literal
is
homelessness.
actually
Most
the
people,
time that there's the most
most
opportunity.
Americans cannot
The
come
most
up with
opportunity to change your life, the
$500
most
in an
opportunity
emergency.
to
Think about that.
make a significant
Most
change. The
Americans
most opportunity
cannot come up
to find
with
a new
$500 for an emergency.
way of handling your business based off the musical chairs thing that's going on, the things being shifted around. But what skills do you have? What do you know? What can you do?
Survive in a beast system,
Can you
slave
actually
system dystopia.
show up for yourself
Well, thrive
early
actually.
and brisk, ready to kick ass and take names, full of piss and vinegar? You got any fucking fire in your belly, or are you just completely apathetic and
Yeah, I got fire. It's
burn
called
out
testosterone.
and don't see any worthwhile effort?
No, I
made in
continue
your
in
life for
spite of the
anything?
fact that it's not worthwhile
It seems like it's
to
kind
do
of one
so.
or the other. People pendulum swing
Because
It's like
but it
all
is
for naught,
worthwhile
or,
because the reward is
they really gotta
contained
do
within the
something.
exercise itself. Whatever the undertaking
And-
is worth doing of its own merit.
I'll tell you what, the whole construction angle of things taught me a lot, because when I was in sales, everything was about instant gratification, right? You're never as good as you think you are, but you're, always better than maybe you think you are. And then there's this whole side of it where you're only as good as your last sale. So there's a lot of psychological things that go on with
What
sales
have
where
you done for
you can
me
be
lately?
most revered
Ooh, yeah.
person on the sales charts for 4 years in a row, and then you have one bad year and everybody's like, he lost his magic. He doesn't got it anymore. And really, anyone that understands sales would know that you shouldn't look at it that way. It's about the long game. It's about investing in the relationships, earning people's trust, being dependable, reliable, and having that actual testimonial of satisfied customers. If you play that game, it's going to work out for you eventually. But so if you've been in that whole realm and you've seen
Audio
all that,
level check. Audio
you
level
don't really
check.
understand the
Listening on my
manufacturing
phone.
and the operations and what it takes to even create a customer, maybe even something closer to sales like marketing. You don't even get that side of it. You just know, I have to create leads. I have to maximize the leads, right? I have to follow through on them. And so you become compartmentalized in your thinking. But if you ever do anything in construction, you see everything strategic, and you kind of have to know, even if you're just a cog on the wheel, that there's a process and a way these things go together. And if you fuck that up, you're fucking it up for the next guy, and you're screwing it up for the end consumer, for the homeowner. And it really may create a situation where everybody has to backtrack, take 2 steps backwards to take 1 step forward now, because you fucking did not follow the order of events. You would not, of course, pour a foundation without thinking about drainage and sewage and, all the other things that go into building a house. Because if you don't, by the time you get to doing that, you're not going to frame up your house and not consider where everything else is going in that process. And I like to think about life a lot more that way. I think that when we get stuck in these compartmentalized ways of thinking, we don't see the full picture for what it is, and we miss a lot of the opportunity that could be right in front of us. Just a small shift. Just because you understand the process, you see how you can tie into it better now and be either a better contributor to the process or even just, be able to, bottom line, produce better for yourself. Nub says, that's exactly why I quit in sales, Mary. I could not talk the product up. That was just a regular product, no better or worse than something that costs less. Yeah, but you know what? It's not always about the product, right? I mean, it's about the customer. So what does the customer need? What, are the customer's variables and challenges and things that they may be encountering that make your product ideal or your service ideal, or just the fact that you answer the phone ideal, or even potentially the logistics, of the location of where you're shipping from, or whatever the nitty gritty details of how you can structure the deal, because you're a negotiator, right? You are a problem solver. You have to be solution oriented. People say, that solving problems is kind of, I don't know. I won't even get into that. I won't go down that rabbit hole. I'm a solution-oriented person that way. Why? Because I just prefer to be able to solve problems in my own life and for others if need be. I can't just dwell and circle the vomit, so to speak, and just stare at it. I need to clean it up and keep it moving, just for myself and my own sanity. If I'm able to, I'm gonna overcome that. And then, so sales is, of course, all about the objections and overcoming the objections and helping people solve their problems, not cheesily or like, what do I got to do to get you into this car today? Am I talking to the decision maker here? Are you wearing the pants in this family? Or are you just a beta male, estrogenic, soylent green excuse for a reptilian? And it's usually the latter, but you try to give everybody benefit of the doubt. And what you find is if you have integrity, a lot of times that's the thing you're bringing to the deal, is you're holding the company honest and you're holding the customer honest likewise. And if you're married to the truth, so to speak, people love and hate that throughout the whole process, right? But eventually, if they know that's your barometer, at least they see that you're being unilateral in it and you're not just, robbing Peter to pay Paul or doing some kind of shenanigans. You have a center line that you ride as your barometer and your compass and your driving narrative within your principles of how you operate, and you stay true to that. And people find that comforting, that there's a reliability there, even if it works to their disadvantage. It's just about honor. It's about doing the right thing, right? That alone, I think, will make deals happen. But, it's only if you're inspired or passionate or have any desire to learn about these things, or, with sales, a lot, they'll get into the human psychology. That was a side that turned me off a lot to sales, because it became very manipulative, and it's all these tactics of mirroring and essentially subliminally trying to stimulate or coerce the subject into a impressionable state, hypnotic, if you will. And then you look at it, it's like, well, that's just a micro to the macro of this whole fucking shit show that we're involved in. And so why would I want to embody that at any level? I'm not trying to unknowingly create anything for people. I would like full disclosure, complete open source with some of these ideas. No secrets, as Jack Talcott says. But then the flip side to that, there was this guy, I was on Jack Talcott's last night, TCPS, the Culture something society, production society.
Well,
Anyway, this
Ben,
guy was an
that's your
anthropologist.
problem.
He'd look through all the different cultures and
we
he
are the
was hell
saviors
bent
everyone has
that
been praying for.
people really need to hear his perspective, because
I allow the truth to
where
flow.
he's coming from is, the old ways and what actually worked. And so we've been duped by all this propaganda, and people need to hear this alternative mindset, or even just, this perspective of what we were, so that we can have the option to make positive change. Meaning that he's not saying we have to force the people to make a decision, but they have to be forced to hear the information so that they can at least be exposed to it. And he was coming at it pretty dogmatic from that standpoint, that we got to force this information to be heard. And on one level, usually I would just red flag, be turned off by a statement like, you're going to force people to do anything, you're a tyrant. But what has the system done so far? It's forced one narrative. And now they're even saying through the poly tricks that they're going to veer or steer the AI to support particular political agendas and on, like it hasn't been doing that already, right? Of course, we know it has, but now they're just saying outright, this is what we're going to do and will do for your safety and convenience, of course. We want to make sure it reflects the values of the collective socialist narrative that we're all spinning here. And so, yeah, you'd want to create a way. So when I hear force, maybe he's thinking it's just that you can't avoid it, right? The same way they put it on the airwaves, they put it on the televised to the vision, the MK Ultra, made it so that even if you were watching something and you were completely unaware of what was being programmed into you, that there was a whole nother layer or element of intel being downloaded into you. They didn't let you not get exposed at whatever, type of impulse or influence that they could use, any mechanism they could use to get a foot in the door of your mind. They used it. So maybe employing some of the same tactics. But the reality is, you've got the seeker who wants knowledge. He desires to know truth. He's craving things of significance. He's looking for it in and outside of himself, using his discernment from the Most High to figure out what actually matters and what does not matter. And then you have the zombie apocalyptic drone, nanotech induced, docked up slave that couldn't care otherwise anyway. And you think you're going to tickle his fancy and get him to give a shit about what you're saying. Well, no, I mean, the one who is genuinely, authentically seeking, they'll find anyway. And it goes back to the religion I was having earlier, which is it passes.
Dude, I'm bonding with you today, Paul.
So
Dude, I'm bonding with you today, Paul.
Aspects of self within your spiritual.
Fuck you, Venus.
Within your spirituality, I guess better said. And the other one is not going to have any interest unless they hit the skids and have a full breakdown anyway, because they got to go through their crash and burn before any of it'll matter. Because usually that's the refinement process that needs to take place before people have eyes to see or ears to hear of any of these sort of topics. I mean, it's not always the case. There is that rare case where like a kid, just has some very connected
God,
aspect to spirituality.
vaginas, am I right?
Even then,
Man's
there
world.
might have been some early on abuse or something.
See, Carl, this is why you can't hang with me, troll
that
boy.
caused them to look for meaning in it all. Because, if everything is just cotton candy and rainbows, so to speak, and you're not facing any challenge, then you're not really looking for meaning in it. It's usually when you hit despair, that's when you really try to understand, like, why.
And you don't even know you're being dragged until the end.
This difficulty, and what is the purpose behind it in my life? Real quick, gonna grab some water.
All right, Dick, I'll hold it down while you're gone. 55, I think, in the house on my side. 14 on his side. But yeah, Dick's a bit of a slow burn, just for folks who may not realize. He will typically get on something pretty profound, fairly profound eventually, but it takes him a minute to get there.
But so then it just comes down to, what is your idea of an ideal life, and are you willing to have the courage to embody that and reach for that and work towards that?
God
exemplify
damn.
that and be the change you
Vaginas,
want
am
to
I
see
right? Man's world.
in the world, so to speak. Be the metaversal change you want to see in the metaverse.
No. Hey, time for a cookie. Hey, time for a cookie.
Fuck you, Venus.
Gary donated to me, but I didn't get any love from Shively.
Hello, fan, the old man. Hello, fellas. Nigga!
The science doesn't lie.
Well, we'll have another pandemic. It will be a different pathogen next time. Well, we'll have another pandemic. It will be a different pathogen next time.
This is ghetto. This is corporate. This is ghetto. They taking your energy.
It's funny, there's a flavor to this cannabis. I can't put my finger on it, but I haven't had it for a long time. However, it's reminiscent, you know. It's
Right,
familiar.
right.
Praise God. Citizen Slave of the Year award.
But yeah, I mean, I could tell people, you got to get out of debt. You got to simplify your life. And then people have different versions of that and definitions of what that is. And I hear people that think
I've
they've
been in
done that,
debt.
and they're
It's not
still
affected my
wallowing
life
in
at
debt
all.
and,
Debt.
have subscriptions
The
to
only
all
reason to
kinds of
get out of debt is
services
so that you can have a good credit rating. What other reason is there to not be in
seemingly
debt,
to
by
me
the way?
playing the same exact game.
What do you want to
that got
buy
them
with
in
your
the mess
credit?
they're in.
I don't want to
They've
buy
done the
anything on
work.
credit, therefore it doesn't fucking matter if I'm in debt or
And who
not.
am I to criticize, you know? Maybe someone would say that about me.
Does make it hard to rent an apartment. Fortunately, I don't have any
But someone
desire
that
to rent
genuinely
an
wants
apartment.
to get out of debt and live a simpler life, they're going to do it if that's really what they're committed to.
Are you playing music right
Putting
now?
all their energy
It's fucking bullshit if you're
towards
playing music
accomplishing
right
that goal.
now.
There's nothing that's gonna
Mindful
stop
exposures. Good to
someone
see you. Let
from
me
that
drop your link while you're
self-discipline
here.
if they're saying, I just won't take it on. I refuse. I'll maximize every
See if we can
opportunity.
send some
I'll maximize every
subscribers
meal. I'll make
your
every-
way.
I'll stretch every penny. I'll create that snowball effect. I'll take out my first smallest debt and then spiral into the next, create momentum. Before you know it,
Before you know
I'll
it,
be
it's
an
full Dave
entirely
Ramsey in the it's Dave Ramsey in full effect, partner.
just based off daily habits. And I can see that vision in my mind. So I'm making that decision right now that I'm going to put these habits into place. And then what am I going to do after I reach that benchmark, well, sky's the limit, right? Because now I've created habits that I had to get out of the nightmare that I created for myself. But I'm not going to stop those habits once I've solved the problem in my life. It's just now who I am and how I operate. And so that changes all you're able to do and who you are as a person, really, because you operate from a totally different space of confidence and ability and understanding of your commitment to not being a slave to the master. So you're willing to sleep in your car, you're willing to sleep in rest areas and go without, whatever that means. Sell everything you have to create a faster movement towards that goal because it means that much to you. You know, if you're steadfast and that's the way your mind works, you won't be stopped. But how do you impart that mind to someone?
You can't.
When they're so
Can't happen.
and they laugh and they say, "Well, you got
impossible."
That's
not how it works, sir.
This, you're white, or you're, I don't know what the fuck it is they're going to say.
Can't be done, sir.
Reason, right? Why the same principles
literally
can apply
impossible.
to anyone else who wanted to apply.
Thank you very much for your generous donation. I'm going to keep that person anonymous. Basically, I'm keeping all donations anonymous unless the folks want to be recognized.
Be the naysayer and
thank you for the generous donation. Much appreciated.
Problems is just a fault of the system that it's
certainly not required, but always appreciated.
But, back to this TCPS and his whole idea of like forcing it onto the people. He started, to get into the meat behind what he was saying, and it was these ideas of, well, the marriage contract. Everybody should know before they go into the marriage contract what it entails and just the slicing, dicing type of scenario that is for a couple, how you might be putting that relationship at odds and actually dooming it to fail just by getting involved in the marriage contract, which is true. And should everyone know that going into it? Yes. Now, who's going to do it? Because that was my question, is the way it was being presented is it's as if the state could ever solve that problem. Like the state's going to give you full disclosure and say, hey, our shitty contract that we designed to enslave you is a shitty contract designed to enslave you, and it's going to completely fuck you over. Full disclosure, like they do on the cigarettes, right? This is going to give you cancer, and we're going to tax it to the hilt, buy it anyway. And would that even solve anything? Like if you put a disclaimer on the marriage contract, it's just like California. Everyone's numb to it, right? Like every fucking product you buy causes cancer and has carcinogenic chemicals in it or things known to the state of California to be nefarious. So now it means nothing because everything is killing you. And I have to believe at some level that's a marketing campaign to bend your mind and to get you to constantly see death in your own life, that, hey, everything around me is here to harm me. And I'm, with my own consent, participating in it, buying it all, And so how many, as they got married and the pastor read the government certified and mandated disclaimer, do you, Jenny, solemnly swear to take Dick as your, full disclaimer, though, this is a contract designed to enslave you and will cause you misery for the rest of your living days as the government leeches off you and creates power dynamics between the state, allotting resources to create latchkey kids, single mother scenarios, one after another, as we chew and spit out your marriage, run it through a garbage disposal, and do everything we can to destroy it in the process. Forever and ever, amen. I do. But of course, the default that I'm trying to point to is that in everybody's mind, it's always that we got to get the state to make people aware. We got to get the state to do something. So my question is, does the state even need to be involved? From my perspective, of course not. Why would the state be involved in marriage? That's between you and the creator. That's a contract between you and your lover, your partner, whoever it is, whatever you deem that is. Why? That's a trust right there. That's one of the highest forms of a trust, other than the trust between you and the creator, is the trust you create in your family. So why would you ever get the most corrupt, deceptive example of a collective effort in our society to then oversee or be involved in that outcome and how that contract goes? That would be the worst thing that you could ever do. But the only way that, people will know that is if there's real living examples of people that actually embody that and can articulate that. It's not going to happen by the state, so it happens at the family level. It happens at the education, not through a propaganda system, but through the child development process of asking questions and seeing what's going on around them and learning themselves so they can make their own educated decision at some point, and having those other perspectives presented, of course. But my point fundamentally is that nothing needs to change. And I find that to often be the case. Like, the government doesn't need to do anything different. You need to do something different. You have to conduct yourself differently, or nothing changes. And even if the government changes and puts a disclaimer, if you want to quit smoking, the government's not going to stop you from smoking. Even if they outlawed every single cigarette, there's still going to be a huge flourishing black market. And there's always going to be, there'll be synthetic cigarettes. God knows what they'd come up with if they outlawed all cigarettes. You had a complete banning of tobacco. Could you imagine?
I'm about to turn Dick's volume up. Be warned.
So again, it's free will. The only thing that's going to really cause someone to be convicted to make a change is their own personal convictions, probably influenced by their communication with their community and other people they respect. I mean, the respect of the government's at an all-time low of all governments, and rightfully so. Why would people put any trust into corrupt systems that are outright knowingly corrupt and show themselves to be corrupt, unless you were under a heightened level of propaganda where you were so hypnotized into it you could not see the forest through the trees anymore? You're just totally lost in the sauce. But yet you see every day, people getting on their high horse about Republican, Democrat, gotta fucking play the same old game, same old charades. But it seems like less and less, it does genuinely, to me, appear that more and more people become aware of that dialectic and that just divide and conquer mindset that's been placed on us that never solves any problems, doesn't lead to anything positive. Is it enough for resolve? No, of course not, because it happens at the individual level. The resolve happens in you when you make the personal choice to change your action and do something different, and that you're willing to stand on that. That's where the rubber meets the road. That's the only place it can meet the road. And beyond that, there's nothing else you really can do. And to lobby that government could educate the people. Well, when has that ever worked? Where do we have an example of that? Because, it's a power dynamic, right? If you control the development of the children, then that's a power that's very corruptible. And that ultimate power over swaying the public opinion becomes entirely too enticing to miscreants and people with nefarious intentions. And those people are always out there, so they're always going to be gravitating towards that power. And when you let that be an option within your society, it's just ripe for manipulation. And so I'm not for public education in that sense. You know, I'm for communal education, localized education that's catered to its particular demographic and culture, individual artistic nature of how they choose to go about that process of developing the child. And I think you should have diversity in that, almost from a tribalistic type of standpoint, so that you could actually see what works and what doesn't work. Or just, you know, the different results it creates, because it's not a one size fits all. And that's what I guess we've lost from heritage, if that ever was there. You know, these are just stories we're told, this whole thing of history. Maybe they tell us we had that as a lie, like we lost something that we never actually really achieved, but that we're aspiring to now through our seeking, to somehow find that equilibrium as a species where we do move into that self-autonomy and we move into that place of sustainability and resilience within our own source, not needing a governing of the mental. And you know, that's part of that refinement process, is to truly choose that. You have to have the opposite polarity presented in an extreme way, because that's really, you know, the only thing that makes people stand up, I think, is when it's just shoved in their face. And, you know, I can see how a lot of people would think my conversation, or with myself here, this monologue, is a lot of hopium, because it's as if I'm presenting a good outcome, or that, you know, you just doing what you need to do could work to some kind of collective back to Eden scenario or better picture for our children's children. Because, you know, the current picture they present, of course, is, well, you got $140 trillion of unfunded liabilities for your children's children, never-ending increasing deficits that'll be paid back in perpetuity, with a debt-based dollar that can't actually pay back those debts. But that's beside the point. We'll still finance you if you got bad credit. You don't even need an income. Just come on in. We're bending the rules for special people like you today to get you further in debt and enslave you more. And the absurdity that some collective entity that represents you outside of yourself would be able to accumulate such atrocious obligations on your behalf, even before you're born, before you were even a thought. You had these mandates and these oppressive miscalculations and misdealings and corruption put on you, because, of course, that's the cost of freedom, right? You know, freedom's not free. There's a $140 trillion deficit you got to pay for that freedom. Plus interest in perpetuity. What's that, 6079? Oh, it's rocking, Lou. I got it all Tyvek'd up. I have the outside done, except for the siding, of course, and the trim work. I'll show it to you here. I'll turn the camera over here in a minute. The siding and the trim work. The siding I'm doing is a galvanized metal, and I have a bunch from a demolition project I did, where the panels were not actually used in the project. They were just sitting there on site, but the lady said, go ahead and take them. I have no use for them. Her husband had passed away, and I guess it was just a bunch of materials he had there. So I got all these old metal galvanized panels. I'm going to use that for the siding. But of course, I don't want to do that until I get my windows, which have been back ordered. It's just amazing. It's a 24 by 24 window, real common size, or 23.5. And they don't have them in stock, and it's 2 months back ordered. So we'll see when those come in. So I just framed it up for the windows and for the garage door opening on the front, Lou, and I'm building the garage door opening. So I'll put that in sooner than later. And then when the windows come in, then I'll do the siding and the trim work, just so that all goes smoothly. But it's going real well. And let's see here. Open my blind here. Yeah, so you can see I still got that layer there I got to do of the Tyvek, you know, and then on the top. And then the door is already in on the right over there. You probably can't see it. But then there's a bigger garage door that will be on the front there. And like I say, I'm building that. And there's a little piece of trim on the top left of the roof up there. I got to get up and put that up there today. But the roof's all done. So the outside stuff is all done from what I can do right now. And the inside, I'm doing the finish work in there. I got it all insulated. I'm just putting in the 3/8 inch plywood that I primed and painted gray. And I just used that cheap 3/8 inch plywood. I wish I would have bought 15/30 seconds, because it was only $2 more a sheet, which was nothing. And that's a lot thicker stuff. Now, of course, the reason I didn't was because I wanted to have a lean, mean, light structure that was mobile and easy to move. And I pretty well accomplished that with this structure, you know, fiberglass door, did everything with metal roof. I'm doing the metal siding and put it on skids. So it's for the size of it, it's a relatively light structure. And then those metal roofs are real rigid, so they add a lot of structural support to it. And that was kind of my goal with that one. But when I do the tiny home, Lou, I'm looking at all these earth houses and roofs with soil medium and grass growing out the top. Actually, right before I did this stream, I was watching this really inspiring channel. I'm forgetting the name now. But this lady, that's how they started. They built one little earth home, and then before you know it, had 4 or 5 little earth homes, all just not connected to the ground, structures movable, but no straight lines, right? No boxes. Everything built kind of catawonky and I guess more like a nature influenced design, kind of how nature creates things. You know, it doesn't create boxes. But it's kind of scary to go about that stuff. I've done a little bit of natural building. I've done some bushcrafting. I've done plenty of, I have draw knives and these glorified pencil sharpeners you stick on a Milwaukee whole hog, run it in your vise, and it creates the mortise, and then, you know, or creates the tenon, and then you can drill the mortise. You got a big bit for your drill press, and then they just fit together like Lincoln logs. And you can use that with just your natural forest material you got out in your pine grove, and you can create all kinds of stuff. And it's cool for wood furniture, chairs. I've built swinging chairs. I've built a little table set up with chairs, built stools out of it. I built a number of different things, and it's kind of cool to do that. But the one thing I do know is the same principles always apply when it comes to water shedding off the structure. And so whatever you're going to do, you want to think that stuff out. And I'm going to try to do kind of hybrid stuff, I guess, where you combine the best of both worlds. And I guess I really don't know what I'm going to do yet. So I am excited to get a lot of feedback and learn and just get inspired. I got a lot of information in my head and I'm kind of sorting it all out. But next spring, I'm going to start a tiny home building project. That's for damn sure. And we'll just see how it goes. And having this shop all done is really going to help with that as well, because I'll have a better place to build from and better organization of all my equipment and all that kind of stuff. Okay, so let me see what 6079 was saying here. Don't do the mandates. That's why I didn't trust the Q plan. Here, I'm way behind in the chat. I'll go closer up to the beginning here so I read more recent comments. You don't have to like me, but don't refuse to love the truth. I just want to stare at that mason jar by the window. With my cannabis in it. Yeah, it just went through harvest, so got all kinds of good morsels and different stuff here to try out. A lot of sativas this year, which was nice. Can you ever just participate in something that's not about you? Alicia Bankert says, Miss Freedom's talks of lately. Happy to catch this one live. Everybody, I'm thankful that you caught it, and I appreciate you showing up, Alicia. What's up, Thunder Chicken? Unindoctrinated. Everybody that knows me knows that's not true, Smith. I don't hate on anyone. Get the fuck out of your feelings. That's funny. I still got this little cough where if I laugh, the cough kicks in. Nothing but love to you, Freedom Grower. The truth will set us free. Just ask Johns Hopkins University and the CIA. That's their motto, John 8:32. The Bible's fake, so that's why they mock it all the time. What's happening, Cadence? I enjoyed your streams when you were sharing growing tips. Your thoughts on Roman cement, aircrete, ferro cement, Dick? I'm willing to give it a shot, metaphysician. I was looking at cement forms, and I mean, the fucking structural integrity. I mean, it's like what's that story of the three little pigs or whatever, or the wolf blew their house down, or it's all a blur at this point. I don't know these nursery rhymes, but I think it's good to build your house out of bricks and cement. I like the idea of doing the cement forms and coming up with soilcrete, right? Where you use your local medium and then do like a 30 to 40% ratio of that and some kind of tailored cement ratio to your soil, depending on how much clay you have and whatnot. And I guess that's a pretty cost-effective way. And geez, if you could tie some hemp fibers into that or something, I guess I just use a tested, tried, proven recipe of sorts, because it's like anything, I mean, when you're encapsulating organic fibers in some kind of resin or composite, I mean, there's a lot of margin for failure if you don't know what you're doing. So I wouldn't fuck around with anything that wasn't a tested, tried, proven product. But I guess that's where, I got a lot to learn. But I'm probably not going to build anything like that anytime soon, to be honest with you. I'm going to stick to naturally framing things because, okay, so if you buy your lumber from your local department store or even a smaller mom and pops, local hardware store of sorts, which plenty of markets have that. I mean, worst case scenario, if you're in Colorado, they're bringing a bunch of the lumber in from Oregon, and that's just the way it goes. But you're still buying a product that's in your country, that's somewhat, it's not being shipped on a freight liner ungodly distances. It's a sustainable product is I guess what I'm getting at in general. I mean, as far as industries out there, I don't look at the lumber industry as that terrible. Now, maybe someone would send me a link. It's like earthlings, do you realize how cruel they are to the trees? They torture all the trees. I don't think so. I mean, I grew up around lumber. I know, or at least for parts of my life I did. And I understand clear cutting's probably not the ideal way to go when it comes to clearing a forest. You might want to take a different approach than that, but that's pretty much done away with anyway, except for scenarios where that is to be done. So trees are a sustainable resource. I don't see any issue with buying lumber. The idea of like a container house, I'm not a huge fan of just because of the size. When you frame those up on the inside, I have a container now. You can get the high ceiling ones, 9.5 feet. And that would be kind of cool. But I would want to join two of them together. Then you get into, cutting torches and tons of welding work, which, is not my strong point anyway. And somebody said the other day, like, unless you're burying it in the ground, there's not a lot of practicality to the container house. But I don't know if that's necessarily true. I mean, just the fact that it's so mobile and it's designed to be just thrown on a truck, anything you build, it's pretty easy to have a transportation service move it wherever. And, I've even seen people put them on their own trailers. But I'm just going to go regular framing with lumber because that's what I know, and I really don't see an issue with it. And then I guess if there is a necessary evil in all of it, it would be the pressure treated lumber. But again, we're talking about copper. I mean, of all the things that leach off into our watershed and create problems for the residuals in our drinking water and for the ecosystem and all that, I don't see it as the biggest problem, to be honest with you. They've gotten a lot of the really nasty stuff out of that, the creosote and all that. And you're only using it for ground contact anyway. And if you want to take a natural approach, like completely natural, say you're going to go source linseed oil. Well, your linseed oil is likely going to have a bunch of heavy metal particulates in it. And I only know that because I want to keep my garden completely organic. And when I went to preserve the wood for the raised garden beds that I built, the option was really linseed oil or beeswax. And 90% of the linseed oil sources were conventional, commercial, refined linseed oil where they use this heavy metal as a preservative. And of course, it's all going to be inferior to the pressure treated wood anyway. And then I look at all the runoff. So say it's like if you're using a deck and then you think you're going to treat that now every 5 years. If you're really being lazy, if you're on it, you're every year or every 2 years. And all that can of shit goes everywhere if you're doing it in the garden. So I like to figure out how can I put things in where I'm not constantly having to do that. And I do think it is a balance between the lesser of evils there. So I don't think I'm even opposed to using pressurized wood going into the future. I'm not opposed to using metal siding at all. I'm not opposed to, because I like it and I think it works well. I just like the sound of metal siding. I like hail when it hits it, the rain. If you use a thicker gauge metal siding, it really holds up well. That cheap 29 gauge shit from Home Depot is not going to do well for the hail. But if it's just a barn roof for a little shed or whatever, it's a cheap roof. You get a nice standing seam for a better structure with a thicker gauge. It's going to hold up in anything. It's light. It's strong. It's sustainable. It's made within your backyard relatively. And, you know, they're not shipping your roof from fucking China. In most cases, they could press your standing steam right out on site and manufacture it right there if it's a good outfit. I don't like the foam insulation. I'm just not a fan of it. I think that there's probably other materials you could use outside of Tyvek that might be, you know, Tyvek's a great product though. It makes it breathable. It makes it, you know, it's a water vapor barrier. And I don't see that as being like some terrible thing for your health, that there's a lot of fiberglass particles or fucking, there's no like asbestos coming off of Tyvek. And it's on the outside layer, outside of your sheathing. So it's just a, you know, a breathable protective layer from the elements. So when I think of natural building, I think of doing a hybrid. You know, I do like the idea of these earth roofs, if you could pull something off like that. And I do like the idea of not building conventional, building round structures or even just inconsistent lines with the roof line, just to make it look different and feel more like organized chaos, how nature looks, organized chaos. You know, it's perfect in all of its variances and unpredictability and predictability. So that's kind of the way I think of building. It's not for everyone, but you know what's cool is you could build something simultaneously. You know, I was saying this the other day in OTW's chat, because you got Nubs. He knows a ton about landscaping and he knows how to build basic structures. You got Lou, who has legitimate construction background and you know, could lend, I'm sure, a ton of IQ on things you could or couldn't do, or maybe would want to consider different perspectives. I know OTW is proficient with roofing. And, you know, I consider myself a jack of all trades, master of none. And so Lou's starting a tiny home business. If he shared that online, I build my tiny home next spring, share that process. You know, I'm not going to sit here and do videos every fucking day or syndicated, because I just don't have the time, and I don't want to sit there and edit. I'll throw a live stream up. Maybe I'll film something with my GoPro and upload it. But it's just about the process. And then if somebody else is, they can ask questions, or they can, you know, bounce ideas or give me input that I wasn't considering, maybe how I could refine or do better or change things. And that's the benefit I see of this technology. That's how we have to transmute this technology. We have to use these tools to better ourselves. And if we don't, they're going to do exactly what they were intended to do, which is to turn you into a cyborg robot. I mean, press release, breaking news. If you haven't figured it out yet, we're right in the middle, smack dab in the middle of a transition, taking a species from organic to hybridized, synthetic, cyborged, docked up vessels of technology that does seem out of this world in some sense, or, you know, from another dimension, or that it was brought in from a entirely different grain of thinking from what my perspective was growing up. But perhaps I was just not aware of it, of course, and just didn't see it there. But if you're going to contend with that, the only thing I don't think you can do anything to stop the process of that happening, or that unveiling, or that unraveling. People want to like fight AI or think government. Oh yeah, sure, government's going to fix it. We'll regulate AI with government. I'm sure that'll work out, brilliantly, wonderfully for the people. No, you're not going to put the 800-pound gorilla back in the cage. It's out. It's going to fucking wreak havoc. It's going to do what it's going to do. But what I see as the silver lining in it is the opportunity, is the autonomous capability for enhancement. So in your ego, maybe that's what'll get you to take the bait, why you take the mark of the beast and you put that shit in your arm or in your forehead that validates you amongst your peers and justifies you so you can engage in commerce. And you say, I'm going to do it because it'll make me a superhuman. It's instant access. I have all information. It's like the tree of knowledge, right? The same scenario presented to you once again. If you bite of this fruit, you'll become like a god. You'll have access to everything. Not just your GPS system that tells you where to go, but a thinking system that tells you how to act and feel and present yourself. And perhaps that'll be the downfall for you. So I see a fork in the road, or perhaps even the middle path is because the fork would be, right, I'm diving into the pool and taking the full ride of technology to the fullest extent. I'll be the early adopter. I want the first chip installed in me because it'll make me a better investor. It'll make me a better speaker. It'll make me better at everything. A better lover even. So put me at the front of the line of the experiment. Or then the other fork, right? I'm going to be a hermit in the woods and I'm going to pay the utility company to not put a smart meter on my property, and I'm not going to pay for Amazon Prime. And when that militarized drone comes over to surveil me and data mine me and reverse analyze me, hack my human spirit, I'm going to tell it to fuck off and give it the bird. But then the middle path to me would be, well, I'm not going to have a GPS because I know a GPS is a wheelchair for someone that doesn't need one, but if they use the wheelchair long enough, now all of a sudden their legs don't work anymore. So I'm not going to handicap myself. But all the information's available, so I can load it into my brain so I know where I'm going and I know what I'm doing. And it's easily accessible, much more so than it would have been otherwise. Now I can literally just let my fingers do the walking, so to speak, get the information, access it, load it in, move forward. Not load it into my smartphone, but load it into my brain. And they say everyone, is losing brain retention. It's the phenomenon of this short-term memory loss, not just the cannabis, but the technology is training the mind for the short so that you have no retention. You have no ability. I totally forgot what I was saying. Sorry about that. So how do we overcome that? This mind glitch where it's like you can't remember what you're saying half the time. I see Talcott doing it all the time. Talcott might need to take a multivitamin or something. Just saying. Get on that, buddy. It's the technology doing it to us, right? It's teaching you to forget and trust. And it'll give you your next order, your next directive. Tell you where to go, how to think, when to jump, and how high. So I say take that narrow path, but you're going to have to use free will, conscious intention, that self-autonomy. It's not that you're denying all technology for the good that it does have to offer, because there's a gem there. There's a baby in that bathwater, but you're going to drive the ship the same way you always needed to in everything, in all your dealings. It's this idea that, well, you either have to be for government or you have to be an anarchist, that there would be no room for some kind of collective efforts of the people. A transparent process, especially through voluntarism, would have to happen at some level for there to be any organized effort. And to categorize that as negative or bad, just because every example of it that we see embodies corruption, isn't necessarily a truth. There's certainly going to have to be some kind of organized effort. So then how does that play out? It just has to be bound and strapped in an extreme sense. And that's the way it always had to be. And even the way supposedly the forefathers of this nation had that understanding and tried to create documents that constantly pointed back to that it's the government that needs to fear the people, not the other way around. Oh man, I'm missing a bunch of comments. I don't use words like that to describe my stance. Thunder Chicken, I'm looking for somebody to make a check on a house. Make sure the grass gets mowed kind of deal. Very small house, probably about 15 minutes for everything. I just don't know anybody out. What's up, Smash Technology? I think that's Cadence. Jay Heighton. What is the mark? The mark is the X, like a Marxist. Well, it's left up to your interpretation, Smith. I'm sure you're the authority on this subject, so you'll tell us all what the real mark is, how I've misinterpreted it. But I really don't care, because it's all allegorical to me. It's just pointing towards something that it happens, when power is, when ultimate power is presented, ultimate power always corrupts. And if the people are willing to give up their free will and their autonomy, something will be presented to give them that option. And that's all that is. That's what that mark is. Give up yourself. Give up your image of the creator, your very God essence, if you will. And so then rather find your needs met through your spiritual connection to the Most High, you find it met through the technology. And really, they're creating a new God for you. They're creating a graven image. They're creating something to worship outside of yourself. And they're creating something that will be the authority of knowledge within your decision-making and your very beingness. So what does that become? That becomes your God. They're creating a synthetic God out of technology for you to worship for eternity, and probably creating a way for you to download your very beingness into it so you can exist there eternally. You know, maybe a meat suit of sorts captured in some kind of cryogenic chamber, but really all being held to hold the projection that's being put into some kind of metaversal state that you live in, I guess, eternally. Because that's all this is leading to, right? Is all encompassing. It wants everything of you. It just keeps kicking the door open wider and wider to get more of you, to data map more of your mind, to be able to emulate you, reproduce you, represent you. And that's why you have the deep fakes and the audio recognition that you can take anyone's voice. And so it's taking your authenticity away, and it's taking your uniqueness and bastardizing it into a system designed to, I guess, blend everything together into that Borg mindset. And so it's just chipping away at you a piece at a time to get rid of your originality, your creativity, your artistic nature. It's like it wants to take your music and tell you it's going to play better music. It's going to create better music than you. It's going to create better art than you. It's going to create, and people are starting to see that as they ask it the questions, and it presents back to them this amazing image or this amazing orchestration. And it's convincing them, it's luring them in that it's better than themselves. It's better than what God put in them. And of course, I think it's pathetic, and it's you know, leading to the demise and deception for many. It's not going to work out well, but that's free will, you know, and there's got to be a level of discernment there, or lack thereof, that was put there by the Creator, by the Most High. So it serves a bigger purpose. All things work for good to those that serve the Most High. And I know Smith, that's not good enough for Smith, because of course he's got a different interpretation on it. But I've never met any man that I agree with 100%. So if I have that kind of criteria going into it, I'm at odds with everyone, including you, Smith. So I could never have any common ground to build from if it's this constant slicing and dicing of each other's words, to where we're trying to find discord, we're trying to find a way that we can be at odds with each other, or just trying to make each other the enemy, which is what I see you do. You know, you're constantly looking to be the victim and to make someone, you know, the one that's victimizing you. For what? Because I have a different belief than you, because I see a different perspective on spirituality and God. It's pathetic, really. You're no authority on who or what God is. And I'm not saying I am either. But we both have the right, and probably the obligation, I would say, from a conscience standpoint, to communicate and express our truth in a way that's authentic. And if you're accusing me that I'm not doing that, who could know another man's spirit but God? Then you're just a judgmental asshole on the sidelines, acting as if you know something that only God could know. And I'm not doing that to you, sir. But what the fuck do I care what anybody online thinks anyway? None of you are real. You're all beings from the Syrian starseed system, off the dome, so to speak, in the outer lands, the forbidden lands, staring back, looking at your experiment. Your rat in a cage, stuck in the petri dish, running around, thinking he can make the Petri dish better, not even knowing that the Truman Show that he's engaged in has all been orchestrated for him for his safety and convenience, regardless of whatever he thinks in his mind or considers to be a possibility. No, it's all for naught. It's all for nothing. It's nihilism. It's the epitome of nihilism. But I really don't look at it that way. And experientially for me, it's not been that. So I'd be a liar if I characterize it otherwise, you know. That's not been the truth, and it's not the fruitful way to look at things. Everything is purposeful from what I see. All things are divine. They're all leading towards that personal choice and conviction within you to seek and stand for the truth that you know and come to know, that's revealed to you from the Most High. And if you're a child of the Most High, then you don't have to get egotistical into that or even convince or compel anyone that this is true. It's just, that's your testimony. You walk with it. You've seen it. Others have seen it. You're not alone in that truth. And no one's going to corroborate it other than your works and your fruits, which is the harvest of the seeds you've planted. You know, I am egotistical, and I definitely will come across as vain at times. And I do view myself as a winner. I do see myself as one that's overcome a lot of adversity and has a track record for being able to persevere until the end and overcome and stay steadfast to what I know is true in my heart. And it's caused me to lose plenty of things along the way that would have others characterize me as a loser. But those actions on my part are what have defined me and given me the motivation and the drive to always get up and show up for myself and do what I need to do in this life, because I know nobody else ever gave me the permission to be great, to be exceptional. You know, I always had people give me the permission to suck and to go along to get along and to follow the crowd and be a part of loser thinking. And that always seemed to be a great option that everybody wanted to sway me into. But as soon as you forge your own path and stick to your own determination and start getting results, all you find is a bunch of negative Nelly, you know, jealous, hating, taking pot shots from the sideline, armchair quarterbacks telling you how you're doing it wrong when they can't even get the results you get in any place in their life. And that's where people say, well, you sound like Paul and Slave. Well, because that's why I listen to the dude, because I relate to that whole mindset and I understand what he's saying. And I think I actually embody it in my own arrogance more than him, in the sense that I've done it longer and seen the results longer over a life lived, to know that when I hear him say it, I'm like, that's the fucking truth. And I've seen that in my own life over and over and over again. So it is what it is. If it comes out of my lips and sounds similar, you know, I'm on record. I've been talking about this shit for a long time. If you have the confidence, it's because you've had successes, and that success has bred confidence. That confidence has bred success, and you've built off your own momentum and your own inertia, and you found it in yourself. And what you realized is, even if people maybe cheerleaded whatever successes you had in your life, as soon as you did something that didn't fall in line with who they thought you are or who they thought you should be, they were ready to toss you out like yesterday's garbage anyway. So anyone that's forge that path is found along the way that they have to be their own internal compass. They have to be their own internal discernment, and they have to be their own internal barometer of good, right, and true. Are they on the correct path or not? You know, if you give that to something outside of you, then you are under a master. Okay? And so that's why Christ came, by the way, because you're in a slave mindset and you need a master to set you free. Now, he didn't set you free so you'd stay a slave, like the Christians want to tell you. He set you free so you'd do greater things and that you'd actually rise to that status within you of that Christhood and all the power that was in the Most High, that was in the Son, is also in the child of the Most High and available. And you're one with that, as was stated clearly in John. I'm going to grab my water. You know, but if Andrew Tate looked at my life, of course, he'd say, what a fucking loser. I could buy this guy with my toilet paper budget for my mansions. You know, my house cost under $100,000, right? You know, I don't live an opulent life. I don't have a bunch of trinkly or sparkly gadgets and, you know, possessions to present as my self-worth. But I'll be frank with you on that. I see that as an insecurity when I see these people talk. I don't care how rich they are. If you got to present that as what makes you great, and you're constantly talking about your wealth and how that defines you, or that you don't respect another man who doesn't make shitloads of fiat notes, it just shows me how shallow you are, that you wouldn't respect the man who took the other path than you and forsaked it all. Perhaps went and lived in a cave for a year without any access to people or technology. I revere that man. I admire that man. He's done what I'm not able to do and tried to do, but, you know, couldn't fully embody, because I sat by the tree for plenty of time and, you know, looked at what was inside of me, and I was not going to relegate this existence to the path of the Buddha for me personally. It's not all about detachment from what I can tell, or at least from what my path would be best served pursuing. But so the only reason I say any of this is just maybe to inspire somebody on some level. It doesn't have to serve any purpose other than what someone might find value in that would cause them to approach something they're facing maybe a little bit differently to get a better result. Because somewhere you have to find that drive in you to be great or do something great. And if you can't find that, you're just not inspired enough. You're not being creative enough. And, you know, once you latch into that, you have to give yourself permission to give yourself fully over to that, and to want that as much as you're capable of wanting it, because that's how you manifest. Dreaming big and having a strong desire to move the pieces on the table of this game of life to create a picture, to shape and carve your reality, is absolutely a possibility for you and everyone. As much as they want to tell you you're trapped and you're a slave and you have no control, that's just one aspect of what's playing out here. There's a whole other side of your conscious manifestation and your ability to shape and carve everything, even including what they say is unchangeable. And now you can tell me that's not true freedom. There's boundaries to this shit. And I say that's in your mind. Because if there ever was a Garden of Eden, if there ever was equilibrium, if there ever was a kingdom of the Most High, if it ever is a cycle within our repeated history and future, you could say it's inevitable, or it comes through what is inevitably found in the spirit of every truth seeker, which is conscious intention and true morality, which is not some dogmatic word written down in a book. It's just a conscience that guides you, that we should be in touch with and tuning into.
What's up, folks?
And how do we do that? You know, you can have your ritual.
That
I'll have
bozo
mine.
Timmy just entered the chat.
I just take a ground out in nature, take
on
your
Freedom
shoes
Grower.
off, walk around, breathe in some fresh air.
What
listen
a
to the
freaking
birds as
bozo!
they're chirping.
Oh my god!
If it's silent, listen to that deeply. Immerse yourself deeply into the silence.
Is Dick hypnotizing us? What is this?
Of nature, and you'll find quickly it's not silent. There's always something going on. There's a balance. You need pain, but you also need time to heal, recovery time. Challenges are what make life interesting, and overcoming them is what makes life meaningful. What's up, Timmy Carini? Benton, comfort creates weakness. I've heard you say that before, Benton. Yeah, I think that's an interesting perspective and a lot of truth to that.
That was me typing "comfort creates weakness," and I typed that.
So then I guess the best life you could live would just be constant adversity.
Humans' greatest weakness is comfort.
Just perpetual refinement. A never-ending beatdown. So you could find the strongest version of yourself. Now, who created that? That
Hey, your
right
InfoWars is provably a fucking mouthpiece of the government. Clearly, not
that
that
in and of
negates your
itself
point
seems
here,
kind of like a fucked up
but
equilibrium.
it's provable.
So you mean to be the best version
It's
of
provable
myself?
because when Alex Jones got
and to
banned
find
from
the
all the
purest,
platforms,
strongest,
he was able to just
most
go to his
capable,
own site, ban.video, and all of a sudden he could afford unlimited
enhanced
bandwidth.
version of self.
So much so that for a long ass time on
Going to
ban.video, you
experience
couldn't
as
even
much
select
pain,
a different
anguish,
version.
heartache,
You could not even
difficulty,
select a lower quality version of the
challenge,
video.
and,
So they would just let anybody in the world download 3 gigabyte versions of his movies like Obama Deception.
huge
Unlimited.
climb monstrosities of
He cannot pay for that bandwidth. Physically,
undertakings that are
fiscally impossible.
overwhelming and
It's not a thing that can happen.
that you think from a logical part of you can't even contend with, but then somehow you find within
Everybody
you
would be on their own website
that
with
you
their
were
own fucking
prepared, or
video
you had
if it
everything
was
you needed if you
affordable
just
to that level.
were willing to have some faith in the process. Trust the
Everybody with
Most
a
High that
following
he
as
didn't
big as
leave you
Alex
or
Jones,
forsake
anyway.
you in this.
Oh, and big fan.
And you'd never see the Most High otherwise unless
No, this
you
is
got your
live,
ass
Christy
kicked
Lee Dolls. This is live.
to that degree to where you saw the Most High show up. So it created the opportunity for that perspective. Like God couldn't have done it a different way. Anyway, it's kind of comical to me. I mean, I guess. I'm sure that's why we came here, was for the ass kicking. I guess the question I have is, did we choose it or not at a free will level? Or did we gain our free will through this experience? You see what I'm saying? Like, you were given a measure of faith when you came into this.
Oh, you're right, Jimbo. I
illusion
listened
form,
daily
this
for
existence.
years. What I'm saying is
You
he can't
transcended the
afford that
etheric
much, but
into
it's just not physically possible. The finances don't
state
work at that level for
illusion here,
streaming
and
from
then-
one's
and then
own
you-
website.
What did you do? You had a choice that affected. You were just a pebble in the pond that rippled out, but you saw the cause and effect, and you saw the ability to create or to build fire, architecture, amazing recipes of food, and play with the art and the creativity of it all. And so you had this free will, but if you didn't honor it and you weren't a good steward of it, that little measure of faith that was given to you would be snuffed out to a light that you could almost not see anymore. It would be so dim.
Well, Jimbo, I don't share this notion of hope, by the
that
way.
the only way
there,
you would
there
be able
is
to see
no
that
hope
light
as
is
far
if
as
you
I'm
put it in
concerned.
complete darkness.
If by hope you mean the people coming together and reforming dystopia and fixing things, that's just not possible. But
and then again, you'd be able to see the light.
Alex Jones is clearly a government info/disinfo agent, and he even said himself on Joe Rogan that he wishes he could get out of the 24-hour news cycle. It's clear it's not up to him, the fact that he's doing what he's doing for a living. I mean, that much is obvious.
But if you honor that light, if you honor that free will, that measure of faith, and you're a good steward of it.
He also
one that's
basically
faithful,
called himself a
little is given
devil
much.
worshiper at a certain point. He talked about the elites, the so-called elites, having these rituals more or less around worshiping these entities.
And did we
then he
have it
said, and
before
they
we
don't
got
let you
here, the
in
free will?
unless
Or
you're
was
one of
that at the
them.
point of
And then
inception?
he said basically
That we
said
got the
that he had
first
seen this
taste
stuff firsthand.
of the
And I
essence
went
of free
back and
will.
tried to find that clip, couldn't find
Godlike
it.
energy.
So he more or less doxed himself as being a devil worshiper, and then I tried to go
Perhaps that's
find the
where we get
audio
the
on his
apple and the meta.
RSS feed, and it was gone.
Or the etheric Garden of Eden.
But I heard
and the
him say it.
spiritual, and then came into this realm because we needed the knowledge of all good and evil, right? And we came here, and then it was manifested in the form of Google or augmented intelligence. And what would we do with that? It would make us like gods. But what kind of God? An artificial intelligence God? A synthetic God?
Praise
God
God.
that mocks and represents and is attempting to simulate the true source that is inherently in you that you were equipped with when you got here? Or is it the knowingness that you find in the perspective that God gave you of what true source is? And is there differentiation, or is there other options, other gods that you might want to look at outside of yourself? I would say no. I hear like Jeff Doherty gets into the Nordics, right? He's worshiping the god of good. Everybody wants to put a name on God. I can't think of one Abrahamic religion, one label of belief structure that I want to tie myself to and bind myself to so that I can eternally be under the doctrine of another man, the dogmatic thinking of another man. I would rather be free to what the Most High wants to present to me and through me, a faithful walk of unknowingness, an admitted level of ignorance, but also that childlike state of anticipation of the great things that the Most High will do if I'm willing. Because it always seems to work that way. There just seems to be that fundamental truth to me that if you submit yourself to the higher will of truth within you, and that exists through your own experience, that force begins to work with you and dwell with you and find communion with you in everything that you do, even your faults. It's just an opportunity to teach you something. And what do you want to do with that energy? The only thing I can think of that's legitimate is to try to inspire others, but not try. Even to try is a fault and a failure in and of itself. To naturally inspire others through your own inspiration. You're not trying to do anything. You're just presenting who and what you are and what you know. And perhaps that becomes purposeful for someone else. And you've seen that happen. So it motivates you and inspires you to continue to do it at some level. That's the only real need for the preacher at the pulpit, so to speak, or the motivational speaker, the self-help guru, is either he's going to monetize your motherfucking ass by taking your ignorance and preying off that and telling you about the truth that he has that you could come to know in pieces if you stay up under him. Like a residual, martial arts student sitting there year after year just paying the fee to the studio, but never getting the real knowledge because they don't want to set you free. A man that's free is free indeed. He's going to have no need for these formalities and nonsense fucking shenanigans of the modern church. Fake it to make it, noose wearing, suit and tie, fake ass veneer. Everybody patronizing each other. Artificial spirituality. That man doesn't have any need of that nonsense. So if he had the truth, he wouldn't have any need for you anyway. And that's not good for business. Now, is it? A corporation designed to be an efficient machine to make profit, often at the folly of integrity and morality, because it doesn't have that built into its structure. It's a dead corpse. It's not liable. It doesn't have any accountability. You can act as if it's you for a moment and play the part that you could be something in this realm and be unaccountable for your actions, that you could create without cause and effect and without that consequence and that karmic responsibility. And if you don't believe it, we'll create a metaversal example where you can go in and play with these energies, conduct yourself in a bunch of ways and do a bunch of things that you wouldn't do otherwise, because there's no consequence here, right? It's just a realm of artificial presentations playing out. But your intention and your conscious is tied to it. It always is. So it goes back to that biblical truth. What you do in your mind, you've done in your heart, you've already done to that person. You've already created that negative effect. That cause and effect is going to play out whether you acknowledge it or not, just because you chose it in your heart. So there is no artificial, fake presentation. You are what you are. And it all will have cause and effect. Non-liability for Jews killing non-Jews in the Talmud, says any word. What's up, Brian? Good to see you. Fraudum Grower says, hey, Dick, there's evidence the U.S. corporation has been dissolved. Check out the announcement of the 45th Speaker of the House. The 44th was pre-1871 flag with stripes standing. I always wanted to dress, Look Within says, I always wanted to dress in suits as a kid, not for others, just because it looks gangster as fuck. Now and just make sure my kids look fly one day, though. Yeah. L.A. Young says, the joke on them, they ain't living for anything. OTW says, faith is being sure of what we hope for and certain of what we do not see. That's acknowledged self-praise. Living in the moment means letting go of the past and not waiting for the future. It means living your life consciously, aware that each moment you breathe is a gift. I have trophies for sale. Who wants some trophies? Well, and I do feel that way, you know. When I listen to certain people, and you'll hear things like, you know, come into the now, or the past is irrelevant and the now is opportunity to create the future. And then just an endless plethora of glossy sayings to, I guess, inspire you or point you back to some fundamental truth. And I'm sure I sound very much this way, especially to particular people. But it does become all cheesy at some point, where it's like if I hear someone say, come into the now one more time, or the now, man, it's like, it's almost like people just saying, how you doing? Oh, I'm doing great. Oh, what you been up to? Oh, a little this, a little that. Oh, yeah, really? So everything's going good? Yeah, it's going great. You know, just these formalities of spirituality, like praise him, praise the Lord, God bless you. Everybody running around, God bless you, hallelujah, hallelujah. And now you're a holy person, or you're a spiritual person, because you say these trigger things over and over again. And every culture and every religion has it.
Praise the Lord. What's up, Smith?
What's up, man? How you doing? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I was on the delay on the phone. It took me a minute to get back onto the computer. What's up, man?
Oh, not much. How you doing?
Oh, shit, doing great, man. Thanks for asking. How are you?
I'm well. Yeah, I just love what you do. I think you got a good channel.
Thanks, brother. Appreciate that.
Your sandboard's hilarious.
Yeah, I'm working on it, man. Thanks. I appreciate it, man. I'm getting there slowly but surely.
I don't know why I clicked the link. But yeah, if you clicked over on his chat, I'm not over there hating. I'm not going into anybody's chat hating on nobody. I'm not saying I'm better than anybody. I'm not even saying I'm a good person. I try to be. I'm only human. You know?
What I've noticed with you is it just takes a little while to kind of get used to your style, I think.
Yeah.
So I feel like I've gotten to understand your style and how you come across, and we don't seem to have any issues anymore.
Not at all.
I just assume other folks will get there in their own in due time.
I think so.
Yeah. Anything in particular on your mind? Or I was just eating some watermelon and just hanging out. Enjoy the show myself.
Not really. I don't know. No, I can't ever remember why I said I was going to click the link. I got to get off. I didn't have to work too long today, so that was nice.
Hell yeah.
I do think that there's a concerted effort to keep anything that I say off the YouTube streets. That's how I can tell that you're real.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I try not to ban or block anybody nowadays, but sometimes I block people just because I get tired. I get tired of reading their comments, but that's more of usually in other channels, not so much my own.
Yeah. Yeah, do I not? A lot of times I'll just block people so I can see other people in the chat. People,
that too. Yeah,
people probably feel that way about me, but yeah, I mean, sometimes people just scroll the chat, even if it's not the same thing. It's constant messages. So yeah, I'll block them so I can see what other people are saying.
Yeah,
I am very sober today, 100%.
Yeah, man, and I never promise these people a sobriety. So if I want, I'm probably never going to drink again. But if I want to, I will. It's my choice. I'm a big boy.
Exactly.
Get to do what I want.
I think you've learned from your past.
Say what? Sorry about that.
I was just saying, I think you've learned from your past. I've heard you share your experience, and I find that stuff interesting. And I always say this on this panel because I think there's a lot of people in these communities who are dealing with or have dealt with those type of vices.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I think it's a great message to get out there. Not a shot at Talcott, but one of his highest rated shows before he started doing what he's doing now was one that he shared that was most of his thing was on addiction. I thought it was a great show. I told him that. He went the exact opposite next stream, and his viewership was cut in half. It's not my channel. I'm not here to tell him what to do. God bless him, whatever he wants to do. I just think that message would really resonate with the community.
Yeah, there was some ruckus out in the hall, so I had to take the headphones off for just a second and monitor whatever's going on out there. So I think we're okay, though. It's just some unruly children. So I didn't quite catch what you said, but that was my fault. My apologies.
I was just saying that there was a certain person, no shot at them, one of their best highest rated shows they had a while back was one that they shared that was on addiction.
Oh,
and kind of their whole topic of their show was that. I commented that in it. It was a well-received, one of their most liked episodes, and then they went the complete route the next episode, and the viewership was what I'm not, do what you want with whoever's channel. I'm just saying, I think that message really resonates with people. I don't, I've said before, I don't think it's a sign of good health to be well-adjusted or profoundly sick society. That's not my quote. But I think it's true. I think, if there's a rise in addiction, people are having a hard time dealing with, like you said, it's not being a doom and gloomer. It's being real. This is the slow collapse of America.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is the collapse. I think it's important to frame it that way because it's too convenient, I think, to push it off into the future and say, man, things are getting bad. It's like, well, they've been bad for a long ass time. The movie Network came out in 1976 and that was the theme of that movie in part. It's been it's been pretty much my whole life of things being bad, right?
What's the movie Network? Is that a movie?
Yeah, man. If you haven't seen
Will you
that,
share some of it? I'm not familiar.
Bro, you would love that one, I think. Well, there's a famous, it's the famous, I'm sure you've heard this quote, I'm mad as hell and I'm not going to take it anymore, that people have said before. That came from that movie, actually. And hell, I would just play some of it, except, the stream will get taken down in real time. You can't really play movies. But, yeah, I played some of the audio here and there. I might have some of the audio somewhere. But, yeah, dude, that's one to see. It's from 1976. If you get a chance, that's worth the watch.
Yeah, and I just kind of because that's what I do is I relate things. You got the Illuminati card game, and they have the Enough is Enough card, and it's Trump on there. I mean, it's all predictive programming. There's actually a magazine called Metal Magazine from 1992. And in that magazine, this is, 1992, and they're building Trump's border wall.
Oh, yeah.
And I wonder how they.
Yeah, none of that surprises me anymore. I'm just like, yeah, of course. Makes total sense.
Yeah. And so that's where, when I share some of these things, I'm just like, people can believe what they want. I'm not in like I said, I wasn't in whoever's chat hating on nobody, but it kind of tries to get spun that way because I think they're trying to deflect from my message. I'm not a hater on anybody. None of you people are my enemy.
Facts. I like how you put that. And yeah, sometimes the decodes are a little hard to follow, but that's I find them interesting, and I just don't quite know what to do with the info sometimes. That's my that's where I'm at with it.
Here's one of my newest ones. May I share it?
Of course, please do.
I'm going to put some graphics to it. I'm going to buy a lab. I got the money for it. I don't want to. I don't want to support technology. I don't want to support things being bought from distant lands, but
yes.
I'm going to put some graphics to it. But you got X marks the spot. You got Planet X Nibiru. It's not a celestial body. Space is bullshit.
Yes.
You're supposed to plan for it. It's X. It's next year. It's 24. What was all over the news the last couple of years? What is a woman? A woman is the X chromosome. That woman is the whore of Babylon. Where does a pirate dig? A pirate digs on the X for their treasure. We just had the 322nd year anniversary of Skull and Bones. What else is on their logo? A skull and an X. It marks the spot. It marks the place, like the Great American Eclipse. Make America great again, like Babylon the Great. I got more. I'm just.
I know.
X is going to give it to you. When
That's
did
right.
DMX die? On the 99th day. And when's the eclipse? It's on the 99th day.
Bam.
So it ain't about me. It's your show. I mean,
shit, dude. We're already like 6 hours in. I'm happy to let other folks carry it at times.
I just love your pure, unadulterated truth. You could be throwing me love right now, but if I'm throwing some bullshit out there, you'll call me on it or whoever else.
Yeah, I don't like to do that while you're here too much. If I've got something to say, I just like to wait till later. I think it fucks up the conversation, man, when people like have to disagree together, like Facebook. You know what I mean? Like I don't need to do that. But yeah, I'm trying to be genuine as much as I can. Anyway.
Yeah.
Shout out to the chat. And then all these screens, man, there's like always something to click on here. I've got the soundboard going, I'm reading the comments, I'm listening to what you're saying. A lot of things are happening, man. It's fun. I enjoy it, but probably most likely going to end up back to truck driving here pretty soon, which is okay. I don't mind it. I enjoy parts of it, certainly, but
you're not driving for Walmart, are you?
No.
Okay.
No. No, although at times they do send me to Walmart distribution centers. I've never delivered to an actual Walmart store, though. But I have been to several different Walmart distribution centers, certainly.
Have you ever been to the Den under Denver?
No, haven't. I don't want to do any of that, actually. I've been to... Now, I did go underneath the convention center in Denver to pick up a load at one point, but that was actually equipment being shipped back after some sort of a concert or some sort of event. But no, I don't want to go in any of that underground shit if I can help it.
Yeah.
Kansas City has one too.
Oh, they're all over.
Oh, I know.
Kansas City, Missouri, isn't that the Ozark Mountains?
It's not. No, but it's not too far away either.
Yeah.
It's probably like right on the edge, technically. I'm not sure. I'd have to look, but yeah, it's
Missouri, and it's abbreviated MO. That's their MO is misery.
There you go. No kidding. Yeah, that's right. The show me state.
What do you do in math? You solve for the X. It's the variable. Vary is a synonym for sow. Like vary, sow Toro. You reap what you sow.
Mm-hmm.
Know what I mean?
Yeah, it's amazing the way the language itself certainly seems to be encoded. It's fascinating.
It sure does.
Fascinating.
It sure does. So what's up, man? You do some monologuing. It's not about me, man. I like your show. I just wanted to jump up here.
I have the hypervigilance. It makes me hard. It's difficult for me to just talk when somebody else is on the panel, which it's kind of interesting, man. But it's something about me. I always sort of want to let the other person talk, But also your rhythms. I know that sometimes you don't have a lot to say, or maybe you do, and you're choosing not to speak. But you do like to hang out, I've noticed, which I appreciate. It's almost like a, sort of, what would they call that? Moral support. Yeah, moral support.
Exactly.
Now, looking at
I
your
just-
icon here, Orwell's certainly an interesting writer. I know Brother Austin, a.k.a. Yurt, has been talking about the down and out stuff that Orwell wrote. And that book, Down and Out in London and Paris, or Paris and London, I forget the order. That's a fascinating book if anybody's into reading. And, of course, 1984 is one of my favorites.
I've heard it, so I've never read that book, but I do know another one of his more famous books is To Shoot an Elephant.
Oh, I haven't
Like
read
the
that.
Republican Party,
Okay.
and like that's their plan for Trump. And I'm not saying he's here to save us. He definitely isn't. But I think he's also a deceiver. But they are from the Republican Party. Elephants.
Very true. Very true. Yeah, there's something to that, certainly. And, you know, I don't have this need to, like, resolve it all in the moment. I think some folks are just like, you know, what does that mean? I'm like, well, I don't know. You tell me what it means. I don't know what it means. Fuck. It's interesting, whatever it is. But, you know, a lot of the conspiracy theory stuff, I notice a lot of folks fall into that trap where it's like, if I'm just speaking on things I know to be true, it's like, I don't know that obligates me to sort of just explain why. It's like, I don't know. You tell me why. I don't fucking know. How would I know?
I always say there's no reason why. There's no generation why. There's no Y chromosome. They're asking what is a woman, a woman's X. There's no Y. There's no men anymore.
Oh, well, that's a good point. We
most
certainly
part.
agree there.
I mean, Y is the decision, and choose the narrow path. The Space Needle is on Broad Street, and Broad's the path that leads to destruction. And what does the World Health Organization endorse? It's called the low space needle. We can't leave low space orbit.
Yeah, the idea of space travel and all of this is fascinating, you know, when it's really just going up as high as they can, you know, or as high as they're able to now and claiming to have gone to space. It's fascinating.
Yeah, it's the Wizard of Oz or ounces of gold. Pay no attention to the man behind NASA's green screen making people believe space is real and God is fake.
Well, Uncle
the
Rick
deception.
says he just got back from a 75-minute run. Good done. Well done, sir. Well done.
Hats off to that.
Yep.
Trying to teach my child that you know, being active will make you feel good, releases those endorphins.
Yeah, and I've started gaining weight finally, so I'm going to have to start exercising. And I enjoy exercising, but I'm just sort of out of the habit. But yeah, certainly. More walking here lately, and started doing the push-ups again and all of that sort of thing. Although my wrist is pretty fucked up. Actually, it's all the mousing. It's too much using the mouse. I'm not. Yeah, it's not good, man. The angle in which my setup here, I'm not really my wrist isn't really supported properly.
Yeah, you don't have one of those little ergonomic little pads that you rest your.
Well, it's just more of I have so much equipment and not enough like counter space effectively.
Yeah, I've seen your setup looks amazing. You got a lot of tech there. Maybe you could kind of, you know, get some kind of backdrop going up the wall where you could mount some of those different things.
Yeah, if it wasn't, it's a temporary situation here in the motel, so you know I'm not wanting to fuck with too much of that. But I hear you, man. There was certainly things that could be done, but probably going to be packing all this into my car at the end of the month and driving off to some trucking company somewhere, most likely, which again is fine. And probably I need to make some money. And I think I'm probably most likely going to, if I end up going back to work, outfit my car with like a roof rack and solar panels and, you know, get some batteries and inverters and all this stuff. And, you know, that way at least and I'm not a big sleep in the car guy because that shit sucks, but you know, it would be nice to be able to drive around to wherever the weather's nice and pitch a tent somewhere and, you know, still have electrics for doing the podcasting and the live streaming and, you know, slow cook the food or whatever.
Yeah. Speaking of batteries, has anyone seen how they got the, $3 billion electric battery plant? I think it's in Kentucky and they're powering it with diesel.
Oh,
Okay.
well, yeah, of course. And then there's at least one of those plants that I think it was General Motors maybe began construction on, and they mothballed it. They said, fuck it, we're not even going to finish this thing now. So, you know, the electric car, it's certainly here to stay in some sense, but it's not going to take over the way, you things were, it's not going to be this big takeover like people thought. But California is definitely going. They're going to go all electric, whether people like it or not. That is going to happen. They're doing it for big rigs too.
Yeah, it's insane.
Yeah, they're going to
They want
do
to
it.
do it for control. They'll be able to remotely shut off people's engines and all that. I wish we could just slice California back off and make it the island it once was.
Well, yeah, and people and I love California as far as, some of the people and the geography, but hate the government, obviously. But some folks used to ask me about, what do you think there's going to be secession? But they usually mean the South. And I said, if any states secede, I think it'll be California, Oregon, and Washington. That'd be, in my mind, that would be the most likely to try to leave.
The West Coast cow.
Yep, exactly.
I always thought it was weird that Oregon was the 33rd state before a lot of Midwestern states. Just makes no sense.
I need to look more into that. I'll take your word for it right now, but I haven't looked into that as much as I probably should. But yeah, it's fascinating how that works sometimes.
Or like mining, the ore is gone.
Yep.
They also have a place called Aloha, like where Obama's from, 33rd state. And God didn't damn it, a company from Beaverton, Oregon did with their false idol worship. That's why we're here. People refuse to love God.
When the Oregon State Beavers also.
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah. Man, I'd love to see Toilet Bowl Earth jump up here. That guy's a good dude. General Motors. Yeah, general comes from the word Jenner, meaning gender. That's the gender, is the gender. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Confusing them.
Oh, yeah.
I always do this. I'm gonna hop off.
No worries, bro.
I
You're
didn't
good.
know. I sat at my work after I got off work for an hour in your chat. I got my kiddos waking up. I'm gonna cook some breakfast and do the family thing.
Please do, man. That's way better than being
I
on
love
here.
the truth you share. I'm doing my best to stay sober. I hope everyone else is. We got the 58th Super Bowl coming up. 1 Peter 5:8. Stay sober, stay vigilant, because your adversary, the devil, is like a roaring lion walking around seeking who he may devour.
Mm-hmm.
So
There
God
it
bless
is.
you all.
Amen,
Take
brother.
care.
Thanks for popping in. Much appreciated.
Thanks for having me.
Anytime. That was 6079 Smith W. Always cool to hear from him. Shout out to the chat. I see Mr. Spaghetti out there getting in where he fits in. Comedically, certainly. Yeah, I used to have the muscles, Mr. Spaghetti. No roids. I did one cycle of the pro hormones. And I did the one that was particularly bad, the M1T. Now that shit did ramp up my aggression, and I got strong as fuck on that stuff. But yeah, I just did the one bottle of it, I guess, whatever that was back in the day. It's been a while, but no roids other than that. But I'm now about 100, and I'm up to what one. I'm closing in on 140, so I'm determined to not have a. I'm not going to be skinny fat, so I'm going to have to put on some muscle here. It's going to have to happen. 69, is that how many people are here? That can't be right. What are you people doing? Holy shit. Well, 60, that's good enough. We'll take it. Looks like O'Shea's going live here any minute now. He doesn't fuck with me anymore because I guess, I'm a whatever we call it. I think I'm going to have more watermelon, so if he goes live here in a moment, I hate to do this to you folks, but we're going to do more restreaming today, if that's all right. Thanks for the donos, by the way. It was a good day. Just remember that whenever I'm not live in this format every day, although I think you're going to see me if I do end up back in the truck. I'm pretty sure you'll still be hearing from me. Or you never know, the homeless adventures. I'm pretty sure I can... it seems like the audience will always donate enough money to at least pay for the 5G, right? So, and then again, there's been talk of an actual producer and maybe some IRL stuff. So, things are in the works. Yes, I thought about that too, Jimbo Con, the Oregon Trail. In fact, I don't even want to get into that actually, but that was my favorite state when I was traveling the country, living out of a backpack, Oregon. Love Oregon. The Oregon coast, in fact, my favorite for just natural beauty. The Oregon coast. Pretty much everything Yachats and north of there, I would say. Florence, lovely. I used to like Lincoln City, believe it or not, which is a real shithole, but I've hung out in Lincoln City quite a bit. Yeah, and destroy. Well, by the way, real quick, why are they on sock accounts? Did they get timed out? Because I do want to say this to the mods. We don't mod Carl and Destroyer, just for the record. If Carl ever does anything worthy of getting timed out or banned, I will do it myself. So pretty pleased with Sugar on Top. Let Carl and Destroyer do whatever they do, if you don't mind. And if people get triggered, that's on them, if you don't mind. Thank you. But I didn't see any moderation, so I don't really know what happened. Then again, I wasn't looking. But I just sort of figured, based on some of the names I've seen, that those were probably socks. Yeah, there you go. Good to see you, Jeff, by the way. Is O'Shea going to make it here? It says waiting for O'Shea. He's scheduled a live. Where is he? He's not live. And what is this background, by the way? He went to some kind of stock image background. Let me screen share him from the laptop. Oh, he is going live. Well, no, never mind. False alarm. I see how excited I got. Now, what's Provo? I guess Provo's playing his weekend jam session. For those who've never heard it, oh, wait a minute. No, he's not. He might not be doing that anymore. Let me see. What is this? At Provo Kid. No, he's wrapped up. He wrapped it up. Okay, at, was it Brian O'Shea Comedy, I think? Pardon me. Yes, there he is. Share the tab. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, not doing much paneling these days. It was cool to see Tarek around earlier. I was hoping Tarek would come up on the panel, which isn't even a panel anymore. It's mainly just talk to Benton, or maybe even just talk monologue, right? I'm happy to bring, although selectively, I'm happy to bring certain folks up, even if they want to just do 5 to 10 minutes by themselves. Lots of flexibility here, folks. Lots of flexibility. But anyway, this is O'Shea supposedly going live at 10:35. Hey, there he is.
Oh, my name's Brian O'Shea. That's what's up. Yeah.
Oh, hang on. He's not showing up on the laptop here. Come on, laptop. I don't want to do the screen shares off my main computer. Come on, you can do it. Do it. There we go. Fantastic. And this is in such poor video quality because it's just I'm having connection issues. You know, I ordered an Ethernet cable. I'm
you guys are pretty cool, man.
Thank you, sir.
Fucking, I got a few things lined up.
Hell yeah.
I was trying to find someone's motivational video, but you know what?
What's that?
We ran out of time. We got to go live.
Oh, shit.
We got Dick Freedom Grower going live. We got Benton live.
Already, baby.
I'll just keep that. I'll just keep my thoughts to myself because I know he's going to restream me.
Oh, we're doing it right now. Right now. With soundboard.
What up? 49 years old. Numerology. It's a 4. See, anytime you put a number next to a 9, it just stays that number.
Interesting.
5 and 9. That's 16. No, that's 14. So the 4 and 1, that's 5. Just stays a 5.
Oh my
5 and 9
God.
is 5.
Numerology hour
3.
with Brian
2
O'Shea.
and 9 is 2. 9 and 2, 9, 11. The 2 is 1, 1. 1 plus 1 equals 2. It's also a symbol
What's
for
your
life.
problem, dude?
You go from 9.
Man, I was just lost in the sauce.
You go to 11. That's what they do. They keep us in a loop. A looping slaves. Don't get to go to perfection and be like, oh, this is where I made all my mistakes. This is what perfection feels like. Get back at it, you little rascal. Pat him on the ass and you run back out into the world and try to do better. But no, they take us to right before perfection and they take us all the way down back to 2. And then you're in this loop of oh my God, I thought I was going to feel perfection. Where's heaven and death? And it's like I'm some slave on some hamster wheel. Anyways, what the fuck, wildlife? Cocksuckers. I got some things I want to get into. The name of this stream is Recognize as Free He who is neither a slave to another nor to himself. You get that? Addictions. If you're a slave to yourself, You have addictions. And you know what I bought yesterday? I bought some fucking sativa. Who would have fucking thought? I took a stray from the indica heroin. And you know what? When I took the first couple hits, I was like, this ain't the indica heroin. That's fucking just. But then it still gave me the munchies and made me a retard. So there's something about this dispensary weed too. If you're not growing it, you don't know what's in this shit. But I don't know. I'm trying. Sativa. I'm supposed to be like up and at 'em. Not a fucking indica fucking just eating and couch locked, car locked, just eating and YouTube videos. And now I'm getting into the shorts. I'm getting more and more addicted to this shit. Like Freedom Grower was saying, your fucking short-term memory loss is going to get affected. That's why if you could just sit and do the meditation, like I did my meditation the other day again, I actually did some push-ups. My fucking ass is out of shape on them push-ups. I was like, damn. But you got to get back at it. I was going down a path here. Yeah, man. You can't be fucking... I don't know what the fuck I was saying. I was saying something. See, it's short-term memory loss. That's what I was saying, motherfuckers. Proving my fucking point. Can't get proper sleep in the slave world. Gotta fight for every fucking thing. Cars should be made where fucking obviously people want to sleep in them. They should be made like that. So guess what we should do? We should make modes of transportation that are fucking easy to fucking either sleep in. All types of shit. What the fuck? Am I making any sense or am I too disjointed? I'm a little disjointed. Got a lot of ideas. I gotta condense them and make them coherent for y'all. You know, you guys don't live in my brain, and thank the Lord Jesus you don't. But we were going down a path, and I lost my thought again, but I got it back. Short-term memory loss. How apropos. So I'm thinking, though, with books, you know, you sit and meditate sometimes. You ever just do that? Where you're like not online all day and you're kind of meditating, you're a positive thing, and then you actually read books. Anyone ever sit down and just like read books and been in love with books? And like read a book a week? And, like all you do basically all day is read books. Even when I was working a job, in between phone calls, doing sales, even though I was the top salesman, you'd be sitting there waiting for a call to come in. And, you know, I'd be reading a book a week, dude. Go home, on the train home, on the train ride to work, the train ride from work. When I get home, reading a book. Reading books. Voracious reading. Speaking of books, my favorite book right now is The Oralinda. Now, Oralinda is quoted in my title of this video, and it's quoted in the description of this video. So let's go ahead and read the description of the video that we're currently in. So it says, this is from Freya's text. Text, actually, T-E-X. Prosperity awaits the free. At last they shall see me again, though him only can I recognize as free, who is neither a slave to another nor to himself. This is my counsel. When in dire distress and when mental and physical energy avail nothing, then have recourse to the spirit of Waralda. Do not appeal to him before you have tried all other means. For I tell you beforehand, and time will prove it true, that those who give way to discouragement sink under their burdens. You're drowned under your own discouragement because a man is a bad motherfucker, dude. Doesn't have to be the man or this man or that man or celebrity or whatever. A fucking man created in the image of God is a bad mama jamma, dude. It's the type of motherfucker. It's the type of motherfucker you could look up to, you could respect. You'd be like, that's a bad motherfucker. And that's just a man. Just a man. Any motherfucker. They want to say, in the beginning was the word. There was a very particular word in the beginning. It was the word in the beginning. No, you fuck faces. The translation is a word or any word, not the word. The word in the beginning was the word. No, it's a word, any word, a vibration of motherfucking You only got the present moment, which is an infinite number of beginnings or possibilities of an infinite potential in every fucking moment. So in the beginning was a word. What is the word? A word. And if you have a language that's built in such a way that there's only one language.
Man, I was
on
just
Earth
lost in the sauce.
which has been purported, has been
What the fuck
conjectured,
is your problem, dude?
has been theorized. So I like to take these conjectures and see which ones I resonate with. Ooh, an original language called God's language that they refer to as God's language, where if you were to speak a lie, you would start to blush and stammer, stutter, fumble over your words, because the essence of the language was just so, when you said something, people knew what the fuck you were talking about. There was no denying what the fuck you're talking about. So if you went to try to fucking be sketchy, you would start fucking, you get all fucking, because it's just obvious. It would be so fucking obvious. Right? But then time goes on, right? That's when the beautiful time, that's probably the golden ages. But then things start to creep and get less than perfect, you know what I mean? The seasons, you know what I mean? It starts to get a little colder, the leaves start to fall off the trees, you know, things ain't perfect, you know, going through the winter. You know, that analema of the sun movement throughout the year, you took a picture of the sun every day at the same time every day from the same location. After 365 days, it would make the figure 8. And it's not a perfect figure 8. You know what a Klein bottle looks like. And you look at this analema. And also the moon does an analema. The moon phases, Venus phases.
Time for a cookie.
I'm digressing a lot. And I'm jumping around, but that's all right. We're going to get back on focus to where I was going right before I brought this up. The moon also makes an analema in a 28-day cycle, in a lunar cycle, which is interesting, which is a figure 8. If you took a picture of the moon in the same spot every day, 360, after 28 days, you would notice it starts to make a figure 8 as well, which is interesting. And I was going down somewhere before I brought up the sun, and I got short-term memory loss and lack of sleep. So my brain's blown out. I don't know where the fuck I was going. I think I could find it though. I was going down somewhere. See, this is why I can't digress so much, man. I just gotta linearly plow through where the fuck I'm going. Oh yeah, we were talking about that one language. We were talking about the inability to lie. And we were going down a road of how I was saying things change like seasons and shit. And it got me caught up on the sun. But yeah, as things begin to degrade, and that's what happened. The priest class, or these different classes, these different types of people wanted to be able to lie. So just like kids in a grammar school, when you want to be a little mischievous, or you're around your parents, you're around adults, and you create your own language. You create that pig Latin, right? Where you kind of take one letter from the first one, put in, and so you and your friends could understand what you're saying when you're around the adults. You know, just like when I used to work in the restaurants, and the Mexican people in the kitchen be speaking to each other, and I always thought they were talking shit. That's, you know, you have a different language now, right? So you could be covert, right? You could be deceptive. You could be crafty. You could be sneaky. And this is how language evolved from the one where it was almost impossible to lie without like showing your hand, without, like, you know what I mean? Without it being obvious to everyone, to they came up with a second language where they only knew it between each other. So then they'd probably be like, yeah, man, because they'd be doing commerce, right? It's people that like to do commerce, right? Merchant, not really merchants, but people that just want to come up on a motherfucker, right? So they, yo, man, we're going to cheat this motherfucker. And they say it in their own little fucking language they came up with. That way the other person doesn't, and they don't have to blush. So my point is that degradation of coming up with a second language for the sole purpose of being able to lie without blushing is what's led to the world we're in now. And it's all these puns and fucking, dude, it's just a way of lying, dude, and to know yourself, because
there's a war going on outside the Ford Taurus no man is
if
safe
I were
from.
to lie, or when I have lied, or when I want to be deceptive, you know what I mean? I'm not, you know, it's probably either I don't do it completely now or something I want to work on, but like,
you will own nothing and you will be happy.
You're like, okay, how could I, if I'm trying not to be good,
dude,
if I was to try to be shiesty, how would you go about it? You know what I mean? That's probably a good meditative experience, is to think like how I
enjoy
your enemies may think, just like
the violent discourse.
meditation, to go down these roads, and like, this will help you fucking strategically. Okay, how would?
I mean, I like betting and all, but didn't he say he was gonna die?
Like, this shit would be so fucking easy. I told motherfuckers, bro. I was like, if there was no holes barred and I just do anything I want with no morals, bro, I'll be a billionaire in 5 years. I told my guys, they started laughing. I go, bro, are you kidding? I go, if murder, lying, anything, just if I was just a shiesty, just anything goes, no morality, you don't think I would just fucking dude, use every fucking thing at my disposal to just come up? You don't think that would be, dude, that would just be easy. Even saying it now, I realize how easy it would be.
God damn, bitch. You're about to get fucking wrecked.
You just go to motherfuckers who got money. That'd be my first thought. You go to motherfuckers who got money, who are weak, and you just start manipulating the fuck out of them, dude. And you just wreck shop.
I was trying to talk to Ben about this, but
dude, on everybody.
Kind of fucked out and became an asshole.
Come up, and then you just meet that goal. I say, I told you I could make $5 billion in 5 years. What you think I was playing? If there was no rules to this shit, that shit would be easy. Yeah, I'm 49 today. I was born in 74. I think that's right? What year is this? 2023? So next year I'll be 50, right? So now that's when the pressure seems like it's on, bro. If I don't get myself some alchemical tinctures where it's like some fountain of youth, I think I found the fountain of youth with piss, but if you don't get some alchemical tinctures where you're confident you're gonna live to be like 1,000 years old, it's like, damn.
This isn't the Benton channel. You can give advice here. It's okay.
60. But see, these are just numbers, bro. I think you could live to be 1,000 easily without all this fucking everything under the sun fucking degrading you. Without alchemical tinctures and different things. People said talking about vitamins.
I enjoy the violent discourse.
I'm barely getting all that shit. I don't take vitamins and all that. So if you don't take vitamins, that means you got to eat healthy ass shit like a motherfucker to make up for it. And you ain't gonna find that healthy ass shit, bro. I don't care where the fuck you're shopping. Even if you're shopping at Whole Foods, you probably can't get all your vitamins and nutrients and stay away from fucking poisons one way or another. Where the fuck am I going with this goddamn stream? Let me drop the link. I had some ideas. I wanted to read some quotes. See, I said, oh, I'm going to do a 28-day thing. And I skipped yesterday, but whatever. I want to go in the morning. I got thrown off yesterday with Paul going on OTWs. I was like, oh, fuck, I can't go live. I ain't going to have no viewers. So I don't know who's live right now. Benton probably restreaming me, probably doing some soundboard talking shit.
Already, baby.
This shit ain't got to be perfect.
Hitting that link too, partner.
Kind of went a little spazzed out. I have trophies for sale. Anyone want some trophies? Yeah, that's Mitchell. He's an adorable little miscreant. You know what I mean? He just fucking got his hair flowing. Just a little fucking miscreant. I mean, he'll stick a knife in your gut, like from behind. And then you turn around and he'll have like a little smile on his face and his hair will just be blowing in the wind. And he'll just be kind of going like this with his knife. He'll just be like, and he'll just be all dead-eyed and shit. And he's like, Mitchell, you're shanking my kidney. He's like, I know. It makes me happy. He's just shanking and his hair is blowing in the wind and he's got his little fucking electronic glowing bong, different color thing. He's just hitting it real slow, just shanking you. He's just like, what? This is a big deal, dude. You're just getting shanked up from behind. Snake style. Like, what's the big deal, dude? That's Mitchell, though. He's an adorable little fucking assassin, bro. He'll have that sniper rifle, dude. He'll be fucking taking the hair out of his eyes and it's just like put you in the scope, dude. He'll just be mumbling to myself. He'll be mumbling little fucking things. Yeah, that comment you made, you thought you were so slick, didn't you, motherfucker? Yeah.
Yeah, Yolanda, chin up and out so I can fucking see so I can see through my bifocals.
Yeah, dude, I fucking did some fucking aged urine on the hair, dude.
Hashtag
yeah,
don't
man,
forget I'm
baths,
old.
Aged urine baths would be the greatest thing for your skin because I brought like a primo bottle like out of the stash, out of the fucking, it's like wine, having a wine cellar. I'm telling you, dude. You guys
I think I gotta kill this screen share to call in. Hang on.
Piss, and I'm gonna fucking charge someone like $500.
One moment, we're gonna try to call into O'Shea here. It's not gonna let me do it. Why? What is this? What the problem? Oh, I'm on the wrong browser, probably. That's what it is. We're on the wrong web browser. No wonder. Silly technology. All right, close all of this. Close all that. We're calling in. Calling in an airstrike.
Fucking couple is gonna want to spend like $1,000.
Oh, no, we're not. Never mind. No, we're not. Paul's there now. Oh, shit. Hilarious. That was a close one. Whoops. All right, hang on. Hang on, folks. We're getting there. This is interesting. I'm sure I'll probably be a topic. What a time to disconnect from the screen share, by the way.
There, and I was like, man, it's great to be blessed. I'm winning so much nowadays, I can't stop winning. Please, Brian O'Shea, no one wants to hear about your loser story anymore. I'm trying to get these people inspired this morning. Mitchell, your thoughts on any of this?
Oh, that's fucking awesome, man.
Wow, Mitchell actually wants to see me do good. That's crazy. I'm not used to that.
It's a trap.
Yeah.
What's
Fuck
that,
these
okay?
slaves, man. You can't depend on these damn slaves. You gotta make shit happen.
Dick, we
Time's right.
restreamed you right up until Smith wanted to call in.
Granny panty cupcake bitch.
I went to the store actually while you were monologuing, Dick, and it turns out that Lou Bass, the world champion of derailing, derailed you from the fucking live chat, and I had to listen to homesteading in and outs for like 45 minutes, which is fine. The number stayed steady. I guess it doesn't matter.
It's interesting that they just announced the new Speaker of the House.
I'd rather listen to this anyway.
They announced him as the 45th Speaker
Yeah,
of the
good
House.
job. Good job, Dick.
Jack Talcott.
Well, the 44th, like if you're not counting like the sessions of Congress and you're counting the actual people, the 44th was pre-1871. So
that's why you never resolve with
the
duplicitous
They
people.
had the flag with the stripes standing, and I thought that was interesting.
Good to see you, Sunshine Time.
It makes me think that they're admitting the nation is, the U.S. corporation is being dissolved and the nation's going back to the constitutional republic of
sure it's not.
But
wait, you're like running an Anna von Reitz thing now, right?
No, it has nothing to do with her. But other than it
hey,
would.
Did you see they caught Anna von Reitz working with Planned Parenthood? That's the word on the street. Yeah. Rasta's going to be upset to hear that.
I don't know Anna von Reitz personally, but she's brought good details to the table that show what America needs to do, the people, to restore the republic.
Yeah, this is on O'Shea's channel.
I'm not like an advocate of Anna. I'm an advocate of the American state assemblies. I think that is just evidenced and memorialized in law. It's not any of her work. It's not any of her doing. It's just shit that existed before she was even born. So
you saw the Balfour Declaration expired on the 30th of this year, right? October.
Well, I did not see that, honestly.
Yeah, the incorporation we know as the State of Israel has expired as of the 31st of October. So I find that to be extremely coincidental with what's going on.
Right. That is very
Yeah, there's big moves happening is basically all that we know. Because you could tell me that United States corporations going back to the Republic.
Voy, I tried to respond to your email and it just,
for
some reason, my
to
phone is not sending the email.
Preside over all of these
see if I can do that
nation
from,
states and lands. And pretty much all the corporations' expiration dates are running out. Coincidentally, all at the same time.
This is a bunch of nonsense. None of this is going to amount to a hill of beans. I'm calling it right now. None of this is going to amount to a hill of beans. I'm calling it right now.
I agree.
This is more hopium.
I think that evil will continue.
Hopium. It's almost like, do they know I'm restreaming?
Really is saying is that they're
and they've called in to hide. What is this, by the way? I think I'm getting out. I'm aborting the mission. Silliness. I got my eye on them, though. I got my eye on them in case we need to. Actually, I shouldn't even. Hang on. This is me not knowing how to use StreamYard. Give me a second. Okay. This is what I need to do. Yes, okay, now we're ready. What's up, Robin? Good to see you. Yeah, I don't know, Yolanda. That's a good question. We saw Tarek was around here earlier today. Yeah, imagine somebody coming to your channel and telling you to shut up. That's right. That's right. Well, and then shutting up. No, I'm not interested, TBE. I'm not just not interested, man. Not interested. No, thank you. Still trying to figure out. Sometimes my phone just will not send an email. It's bizarre. One of my phones, I should say. Heavy breathing. Where's EBT, by the way? Where the fuck is EBT? By the way. And then once again, what do we see? We see Mitchell in the driver's seat of his vehicle in a parking lot somewhere. Although it looks like maybe he's parked on the street. Hard to tell. Oh, we're no longer... Well, we can view them. How about... Let's mute their audio. That's the move. Let's mute their audio and then look at their video. See, yep. We're figuring it out, folks. This is the move right here. Yeah, it's always worth a try, TBE. In fact, I was starting to connect, and then I saw who was on panel. I was like, oh, fuck, I'm getting out of this. Yeah, it's no longer the Brian O'Shea show. Indeed. There you go. Yeah, I enjoyed the violent. I love that. I love that drop. Some of these the audience doesn't respond to. Like I've got these Lubass ones that nobody's ever said anything about, but let me play them. There's four different actually 3 different drops. So we start with this one.
Like when you get high to the level that I am right now,
and then we go to this one.
There's a sort of a sexual element to it.
And then we go,
oh, Mr. Honey. Oh, Mr. Honey. Oh, Mr. Honey. We love you long time.
Yeah, nobody's ever responded to that one for whatever reason. And there's these Mitchell ones, which I got this one.
You want to like spoon with me or something? You really want to feel it?
No,
Man, I love you. I told you Daddy loves you. What the fuck do you need from me, bro?
I want it to be real, you know?
Yeah, we shout out Charles Voss channel from time to time. Good to see you, Sunshine Time. In fact, thank you for reminding me. I'm making a list of channels to publicize, so we're going to go ahead and drop his link. Yeah, some of those builds are awesome. And in fact, there was one day I restreamed him for like 3 hours on this channel. And, man, we had like 60 in the chat, I want to say. And I didn't have to do anything. Yeah, it worked out quite well. Well, you're welcome, Dominic. Yeah, and if you guys ever have channels you want me to publicize, just hit my email. I'm happy to do it. In fact, I've now started I've got a Word document, like a notepad document with just, I got the name of the channel and then the URL. Here's another one. This one I'm not familiar with. It's only got like 50 subscribers. But that was, found that one on Ian's channel, this last one. Indeed, Rachel. Happy to do it. I feel like it's my duty to some extent, and lest we forget, that was part of the reason why Paul doesn't have the keys around here, is because he became annoyed when I would share channels that he perceived as, going against him personally. But here's how arrogant I am, and this kind of goes back
93
to
fucking cases.
Oh, yeah, exactly. That was me hitting the enter key on my my number pad. What's up, Trace B? Good to see you. It's Tommy here. Good to see you, Tommy. Yeah, top 3 panel versus losers. Yeah. I would, I'm still a fan of Paul's channel and his broadcast. I will say that. But as far as when I see him on other panels, I tend to agree. Although I do have a soft spot for O'Shea, I must say there. But yeah, whatever that is. Me and him used to have some pretty good combos. Although certainly awkward at times. Shit, I already forgot what I was doing. Oh, that's right. I got to get you, Jeff. My bad. Let me, you're not on the list yet, but you're about to be. And like I say, anybody that, whether it's your channel or somebody else's channel, just hit my email and I will happily, but you're going to be dependent on me remembering to bring up the document, and then I'm pretty much just going to randomly pick something and copy and paste it. But it's better than nothing, right? And Provo Kid was surprised to see he got like 20 subscribers in like one day from me shouting him out. Yeah, absolutely, Tom. Absolutely, sir. And just so I want to reiterate this before Tom gets here, especially people who live stream and have channels, I'm giving them preferential treatment where pretty much any of those folks can ask for a link at just about any time, although we're probably going to keep it to one-on-ones most likely. And I told Tom, he can pretty much pick now Tom's got special privileges. He can pretty much, and link is Tom only, by the way. In fact, I usually email it, so it's in the chat, Tom. Yeah, that's Paul. That's not Tarek. It's Paul. Yeah, it's hard to tell them apart, I guess, just based on the name there, right? But yeah, link is Tom only. I can email it if you need me to, but there it is. Yeah, here he comes. And I've told Tommy he's so special that he can pick and choose whether he wants another person to join or not. We're going to give him a lot of leeway. There are special privileges to how people behave on the channel. What's up, Tom?
Hey. And I don't even want it like I'm so special. I'm kind of just backing you on.
Oh, yeah, that's my words, by the way.
I agree with you on some of this stuff because I've always been talking like we're developing this panel verse, this P-anal verse, and I feel some of these things you're stipulating lately, because I also will put the link out and say this is for them, and then the backstage just fills up, and especially with like Chuck in Tennessee, I'm like, why do you bother? Like, I'm almost not even gonna mention that Chuck in Tennessee is in my backstage anymore. I'm just gonna let him sit there because I can't verbally berate him anymore when he's not there. But I thought that was Tarek on Brian's panel, so maybe that's not the top 3 losers.
No, it's not. I tried to sort of help you out and say, although when Paul's not on his own channel, I'm not as much of a fan, certainly.
Yeah, and if you saw me, whenever I was watching you watch Brian, I was immediately like, oh, please watch until I came on. Please watch until I came on. And I was really trying to like just show up and support the dude. And this is why I said he's got the spirit of his daddy in him, because he just carries that rhetoric still. And that he was like, oh, Tommy's here to spur. Tommy's here to bitch me out. And I'm just like, hey, man, how are you doing?
Yeah, it's kind of wild, man, because you do that. I mean, listen, that, I don't view it that way, but sometimes you do versions of that, but not every single time.
Oh, I'm known for it. Yeah.
Yeah, not every time.
I mean, right, exactly. And I'm trying to show people there's always been a reason. If you go back to any time and just rewind, or maybe pay attention to what the atmosphere was back then, there's always been a method to it.
Yeah. I see what you did there. Excellent. Yes, sir. Absolutely.
But last night, like, I would have to say, in my personal ranking, Mitchell is so low with me right now. The fact that he dodged my panel but stayed in the chat, throwing out his Cash App. He came up on Steve last night And I hadn't been to Steve for a while because I still say he's not
Fuck you,
handling
Venus.
his hostness very well. I came up to talk about planet shape and
Fuck
moon,
you, Venus.
and that's when Mitchell wanted to come up. Oh, he saw me on panel. Now he wants to come up and talk about that shit, trying to say I'm fake, that I would have shot him while fearing for my life. Like, that's the type of gun owner I worry about, that he would think I was saying come to my parking lot so I could say I fear for my life over his long-haired hippie ass and shoot him. No, I didn't want to go to Colfax if I don't have to. I never go to Colfax if I don't have to. I don't know why his skinny ass thinks calling me out on Colfax at 11:30 p.m. would have been safe for him. He could, even if he kicked my ass, he could have turned around and his car is gone with his dog in it. You know, they're just driving off with his car.
Yeah, the Mitchell stuff is fascinating on some level. I find it interesting. He certainly doesn't hold himself to any sort of standard whatsoever that I can detect.
I think he's a Muppet.
Oh, he might. Oh, yeah. I guess he could be, right?
Because I mean, I said that stuff about JG and Kem, that it's like the conditions they wanted to come at me on here. There's no jury that would have convicted me. I couldn't have just shot Mitchell in my parking lot, nor would have I attempted to.
Sure.
But yeah, with JG and Kem, this very much isn't a game, people. Even Snafu, to say you got people watching my door and then to show up in Denver, that ain't no game, people. And be like, we all know Benton's in some motel or hotel somewhere. If you started naming that motel and talking about you'll be there tomorrow, yeah, Benton can shoot you. That's crazy shit,
especially in this state.
On the internet.
Yeah, good luck with that. I mean, you know, and I'm not into that, but I would if I had to. I would have to. You know, it would be, you know, it would have to happen. What I'm trying to say is it'd have to be the last resort. But yeah, absolutely.
And Robin, I appreciate it, but I'm not sick, baby doll. I just woke up. I'm having my coffee, and I've been doing a lot of spiritual warfare, spirit walking. That's when I have horrible, vivid dreams, and the plates in my skull show that they don't fit in the right spot, and it's very painful. But yeah, thanks. I'm fine. And if I was sick, I'd probably just let it run. Just not drink lemon or
exist if it wasn't for Farmer.
Oh, and I was gonna ask you about that. I was hearing you run through some sound clips on Oshia. Is it on purpose that some of them sound kind of like a sci-fi robot filter, or was that just the way they were?
I think that's the software does that sometimes.
Okay.
Yeah,
because it wasn't bad.
Yeah, it's hard to pin down why it does that, but yeah, it sounds okay. I think it works.
Yeah. Oh, and Rachel Zinger, not all spiritual warfare is against demons. I mean, that's what I was trying to tell Nachikita is when I say I'm chosen, that's not a pride braggy thing. It means God will take an extra shit on you for whatever he wants you to be ready for. I have been through the ringer as long as you guys have known me. I've had some good times, but I'm always eating shit sandwiches sent from my Heavenly Father or allowed to be sent from the Dark One.
Yeah.
Oh, and there's pseudo Aunt Brenna back to her old bullshit. Thank you, Brenda. I used you as a lesson and it scared Egan. I don't know how you feel about Ian, but last night on Steve, I established that I'm going to be calling him Egan.
Oh,
with
yeah.
the appropriate Photoshop, aka Negan. And I even chatted it in one of Paul's comments. I was like, listen, I still hate you, but I started calling Ian Egan. Make it stick, motherfucker. He hates it. Yeah, I told him last night, I think he should have just waited longer, stayed gone, because so far I see same old Ian. Even though he's given me props and he's all about my channel, maybe not anymore now. I was like, honestly, except for that, I still see same old Ian. Like when I went on his panel, it was immediate, like, Tom, please. I'm like, I'm sorry, I thought it was my turn. Like, he's still the same old irritated Ian. And I don't think, if I didn't exist, I don't think he's gonna go long here without catching the same shit.
Yeah, I was reading email, Tom. My apologies.
No, that's fine. I didn't want to overrun the show, but back to Benton. I have been supporting a lot of the stipulations you're kind of establishing, because I agree with them. I think the host getting frontline to panel is a thing, in the same way that I think we need to all remember all-time chatters like Aunt Brenda there, they need to be kept to a minimum, what's my word? Validation, or a minimum weight to what they're saying. Because even last night, I see Arpole getting a lot of props where he goes, but even last night, as soon as I corrected him or kept him in check, he went right to, what's Tom's favorite file type? Well, it's a PDF file. And like, Arpole, not only is that lost its weight, people are tired of it, but I don't care either. And my favorite file type right now is MP4. Thank you very much. But yeah, I like that Benton is not really teaming up, as I'm not. I like to give each individual their props or disses according to their character and weight they're carrying in this panel burst, and we'll keep moving along and see how it goes.
Yeah, I love that, man. Definitely.
Yep.
I'm down. I am running out of steam just a little bit, so I'm more than happy to have you mostly carry this thing, if that's okay. It's up to you, though.
Well, what's the time of Steam versus you were just gonna wrap it up? I'm not sure what time you started.
Well, I already crossed the 6 hours, so I would say it probably won't be on too much longer. Actually, I'm gonna have to. I don't know, man. I could do a couple more max. So.
No, that's fine. I just want to say I'm currently real time guesstimating when I'm gonna do today's third installment of State of the LARP.
Oh, okay.
And there might be a surprise in it. That you could catch not live. It's just going to be a surprise that will ride out as a new thing. Yes, just a gal, Egan is right. I want to spell it like that, but the pronunciation will be the Eegan. And I'm going to Photoshop him up as Negan from Negan from Walking Dead.
Well, and as far as voice saying to stop batching Notch, I mean, nobody's above that. I mean, everybody's going to get bashed at some point.
This is what Voy
exactly. I do too.
I
do too. Yeah.
I hate Voy. I like Notch, but because I like Notch, I have to help mold him into a better Gasian. You guys still hang on his broad nothingness of spirituality. Like, he's one of these people, and there's more than just him, that'll go on panels and say that same old Ian, we are awake type stuff of like broad sense spirituality. Yes, there's a consciousness rising and all the blah, blah, blah. There's no specificity. Toilet Bowl Earth, also not one of my favorites. Also pleased to see that his whole crew is down. He's been chatting about who's down, who's down. You're down, motherfucker. You got 3 crew that don't seem to be streaming regularly. And every time your cockboy does, I'm going to finish more of his show up, you did give a kid up for adoption. And that's how EBT's oblivious. EBT yesterday was saying, Tom, get off the Bubs thing. Nobody cares who Bubs is. I said, it's not about Bubs, dipshit. It's about denying you gave a kid up for adoption. And if I'm wrong about that, he should tell me quickly, because he's been denying
I suspect you're wrong, but I don't know. I have no information either way.
Right, and the information is, number one, why would he tell the specific? Okay, because hands down, bottom line, Drew is Bubs. Okay, there's no disputing
It seems like that's probably the case, but I can't prove that either.
I agree that you are in a position to say probably. I'm sitting here as a fellow host saying, oh, bro, I'm not going to go into the details, but trust me, Drew is Bubs. Now, to go on Jack and console Jack with a, hey, man, I gave a kid up for adoption with odd details that you would be making it up with these details, that's fine. People rightfully give kids up for adoption all the time. I support it. It's better than the Verily direction of thing. But then he denied it and told me to my face, wasn't me, never said that for weeks. And I was like, I told him about the Jack thing, and he goes, find the receipts, find that footage. Boom, found it. Haven't seen him stream since. And EBT says he's sick, and I think he's sick in the head. But yeah, I think the only thing to be embarrassed about is to deny it all that time and then have me be like, oh, about that footage, I found it of you being Bubs saying you gave a kid up for adoption. So I think he did. And like the recycled panel member, I'll come out, I'm wrong if I'm wrong. And currently I'm apparently wrong about that. And I'm not ashamed. And anybody that backed me up on it shouldn't be ashamed. Those dudes look spitting fucking images, not even like brothers. They look like the same fucking guy. But that Citizens Broadcasting guy has come to me. He's in the comments of that video if anyone wants to check, being like, hey, that motherfucker looks like 10 years younger than me. He looks great. And I said it, I've even said it looks like you lost weight and got on top of yourself. But it's not him. He doesn't seem to have a problem with it sitting there, but I would chop it off if he wants. And it doesn't take away from the fact, Lou's a dirty fucking liar.
Well, and real quick, I got to handle some business. Shout out to Somewhere in Time for the $20 Venmo donation. Much appreciated. Please continue.
See,
Tom.
look at Toilet Bowl Earth. And yeah, props to $50. Y'all need to send me like 33% less to kick me off here. Never forget that. Any offers to kick me off the panel over money, 33%
Oh, wait a minute. Yeah,
less.
I'm not sure Toilet Bowl knows this. Yeah, you can absolutely pay to have Tommy removed from the broadcast if you're so interested.
Toilet Bowl don't really know anything.
Although it's
Even
not
that
gonna,
Muslim.
yeah, it's not going to continue long enough to be worth his money, I don't think. But yeah, go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, it's like, no, I don't wonder, Toilet Bowl Earth. We wonder why you're only in the chat, not hosting anything anybody comes to, and you're still wrong
Good
in
to
the
see you,
chat,
Bex,
Toilet
by the
Bowl.
way.
You're a joke, dude. I'm not saying this as enemies. I'm saying even if I was neutral with you, I'd be like, yeah, TBE's fell off. He's down. He's a joke. And I don't constantly talk about kids. You're just secondhand picking up off that shit I'm going to thrash London Boy over. So once again, to kick me, guys, if there's an offer, like back when Paul was getting $100 a kick on me, you can.
Well, just for the record, just a gal, I
send
asked.
that to dollar
I
sign
said he wants to come back. Is that okay with you?
On my own. Just
You
put in the subject
definitely
line,
could
hey,
have said
leave
no.
this panel that you're on right now. I'm outie.
I absolutely would have stuck to that. If
Show
you,
me a Bill Gates or a Elon Musk that won't take.
And I'm willing to give a
but
refund
don't play
if I
this
need
bullshit
to.
of
I don't
first
have a problem with
offer
that.
is $1 to kick Tom. Okay, 66 cents. Nah, son, fuck that. I see
But yeah,
what
by the
y'all
way,
are spending
that's your
around. Like,
choice. Also,
I've betting good on
But
that.
I definitely
$50.
would
You
have
deserve it.
stuck to
Yeah,
that.
I ain't gonna take like some chump change to kick me off. But
yeah,
goddamn, Beck, Toilet Bowl, Mitchell, y'all some down motherfuckers. Down. But yeah, I'm not gonna go in on the Drew thing. That's the content in itself. Y'all heard it here first. I was wrong about the recycle thing, but we had some good times contemplating it, didn't we? I was even on this panel. I was wrapping it up real quick to show it, and everybody was like speculating hard. Toilet Bowl, going off of the pedo thing straight onto the meth, wondering why nobody's showing up to his panels. You're gonna make it too easy, TBE. And to deny my Christianity as an alleged fellow Christian, it's easy for me too. I got no problem sticking that in and breaking it off with your
and
Iranian,
I ain't mad at you, just a gal. We're good
married
either
to
way.
a black girl ass. Iranians are racially white for the most part. No matter how brown they look, no matter how hala they get.
Dude, I'm bonding with you today, Paul.
Yeah, but real quick, how about Snafu talking all that mess on my 12-hour stream the other day, and then next thing you know, he's over there snuggling up with Paul on OTW, which, I mean, we all know was going to happen, but.
No, I've always said that. And Toilet Bowl Earth, anytime you want to come to my panel and not get mod godded, except for a mute on your dumb drunk shit, I'll show you what it is to be a man. I've been showing you, and you don't even know your little fucking, what are they, millennial? Your little fucking punk millennial ass is down. And we all know someone not your mommy pulled you out of school on 9/11 so you can go get cigarettes and be special. You're a kid to me, Toilet Bowl Earth. You're only writing rhetoric. I'll end you, just like I ended your cock-sucking check line. And Gary Baxter, we all hate pedos, but Snafu is fucking up by just everyone's a pedo when he's mad. That's how he's fucking up. He's making pedo the new Nazi. And yeah, I've never liked Snafu. I was trying to shun him for that, buddying up to me. And I've always said, yes, he's going to buddy up to anyone in the moment. Whenever Montegraph went after Paul, I literally watched Snafu every day, day to day. If he went to Paul, oh, fuck Monograph, he's Vito. If he was talking about Monograph outside of Paul, oh, Monograph's going to get Paul. I can't wait to see Monograph get Paul. Snafu is like a fucking loose bag in the wind on this shit. And EBT, just you are free to come to State of the LARP today as well. I'm tired of you motherfuckers that have hosted in the past. Long before I made a video, you motherfuckers were hosting, and now you've been degraded to just common chatter. You're plebs now to me. Now come on over to State of the LARP today. Come on up, talk that shit man to man, Toilet Bowl Earth, and watch how as much as I've bitched about the mod god bitches in this community, all you'll get is mute to maintain a back and forth. I won't backstage you unless I finger fuck it. I won't kick you from the thing unless it's over, and I'll finish out the fucking subject.
EBT?
I'm cleaning up these streets. That's what State of the LARP was all about. And I see Benton getting on board that, even if it's not associated with my start. I see him trying to clean this shit up. And like I said at the first State of the LARP, or else the invite to it, y'all want a better panel verse? It starts with the Chat Shit Foundation. And it's sad to see past hosts fall down to the foundation and then just become the shit sandwich themselves. I'm disappointed in you boys. And I stress BOY boys. And that's one tier above London Soy. London can't get back. I'm going to use that screenshot from this very panel where he's like, oh, Tom dumped me for snafu. No, this whole community
Dude, I'm bonding with you today, Paul. Fuck you, Venus.
And he still has yet to come to me. He stayed on Ian's panel and talked about the subject. Tried to get irritated with me when I told him he's wrong.
Let's do it.
And he still ain't going to touch this racist, pedo. There was one other I forget that he went ahead and leaned into.
Yo.
Whatever. Toilet Bowl.
What up? It's your boy Drew.
Your chat. EBT.
Checking out that Drew
I got a
World
lot
Order
I could go
live.
back in on you with that I thought you were trying to come correct, and I can open up that fucking file anytime you want. I can have you spinning between, well, Illumitami, I respect you, sir, and it's a pleasure to have you. I'm going to fire one up later. I'm going to trap Illumitami. I'm getting sick of his ass. Which one you want to roll with, you yin-yang bitch? You fucking drunk. You and TBE are two of the most drunk ass hosts on this panelverse, and that's why you can't remember where you've been and how you're viewed. I only had up to go, boys. I came into this community meth pedo Jew.
It means penis, and more penis. It means penis,
I only had up to go.
and more penis.
And it seems like up is where I'm going. And I don't even think 500 of us come to my panel. I think my common 500 views per live, I think that's people that don't even interact with us. I mean, there's the people that we are as the community that are X number, and I think somewhere past that, maybe 200, that's people that just say, look at this crazy thumbnail, or look at this live, and jump in. I think they're people that if they keep up with the community, they're smart enough not to let themselves be known.
Yeah, I would say so. Definitely.
Who's not such a moral guy, Cloud Atlas? You talking about TBE or me? Because I catch a lot of that, oh, I thought you were Christian, Tom. I very much am. And I don't think any of you got anything on me save for a hentai demon tentacle penis tongue for a mouth that I use in a positive amoral sense. Haven't thrown at a lot of you good people. I see a lot of good people in that chat foundation. And like a drill sergeant, you know how you know you're a good person? If you're like 6 weeks into basic training and a drill sergeant doesn't know your last name, which is posted on your chest, that's a good thing. Means you ain't getting on their radar. Toilet Bowl wants to keep hitting the living near 50. I'm not halfway through my 40s, dipshit. And you're a millennial, but you're not far behind me. And you still got to work for a living, bitch. Are they watching me fail? Because that's the Paul thing, Toilet Bowl Earth. I know you like to snuggle up to Paul, he also likes to call me a failure, as I have all this time to sit and fuck with you losers with no monetary stress except for what's about to happen in this economy. And Paul even jumped on my Catcoin thing, didn't he? He went months and months of Catcoin. All you got is Catcoin until Tommy, guess who's got XRP? Guess who's got XRP? And it's not the only thing that's going to moon, guys. It's not the only thing. Bex Factor with her typical Zoomer hieroglyphics that mean absolutely nothing, whether for me or against me. Voy with his silly foreigner bullshit. Like, Voy will say the North and the South war. I'm like, hey, when Americans hear you talking that North and South war, I don't think they hear what you think they hear. Like, you're in some little, what was the Borat place? You're in like some Kazakhstani white European part of the war, Voy, and your hardship is unbeknownst to our geographic historical knowledge, nor do we care. You'll just be a shadow on a wall of random mushroom clouds when World War III is popping up. And boy, I've seen you come at me correct and try and be nice. You need to go back in time, do that time traveling, see what you're making up for, and see how long it'll take. Because that Vex Factor, she's got no relevance to do it. I only was going to approach her last night because she wanted to talk that men got it wrong about women shit. I'm like, no, it's a very much natural function of this planet we're on with the testosterone, the estrogen, the carrying out of those processes. It's a man's world, bitch. You can bitch and spurg all you want. It's a man's world. You see these ladies in the panel verse that know it and play that role as strong women. Shout to Yolanda. Haven't made too many mistakes that can't be corrected. Actually, more of like learning mistakes than corrections. Like Yolanda, peace to you.
God,
little note.
vaginas,
Don't
am I
try
right?
and use the chat
Man's world.
as your vote that you're right thing. Because when you're right, you're right. Fuck the chat shit foundation, Yolanda. You're bigger than that. You might have, maybe you've cammed up, but the fact that you panel and vocal, you're higher than that Carl fella. You're higher than that Carl fella that had to take a whole channel private, that had to lose South Park to me, a resident of Colorado. I learned him, didn't I? Yeah, I learned him. Who learned the Carl? Tommy learned the Carl. Who learned the Carl? Yes, he did. Tommy learned the Carl. Came at me on some South Park tip over my quality fucking 410 revolver. No. You should have went with the fact I had a pile of laundry from my ghetto laundry room fucking up, Carl. You could have went with the pile of laundry sitting in front of my front door, soaking wet because I had to figure out what to do when that shit broke the fuck down. You could have went with that. No, you just caught a glimpse of a quality revolver sitting on the table, and you didn't want to say, oh, we could have got the live stream in trouble because it wouldn't have. Shout to Steve. We all brandished our rifles one night, no problem. But you did, didn't you? And you used South Park, didn't you? And you know how he fucked up, guys? In that conversation about guns, Carl said that he had throwing stars. And I was like, oh, okay, you're going to bring throwing stars against guns, and you'll end up that old kid from South Park with a throwing star in his eye. He went ahead and tried to use that in he fucked up. And X in the chat if you saw the Carl response I made, because it's not public now. When he took his channel private, I took that video private. X in the chat if you saw that. Carl, do you see? Do you see? This is me slandering people who are religious. Do you see? Do you see? This is me claiming I'm women. Do you see? Okay, no X's, or you guys just not want to participate because you chat shit. Yeah, look at Snafu looking for a link. Sorry, Snafu. Link at this hour on this channel. That's creator frontline. That's host frontline. And you might even tell us you host. I doubt anybody's showing up. I mean, people lose points with me by greeting you and propsing you. And I know you're trying to be nice. I saw your little Tom over the target 100. Yeah, I always am, Snafu. When I'm wrong, I admit it. Wasn't over the target with Paul recycling thing. But enough of you were looking into it that I know I wasn't retarded for putting it out there. A lot of you ignoring TBE and EBT on their bullshit right now. That's when the chat's not being shit, you know?
Dude.
Snafu, people are coming around.
Dude.
I'm not saying you got to disappear. I wish you would, but you need to straighten your ass up. You got a year and a half of false accusations.
Dude, I'm bonding with you
that
today,
I don't
Paul.
know how you clean up from that. There is no
Dude, I'm
panel
bonding with you today,
presidential
Paul.
assassination that you could stop for all of us to be like, oh, wow, he turned it all around that day. He took that bullet for the panel president. It doesn't happen. This is a long process in this panel verse. Like, for me, just to establish my stance and my belief on things, not only does it have to be repetitious and AKA loop, half the time you got to make a video, leave it sit and refer to it and then not mention it again just to establish, no, that's me, bro. That's me. Don't listen to this rhetoric. Don't listen to this narrative. Are you all understanding?
Fuck
what
you,
kind
Venus.
Of existence you are here? You're not legs that walk and get tired. You can time travel just like I can. It takes a mental toll, a spiritual toll. It takes protein and burns calories and wrinkles that brain. But you guys can do anything I can do, except for when you can't, because you're remedial and stupid and fake and shallow. And we'll find you out if you are. Also, the multiple names, the multiple all-time chat names, I don't even try to. If it comes to me naturally, if there's a thing
You love me.
where it's like, oh, that's obviously also this person, I'll roll with it. I don't even try and investigate it. Like, so many of you names have come and gone. If you do start to time travel, y'all, and also leave that live
See,
chat
Carl,
on,
this is why you
I
can't
forgot
hang
about
with me, troll
1-800
boy.
murder. Oh, I forgot about a million names I couldn't even remember right now. And nice one, boy. I too shit on Freedom Grower. Can't grow without manure, without fucking fertilizer, right? Even my main metaversal bitch just last night, shout to Sherelle Snow. Y'all leave Sherelle Snow alone. Tell her to go the fuck home. Quit reaching for her girly parts.
That's why
just
you
last
never
night, she was
resolve
like,
with
hey,
duplicitous people.
did you get with Freedom Grower and go build tiny houses in Denver? Fuck no. Do you think Freedom Grower has my number or would use it? Freedom Grower no longer seems to be culted up, but he still has no intention of making his cult past right with me. And his cult past was one of the original meth slanderers. He was one of the first ones I said, oh, he's got a microphone. He acts like he might have a channel too. He asked me a thing about meth. I was like, hey, man, if you ever want to just a one-on-one sit down about past meth use, you let me know. Nah, never hit me up about that. Just slander, just hated on me. And you know what his big question was? Hey, if you could shut that little voice up in your head that always says it would be a good time to get meth, would you remove that voice if you could? Answer was no. But that was the only question he had. I was kind of like, all right, that's it. You asked that question, that was it.
Anyways, what a beautiful stream. What a wonderful stream.
Whoa is right, Freedom Grower. What are you whoaing about? That I remembered that? Am I not? Gary Baxter, tell Freedom Grower who has the fucking elephant memory in this community. Jesus. Jesus. Cheese. CHEESEUS. Now, Freedom Grower, I am interested in where you built the tiny houses, why they're being built. Denver's a little on the fence of, do we want to lean into tiny houses or do we want to ban them? But
that's why you never resolve with duplicitous
and everybody,
people.
even though EBT and TBE are welcome to come get wrecked in their metaversal faces later today at State of the LARP. That'll probably be toward the end when I'm almost out of free lunch hours. We're gonna just roll State of the LARP as normal because that's what it is. It's not anything special for those jokers. But no, Emilio's man, you're colded as fuck. Everybody, make no mistake, Emilio's man is an openly culted up motherfucker over here in this panel, talking that shit. Do not support the bobbleheads. Bobbleheads only if those motherfuckers to be bobbleheaded sign some kind of treaty, get some kind of fiat.
Fuck you, Venus.
Let's see. Okay, Benton's still present. I see him in the chat. Thanks for the stage, Benton. I'm gonna go back to my coffee, my peach cakey things that Z had debuted because Z respects the home ec. Z's a little envious. Is envious like the positive word of jealousy? I don't think it is. Envious gets used like a sinful thing as well. What's the positive word for like, man, I'd like to have that, but I'm not mad that they
Admiration.
do? Oh, okay. Because I always admiration more of like traits or abilities, but I think you're right. Like Z admires the home ec skills, and I did take a year home ec because that friend that dreamt he could breathe underwater and was also like valedictorian or whatever of his classes. His aunt taught home ec in our high school, so I took it just because it's like, I need to fill a class. Hey, my friend's aunt teaches it. I'll just go do the thing. Home ec and cooking and all that, just more science, guys. You may bag on me wearing a dress with high heels and an apron when I'm doing it, but it's still just another science. And yeah, I might get on my landline phone with the long curly cord, talk to Benton about the panel verse while I curl the cord on my fingernail painted finger. And when we talk about Unslavia or Bex or somebody, I'll stomp that healed foot and go, I hate it, I hate it, I hate it. God, I gotta pull out these bakery things out of the oven. Benton, I'll get back to you later after.
Yeah, man. And
I'll see if you
just
set up
for
my
a
stream.
reminder, when you're up here, you can decide if we bring other people on or not. So just want you to know that.
We can 50-50 that unless I'm on a tear about a specific thing. But like I said, I don't want too much special as we are establishing the isness.
Well,
because
and
I want to
real quick.
Go ahead.
You have the right not to use it, so you can just
right.
not exercise it.
Okay, that's
Yep.
cool. Yeah, because you also would frontline if you show up at State of the LARP today, want to come up about something. I'll definitely frontline you to the TBE and his mirrored image EBT. They can just come get wrecked if they got it in them because it's only going to improve them to if they keep denying it while even the chat shit is going to come around. That's on them, you know. Like it's not it is my fault. It is my pleasure that I came in very aware of what this is. I came in on meth pedo, guys. Now that I've cleaned up meth pedo, you will have nothing on me beyond, I fucked up with the Citizens broadcast being the other guy. Yeah, guys, that was me. That was me that fucked up. It was fun though, wasn't it? Fun. Remember that time I fucked up? That was fun, wasn't it? See, TBE, irrelevant. If Benton's so down, why is he beating both of our numbers, faggot? Why is he monetized, TBE? I'm not even monetized, boy, but we're both blowing up any numbers. The last time I was on your panel, it was because I felt bad for you all alone because somebody came over to Machine Lies, said you were spiraling. I was like, I'll go throw the boy a visit. And I had to leave because you were so ridiculously stupid to the fact that Drew is Bubs. God, you guys, you have no idea where you are and what's happening. We're building a thing.
And Paul talks about 200 a day, and you know I'm not averaging this, but it's been a $150 day today. So praise God, by the way.
Damn.
Praise God.
I wouldn't turn that down.
Hell
I'm
no.
trying to get State of the LARP to come around to just getting me monetized to see if they'll monetize all these N-word F-words I've been dropping. And the only one, and here, this is a precursor for State of the LARP people. I know that Tao is doing his part of letting that watch time thing play while he's asleep, or maybe in Tao's case, he might watch it attentively as those videos loop. But I'm only up, since I gave that assignment, I'm only up maybe 200 or 300 watch hours. Some of y'all need to do some assignment, and I'm definitely not to 500 subs. I know 500 people are listening to that shit.
Yeah, it's
But
criminal
we'll
that you're not
review
to 500 yet, in my opinion.
and it's not like I'm saying, oh, give me money, give me money. I'm saying if you guys want me to carry on this panel versus villain, it's if you're good at something, never do it for free. You know, like, come on, guys. Elon Musk ain't going to just sit and tell you stuff for free outside of a YouTube video. He's sleeping on the floor of the Tesla plant. He's still making that money, guys. And nobody should hate him for it. I don't hate you guys for going to work when you're not here. How you guys do 8 hours and spend 16 hours here, I don't know, unless you're welfare people. But yeah, it's been a pleasure, Benton, as usual. I'll see if I see you later. If not, I will return. State of the LARP. Right now, I'm thinking maybe 3:11 Central Time. But you'll see the upcoming people. I always post the upcoming in time before it happens.
Love that, Tom. Appreciate you, brother.
Special surprise today. See ya.
That was Mr. Tommy on deck for you fine folks. Snafu Snaps.
Mr. Benton.
What's up, man? How are you?
Man, these fucking weaponized hoes are getting more fucking crazier the day more and more. You know that little bitch Venus in your chat, little cupcake hoe? Now she says me and Paul have sexually assaulted her. Okay, on her channel. She fucking did this little pack because she's butthurt about everyone telling her she didn't know how to grow weed and she was full of shit. So anyway, she does this little panel of hers because she's always triggered like a hoe, showing a white cock saying it's mine. These feminist, weaponized bullshit women who would yell rape on a innocent man. This bitch goes on her panel and says Paul and I sexually assaulted her to Jackie Fox. Okay, and Jackie just had the dumbest look on her face, like, yeah, these bitches are fucking. But the fact is this bitch said we sexually assaulted her by saying the fucking dried up fucking weaponized hoe needs some dick. So any of you motherfuckers that want to give this weaponized hoe some dick, shove in her mouth, shove in her booty, internet sexually assault her as much as you want, because she needs to be sexually assaulted, obviously, in a metaversal way, because she's saying that's what happened. So let's make it happen, I guess. No, I just want to point out, not only is she fucking what I said she is, supporting the pedos and all that shit.
I don't
this
support
bitch
any
now
of this,
is going to fucking go to the extreme. Let me remind you, motherfuckers, this bitch and her fucking other little weaponized host. That's why I get mad at Bex when she gets all in her little feminist Me Too movement bullshit, which I saw her fucking kind of promoting over on what's his fucking channel? Steve. Steve had a bunch of the Me Too talk going on with the women, which, whatever. I love women, but not this weaponized bullshit shit that we're seeing lately. And this fucking bitch Venus not only blamed me for heart attacks, giving people heart attacks, putting them in hospital, but now she's going to say Paul and I both sexually assaulted her. Let me ask you, how does that work when someone's in California, someone's in a different state, like metaversally? How does that work, man? Can you tell me? How do these women say we're sexually assaulting them?
Oh, I don't fucking know.
Does it sound a little weaponized to you?
I hadn't thought about it much. I will say I do appreciate having Miss Venus Cupcake around, but
so
these are your views, not my views, by the way. Well, these are your views, not my views.
You appreciate a bitch that would yell rape on an innocent man, Benton. You appreciate a bitch that supports.
Well, I'm not sure you're innocent overall, but I don't think you've done anything to her.
The bitch by saying she needs some dick.
So well, I mean, yeah, lots of people say lots of things. Lots of people say lots of things, Snafu.
This fucking hoe by telling her she needs
Snafu,
dick.
What about you coming on the broadcast the other day and we were going in on Paul, and the next thing I know, you're on OTW snuggling up with him. What's up with that?
Oh, well, you know what? We were bonding.
I know you were.
Feminist fucking hoe and
I know you were bonding.
We're not bonding because you're supporting a fucking bitch.
Well, good. I don't really want to bond with you in the first place.
You're not bonding right now.
Yeah, I don't want
I'm bonding with you today, Paul.
I don't want us to bond, to be clear.
Neither do I.
Okay, good.
Right now,
I'm glad we cleared that up.
Fucking weaponized hoe.
Okay, good.
What is about Venus Cupcake, the bitch who says gives her heart attacks and all this dumb shit, who supports pedophiles, who fucking says that me and Paul sexually assaulted her by saying she needs some dick online? Well, what exactly about this bitch do you like, Benton? Curious. What about Venus who needs dick do you like?
Well, I don't know that it's in my best interest to answer that right now. So,
well, I kind of want to know because you just supported a fucking bitch that yelled rape on innocent people, basically.
Well, again, I'm not sure you're innocent, but I don't think you've done anything to her.
Predator, fucking weaponized fucking shit. It's not just on the men, like Monograph with children chained to walls. It's on fucking weaponized hoes like Venus Cupcake who supports pedophiles.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say that not my problem. That's all I'm really gonna. Just not my problem.
Epstein, a woman was involved, right?
Not my problem.
The woman was involved? Venus, I know what you're into. I know what you support. I see your weaponized tactics. Go suck some dick, you fucking piece of shit weaponized hoe. And Benton, you can keep supporting these fucking traitors, fucking scamulant, nasty ass weaponized bitches, Benton.
Oh man.
And that's not a good look on you, Mr. Benton.
Oh well.
Supporting a bitch rape on innocent men.
I'll take my chances.
You know what? Maybe you should give her some dick.
No, I'm retired. But
well, why don't you just stick it up in her? Just
well, I mean,
little.
but you seem to be focused on particular acts here. It's a little bit disturbing.
Yeah. We're sexually assaulting her metaversely.
There's YouTube metrics here, sir. So that's what I'm interested in. That 33.6% female audience.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, you could cash app Snafu Snap 007 or watch Snafu Snaps 8.
Hang on, I'll drop your link. Hang on.
Tommy did.
Cash App. What is it? Snafu Snap.
Oh, Snafu Snap 007.
All right. What's the other one?
Or watch my content. That'd be nice. One of the two.
Oh yeah. Let me promote your channel while you're here.
My channel is strike. My channel is strike, so I haven't been able to do much.
Oh well, we'll get you some subscribers, maybe.
I appreciate it, Mr.
Oh yeah, anytime, man. Whatever I can do for you.
You got to be careful, dude. These bitches are blaming you for heart attacks. Okay, so watch out. They're gonna blame you for putting them in the hospital. They're gonna fucking blame you for sexual assault now on the metaverse.
Oh man.
So I'm just warning the people out there.
Yep.
These are weaponized hoes, baby.
Be warned, people.
It's like fucking finding a new breed of Karen. I was like Steve Irwin. Crikey.
Oh, Venus wants to come up now. You want to come up with Snafu, or what do you want, Venus?
Fuck that pedophiles, fucking cocksucking hoe. Yeah. Get that bitch ass fucking. I'll stick my dick up in her.
Hit the link there, Venus.
Metaversally.
If you'd like to.
Oh wait, she's gonna yell metaversal rape. I'm being metaversally raped.
I'm gonna get Mad Mystic back on here at some point.
Maybe she should take the metaversal day after tomorrow pill. I'll impregnate her with my child metaversally.
That's a good question, Yolanda. I'm kind of over it myself, but I don't know. The audience does seem to require a certain amount of blood on a regular basis, and yeah, if we need to do that. Oh, Miss Venus Cupcake.
Again, Yolanda, the bitch says we're metaversally sexually. Oh, look at this little cupcake. Oh, hey, you want just the tip, Venus? Just a little? Metaversally, of course. Tell us how Paul and I sexually assaulted you. Tell us.
I do like the your avatar there.
Yeah, like a little kid fucking piece of shit, just like Epstein's fucking chick that fucking, appealing to children. She's a fucking pedophile supporter.
Fire when ready, Venus. Nice to see you.
Hey, whiny voice. Let's hear your whiny voice. Come on, Venus.
Hey, you do not affect me, Snapper.
Hey, you do not affect me. Show my fucking white cock to everyone. Everyone want to watch Snap's penis? How many times have you showed that white cock saying, hey, everyone wants to see Snap's penis? Which everyone knows it's not mine. Everyone knows I'm not running around whipping my dick out on panels. You're such a dumb cunt. You're such a dumb cunt.
It means penis, penis, and more penis.
But
it means penis, penis, and more penis.
Cupcake. Come watch my penis video of Snap. Dude.
Whenever I can speak would be great because
whenever I can speak, go ahead. You weaponized bitch.
Ben, if you would like to just thank you. Okay. Snapper is such a woman hater, and he has come after me and all my friends for an year and a half. And we are not fazed by him. We see how you bend over for Mr. Pauly Pig, and I never accused anybody of anything. And
dude, I'm bonding with you today, Paul.
You did on my channel came directly from your avatar, from your channel, and was witnessed by 10 people on the panel. So maybe it wasn't yours, but you did porn bomb my channel, okay? Because you could not take what people were saying about you. So
Pablo
you had to have
Picasso
a rage porn bomb. And that's a fact, because I have the proof.
And
so
his initials PP is a wiener reference. You understand?
Mr.
And his last name is Feeling, because they want you to feel the PP.
Because you just want to be accepted by your daddy. So say whatever you want. Your words mean nothing. I don't care. I will continue to troll you. And now, Mr. Pauly Pig. So have a nice day. Much love, Benton.
Yeah, right back at you, Venus. Thanks for being here. Anytime.
Yeah, I have a thick skin, man. I was in a hardcore band in New York in 1982.
I love that.
Yeah, I was a singer. And, I had all guys backing me. And you can hear my music on
Wait a minute.
YouTube. I have a channel.
Yeah.
It's called No Thanks. And I'm not afraid of dudes. I had a strong, good father who taught me how to fight. He taught me how to shoot shoot, he taught me, he put me in karate classes when I was 4 years old. So come at me, Snapper. Come see how the granny panty will kick you across the room. Come at me. I'm not afraid of you.
Hey, what's this channel before we get, Snafu's going to have to come back up and you can choose whether to stick around or not. What's this channel, though? I want to see this.
It's called No Thanks. If you type into the search bar, No Thanks Donna Damage.
Right.
Donna Damage is my stage name.
Hell yeah.
So yeah, it will come up, and that's my channel for my band. But
Bam.
you know, these men could abuse me all they want. They can abuse me all they want, because I don't care, and I'm just going to use you for content and keep coming at you. You know, Paulie was saying he's going to bang my walls. I'm going to bang your face in, you pig. Come at me. That's all I have to say. And Snapper could call everyone in the whole community a pedo, pogo, me too, Karen. It doesn't stick when it's 100 people that you're calling those names. But I was one of the first ones that he came at like that, you know. But I'm not fazed. I'm not going away. And that's my avatar. That's my face that he put next to him.
She just lied. I could pull up the video where she absolutely fucking said we sexually assaulted her to Jackie Fox. So when Jackie comes on next, we'll ask Jackie if Venus just made a bullshit lie to you. Lies, Benton. So she actually just came in, completely made a lie up to everyone. I didn't say shit. We have the footage, you fucking cunt bag.
Oh, you always have the footage because you're an agent, right?
Like,
you're some sort of agent. Who pays you, Marfoogle?
I'm fucking beaten and abused online. And now I'm getting fucked in the ass sexually assaulted online.
No, the only one that's getting it in the butt is you.
You weaponized fucking hell. She just absolutely lied, Benton. Should we bring the evidence up?
To all the pigeon peckers.
You're an agent.
Bring the video up in a heartbeat. You just
So the little
by Marfoogle.
awkward.
To Benton and the community here. We watched the video, you fucking cunt, and don't
Oh,
bring the ball. You
Oh my God, the ball! Why don't you go to the hospital with your brain damage?
You can bring up the video right now and see. Your talk shows that you're a weaponized hoe. I'm abused. I'm tired of these men.
I enjoy
these men.
the
You don't
violent
see
discourse.
Yolanda, Jackie Fox, even Sophia, the fucking
I enjoy
fake Christians. They get
the violent
triggered.
discourse.
They don't get weaponized bullshit. Me too. Fucking crap. You just made false lies. Completely.
Oh, you're about to go to the hospital. Oh, go to the hospital. Your little brain. Oh.
Where you fucking just lied to him and the community. You fucking liar.
Some community you have. Your little Fight Club community.
So if you want to respect a weaponized bitch, not only supporting pedophiles, yep, monograph, people change the law.
Yeah.
But you also are a weaponized hoe that would yell rape on an innocent man. But see, your language, I'm abused, but you just lied to Benton. So he said he respects you and everything. You just fucking put his credibility on the line because he's sitting here saying, oh, yeah.
Hey, Ben, can I respond, please? Can you shut him down for a minute?
You're an absolute fucking liar.
Okay. I said last night that this thing about banging my vaginal walls was like being raped metaversally with words. I didn't say that anybody raped me, and I could use whatever verbiage I like. And hey, Rachel, you're always a supporting Snapper. Yeah, you're always supporting Snapper. That's why I don't like you, because you're a female misogynist. Come at me. Come on. Yeah, that's right. And you have my face on your little avatar there. Like, that bothers me. Why don't you go back to the hospital and have more of your brain scooped out, Snappy? There you go.
Oh, my face on my icon doesn't bother me, but I bring it up every fucking time. Here, let me fix it for you, you fucking hoe. Hold on. Let me fucking fix this. Let me fix this for you.
Oh, yeah, but you're the hoe for Paulie. Why don't you bend over? Bend over and grab your ankles for Paulie. Go for it.
Venus. Dude, I'm bonding with you today, Paul. Rub me metaversely. Dude, I'm bonding with you today, Paul.
You're disgusting.
Dude, fuck you, Venus. Dude, I'm bonding with you today, Paul.
Metaversal pubic hair.
Dude, fuck you, Venus.
On Chud.
I'd never touch you. I'd never, ever touch you.
Right now.
You're touching me.
Yeah, on your... And that's not being metaversally raped by you, you piece of shit.
You're sexually, metaversally touching me, and I like it.
Yeah, well...
I like it, Venus.
I'm spitting in your face. Feel it.
But you know what's funny is you just made yourself a fucking absolute liar in front of these people. You can backstage me all you want for this weaponized hoe, Benton, but she just lied to your face, lied to your community. The proof's out there, and that's why everyone fucking sees what you're fucking really about, Venus.
You're paid. You're a paid agent of Marfugal. That's what you are. You are. Go get your paycheck from Marfugal.
Quit in prison.
Oh yeah, right.
You're the type of bitches that men fucking really fear because you're one of the bitches that yell rape.
Okay,
You're a man hater.
Well, yeah.
Rachel doesn't hate man. You hate a woman. You hate a real woman that is a woman. You know, Jackie Fox fucking. She knows you're fucking bullshit too. She does.
Really?
Like, she's just blowing your eyes on you. I'm not gonna fucking say it, but again. You're a weaponized piece of shit fucking woman.
Okay.
There are real women out there, and you need to learn what a real woman wants.
Do I need to? Are you going to teach me? Are you going to? Could you backstage him for a second, Ben? Backstage him.
Won't cry like a baby.
1 minute.
Oh, Sophia the fake Christian, go fucking.
Ben, can I speak, please? Because he won't let anyone speak, please. Thank you. Well, you know, it just shows that. You know, Snaps forcibly puts these pictures on his avatar because he wants to be touched by people who hate him. He talks over everyone because he is so insecure that all he wants to do is bend over for Paulie, his daddy. So bend over. No one cares what you have to say. Rachel, keep my name out of your mouth. I'm sick of you. You've always been one of Snappy's little hoes, if I can say that, because you are. And you know what? I'm going to keep trolling you, Snappy. And now, Paulie Pig, we're going to troll you. Because I'm not afraid of you and your accusations and lying. Oh, I lied. You're the only liar, calling everyone a pedophile. You know, all the things you have to say. How about this charity fraud from Marfugal? You were involved in that, not me. I've never hung out on Marfugal. And in fact, you're still being paid by Marfugal because you're an agent. So, Snappy, go have a nice day. Go bend over for Paul. And he could paint your walls for you. Go let Paul paint your walls. I yield the floor to Snappy.
Oh, let's bring him back then.
Oh, yeah.
See, this is funny because we have footage of her fucking saying that she made the Marfugal getting paid up because she's triggered. She's triggered now, and so she reroutes back to the fucking where it all started when I went and attacked her. This bitch made a claim I'm getting paid by the people I want to put in prison or should be held accountable for traitorous acts and fraudulent acts. And of course, the narrative Snaps is getting paid by them, blah, 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 blah. But what's funny is when I did this fucking truth bullshit with her little pedophile supporting ass monographing them with her, she fucking told her whole community, oh, I did make that up about the pay because I was mad, I was triggered. So I love your bullshit lies. You literally lied to fucking Benton about what you said. Jackie Fox was a witness to it. You're a bold-faced liar.
Well, get Jackie up on. Get Jackie over
now
here.
You're gonna say I'm getting paid by the same people I want to fucking put down. You are a fucking trashy hoe. You're a liar. And Ben, if you can backstage me all you want for this fucking weaponized piece of shit hoe. I hope you have a heart attack, choke, and die because women like you shouldn't exist on this earth to protect.
Okay, Ben, can I respond, please?
To protect
May I respond?
from women like you, to protect
okay.
children from pedophile supporters like you.
Okay, Ben, may I respond, please? I have a video where Snappy profusely apologizes for over a half an hour to me and my friends and said that we were collateral and we're not involved in any of this pedo stuff, that he just used us to collect money. And I have the video, okay? There you go. So I'm not fazed by you at all because you have nothing better to do than talk shit about people every day, call everybody a pedophile. When you're the one with pedophilic tendencies, since you go around porn bombing people, I don't care if that wasn't your dick. You porn bombed us and it came from your channel after you tried to porn bomb us several times. There were 10 people on the panel. Go get Jackie. We've been friends for 5 years. She's not going to talk shit about me, okay? Go for it. I'm done.
Again, you support fucking Monograph, who posts his fantasies of rape, torture, and kidnapping of children. We know your links to Big Tech, Mr. Flurry, Mike Struttenbow. And again, Venus, we know your fucking weaponized fucking man-hating hoe optics. And all you little motherfuckers that want to talk shit, this bitch is involved with pedophile fucking people. Period. She's a pedophile supporter. Big time. So you can say what you want.
Okay, I need to respond to that. I need to respond to that.
She multiply lied on this fucking stream, which...
Okay, I have never supported Monograph or Marfugal. I'm, especially Marfugal. He's really a shill like you. And that's why you were his pit bull who went after people. And go to LCJC's channel where she describes how you went after people to shame them, just like you're trying to do to me and my friends. You came after all of us, and now Mystic doesn't even like you because she knows where you're at, old Snappy. But hey, to call people pedophiles is a crime. You're accusing them of serious crimes. And hello, Rachel, that was not his fake account. We researched it. That was his real account, and you could believe whatever you want coming up against me. But you have never, Rachel, come to my panel to confront me. You're just like a little typer in the chat because you're trying to do your little womanly thing where you're all demure and you're not supposed to say anything back to anybody. It's obvious, Rachel. Stay off my channel unless you want to talk to me in person on the panel. Come up. Show me your face because I've shown my face. Okay? Snaps, go ahead and accuse people of being a pedo because you're one. There you go. You're a pedo.
Again, you're a pedophile.
Again, you're a pedophile supporter.
All you motherfuckers,
toxic you stand.
Venus, you're deflecting. You're weaponized man-hating hoe. It's simple. And Benton, you can fucking support this fucking crazy ass bitch, but she just lied to your face, bro. Provable. Completely lied to you and the community. And
the community, some community you have here. Your community that you call everybody pedos. Your pedo community. You will die. You're first, man.
Fucking our weaponized toes that fucking get men in trouble for when they
man in trouble. You can't even get. Where's your children?
And it's
where's your children?
And again,
where are your children? I'm not going to take you to court.
I know. Take me to court.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not going to take you to court.
You already know, and I know what's up. Discovery, bitch.
Okay.
Discovery, motherfucking bitch.
Here we go.
I know who you're involved with. Bring me up. Everyone else I'm saying is a pedophile supporter. Take me to court, motherfuckers. I'm fucking standing by what I say. Privately owned, government-operated, infiltrated media relations. And you're Mystic, the drunk-ass fucking hoe now on YouTube? Yeah. Good. Ooh, who cares if she doesn't give a fuck anymore? Of course. There's a lot more deeper shit that Venus is involved in that you guys... Remember, she's a retired ex-fucking rock junkie entertainment hoe. They definitely find...
I've never been a junkie. No, I haven't.
Yeah, you're a little fucking junkie-ass hoe, bitch.
Can I respond, Ben?
Backstage me, Ben, for this weaponized hoe.
Can I respond?
Weaponize me for this backstage hoe. Backstage me, Benton. She's a weaponized hoe. Stand up in white knight.
I've never been a junkie. I've only smoked weed my whole life. That's why I'm really healthy at my age, and I can still perform if I wanted to when my band goes on tour. Once in a while, we go on big tours with opening bands. So hey, you say whatever you want. Rachel, keep sticking up for him. Come to my channel and we could have a little discussion. Anyone who wants to discuss anything with me, I'm available at my channel when I go live. Come over, but you haven't. All you can do is backbite in the chat and say blah, blah, blah. I'm not afraid of any of you. I'm not afraid of you, Mr. Crackhead Snaps. And continue to tell lies. I have a clean record. I've never done any of the things you've said or the things you've said that other people have done, like hurt children. That's a really low thing to accuse people of when you don't take care of your own children or child. Where's your own child, Snaps? And then bring up Mystic, who was your friend, right? Now you're calling her a whore? Yeah, you're the one here that is the divider, the backbiter, the backstabber, and everyone knows it. But you could say whatever you want to me because it doesn't hold any water. So, I hope you go back in the hospital soon. I want to hear some good news. When you don't, come out. Have a nice day, Snapper. I'm done. Thank you, Benton. Much love, much respect.
Yeah, thanks
Have
for
a great
stopping by. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, I thank you for giving me the forum of being able to confront him on someone else's channel other than mine. Because you know what? None of these other guys let me. They say all this stuff about me, and they will not let me up on the panel to, you know, even say anything back to this person who just attacks. And you know what? I wouldn't waste my time pressing charges against you on any level or taking you to court. That's not my style. Anyway, you have some bikers after you, some Hell's Angels after you hurt Gigi. And don't forget that. Don't forget that you have Hell's Angels after you. Have a nice day, Snappy.
Oh, bitch, you just fucked up bad. The Hells actually got my side. Alan and them are Hells. Gigi's fucking ass are fucking banditos, you dumb cunt. And the banditos are out of territory. And trust me, I know because we talked to both of them because everyone was looking into the pedophile crazy optics that you're involved in. Big time. Both militias, bikers, and you just fucked up big by making that
I
claim
fucked
on
up.
Hells.
Oh my God, I
Alan
fucked
the
up. I'm
Hells,
so scared.
Gigi and banditos. So you just fucked up hardcore making a claim on Hells, and wait till Alan hears this one.
Ooh, Alan, I'm so scared of Alan. I'm so scared.
What you fucking just said.
I'm so
because
scared.
The Hells actually got my back with this situation. I know that, and you fucked up. And the Banditos probably like, this bitch shouldn't have said shit about that. Oh wow, you just.
Oh,
fucked
I'm
up
so
hardcore
scared.
again on your
Go make
life,
some
because
clippies.
Now you got involved in some deep shit.
Oh, I'm so scared. I'm so
scared. You should, because I don't make claims
Oh,
on
I'm so
clubs, 'cause I know it's real
scared. You're
shit. And as far as
empty
Gigi goes,
threats.
I talked to DV.
Empty threats. You did not.
You just made a fucked up claim that's gonna get your fucking ass fucking wrecked.
Oh, really? Oh, well, I'll be waiting. I'll be waiting. Yeah, I
you Made a
will.
claim, and I'm working with many of them.
Oh, you're working with them now. I'm so worried. Come get me. You know, I just spoke to Gigi last night, you know, and she gave you hundreds and hundreds of dollars and you stabbed her in the back and told her to go lick balls. And you know what? Alan? I'm worried about Alan. Nah, not worried about that. No one is backing you, Snappy. You're full of hot air. It's all lies. You don't have any lawyers. You never pressed any charges against Marfugel. You're a scamming little freak. That's what you are. You probably have many pedophile experiences by the way you talk, and that you're obsessed with pedophilia. So yeah, go make your false claims, go press charges, go do whatever. You have proof, you have evidence. You're an agent and no one cares. No one cares. You're a loser, failure. I'll use your daddy's words. What is that? Loser, failure, hoe. You're a failure. Go take another crap in the bucket that you shit in over at Walmart. Have a nice day. There you go.
He left, by the way.
Oh, Oh, he always leaves. And the other thing is, he has me blocked in everyone's chat, so he could say shit about me, and I can't respond because he is intimidated by a woman. And you should be, because if you saw me in my face, you wouldn't say any of this, and I'd kick you across the room. Snappy, is that a threat? You gonna go press charges? We'll be waiting. I'll be waiting for the Hells Angels. I'll have tea for them when they arrive. Have a nice day.
Well, he's back.
Ah, there he is, the little pussy hoe. There he is. Pussy. Pussy. Meow. Oh, you can't talk. Oh. I laugh at you. I
Welcome
laugh
to the
at your
internet.
general direction. Go for it. I'm a pedo, hoe, Karen, me too, liar, Jackie Fox, who's been my friend for 5 years. She doesn't like me. She's rolling her eyes. Yeah, all you have is Rachel and Planet X Scratcher still believing in you, and I don't know why. Hey, Rachel, if you're giving him money, stop. Look what he did to Gigi. She gave him hundreds of dollars, and she just ripped him. He ripped her. A new asshole. I don't hate you, Rachel. You've just always been talking shit about me behind my back and running when it's time to confront. So come on up. Let's talk. I thought you couldn't get up on a panel. That's what you told me. That's what you told Mystic. Come on up. I don't hate anybody, but I'm going to defend myself. I'm waiting for those bikers. Can't wait. Waiting. I'll bake him a cake, okay? A cupcake.
He left again. I'm not sure what's up with that.
Aw, he left again. Aw. Poor little Snappy. Thank you for the great wake and bake,
Oh, yeah. That's a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's great and entertainment. And since I was in a punk hardcore band, you know that I love busting balls. And it's what I like to do. So come at me. Come on, Snap. Wrong woman you picked on here. You picked on all these women. Cynthia, Bex, whoever else. Sophia, probably. Yeah. You're just, a bully. You're a bully. Aw, here he's back with his fantasies of skies and I touching you.
I'm already
go for it. Go ahead.
Hey, you know what? Gigi's going to tell you to shut your mouth because you're talking shit you have nothing you know. No, you're talking shit that you know nothing about.
Go for it.
Talking about clubs you know nothing about. You just literally called the wrong club a Hell's Angel.
For you. They care about you.
You just fucked up royally. You have no clue about it.
I fucked up. I'm afraid. Go walk your dog, you creep. What are you doing to your dog? I fucked up. Gigi's not going to say anything.
Oh, just wait. And Gigi's going to tell you, too. Gigi's going to tell you, too, because you should have kept your mouth shut. You just said that the club I'm working with is coming out.
You're working with them. You're working with them.
Club. You got to keep your mouth shut, bitch.
No, I'm not shutting up. I'm not shutting up. Come get me.
With the actual real
Come get me. Go ahead.
What's hilarious is you just basically said the people I'm working with are coming after me, and they know Gigi's shit because they were.
It's just like you're a grower. Are you a grower too? Yeah, you're a grower too.
You fucked up so royally.
I'm
just
so
making
scared.
A lie up like that.
I'm so scared.
Have one of them, they'll be fucking letting you know soon.
Yeah,
you know how that works,
let
Gigi.
them know. Go ahead.
Gigi, just so you know, she just
can't
made
wait.
that, and we have no issues.
Go ahead. Gigi hates your guts. Gigi hates your guts.
She already knows, but she knows.
After she gave you hundreds of dollars, you're working with them.
Bitch, they ain't fucking Hells. They're not Hells, bitch. The Hells are the ones that I'm working with.
Bitch. Oh, you're working. Yeah, we're scared.
And it wasn't even.
And where's your lawsuit? Where's the lawsuit against Monograph? Oh, you don't. Oh, you work with Hells Angels.
You know how to shut her own mouth, but you'll learn now. Just because of that statement you made, definitely I'm gonna make some calls. You're definitely what you just made is gonna get your ass in a.
We'll be waiting. We'll be waiting for you. I'm so scared. I do understand that you are a liar.
You couldn't open your mouth.
You're a bitch ass and you're a liar.
And make lies.
You're a hoe and you're gonna set your pants on fire. You're a liar.
Because
your
that's
pants are on fire. You don't know any Hell's Angels. You know shit.
And wait till he hears about this.
Oh,
Wait
please
till they
come.
hear about
Oh,
this.
I'm so scared. I'm so scared.
I don't care. I don't bring up
I'm so
business.
scared.
I don't bring up business because neither of them.
I'm so scared.
You know what? That's on you. You want to run your reactor like you just
I'm
did.
shaking.
Your lies are fucking.
Oh my God.
Now you.
Oh my God. I'm loading up my shotgun right now.
About the real players in the game, and both sides are going to be happy with that statement you made because it looks both sides look terribly bad.
Yeah, well,
yeah, Gigi and I loved each other at one point. She fucking got fucking cupcakes with
Gigi speaks about him, how he. Go ahead. Again.
By running your reactor like shit you had no clue about. About bringing up big fuck shit and making these statements. Holy shit, Venus. Just because you're a fucking woman.
Watch out, man. Yeah,
wow. What do we think of all this?
He's gonna make some calls. He's gonna call the Hell's Angels on me now. Like he has a lawsuit against Marfugel. He's a grower.
Not a shower.
Rachel, go to my stream last night and Gigi will talk about how she gave Snapper hundreds of dollars and she hates him and he stabbed her. And now you're gonna get Alan after me? Oh, I'm so scared. I really am. I'm so scared. I'm loading my shotgun right now. It's like shaking my boots. So snappy. You're so powerful. When you live in a car, you shit in a bucket at Walmart, and you run around calling everybody pedophiles because you want your daddy's approval. Go grab your ankles and bend over
Venus.
for Polly Pig.
Go
roast
Dude, I'm
me,
bonding with you today, Paul.
Dude,
I'm bonding with you today, Paul. Fuck you, Venus.
I love it. Yeah, she gave him hundreds of dollars. Yeah.
Hey, just for the record again, say it one more time. The Hells are coming after me, right?
Hells, bells, hells, bells.
Again,
Yahuwah.
Yeah, what's wrong with me? I do kind of love this, although I'm running out of steam. We're gonna have to shut down soon. The fun part is when I click in stream and they just keep going. What did EBT say? Sons of cacophony. Sons of intransigence. This is fun. I have to agree.
You're making a lot of claims here. I hope you.
I say.
Okay.
knows it's not claimed. So does Rachel. Rachel.
That's right. We love it when it's time. That's right.
You can kiss my derriere.
Venus is kind of awesome, though. I have to say. I had no idea.
They're gonna come after me for you. Oh, all the motorcycle clubs are gonna come after me.
I think the music was okay, but the quality of the the recording from back then was not quite up to par. I think if the recording sounded a little better, the actual quality of the recording. Yeah, just lie down and let it play out. That's right. Well, hell, if I'm willing to go past the 12 hours and not use my computer, I can just leave this shit going, right?
All the motorcycle clubs are gonna come after me.
Right on, somewhere in time. Thanks again for the generous donation. Much appreciated. And if you'd like to come on the show sometime and talk about some certain matters, please do. I think we can figure that out. And I can just send you a link. You don't have to worry about installing any software for that site I was talking about. It's an alternative to StreamYard that uses like way less bandwidth for folks who may not have fast internet.
Snappy is so special. They can review the tape. Oh yeah, I'm so afraid. Oh yeah, okay, okay.
Alan and me and others feel.
Yeah, I know Sterling Ray, and Paul's on Paul is on O'Shea, although O'Shea hardly ever streams. So let's see how many are watching O'Shea and Paulie Boy. Let's see, 29, and that's only because O'Shea's never live. And in fact, now that I just said that, I'm sure some folks will go over there. So yeah, go check out O'Shea if you want to hear him talk to Paulie Boy.
Now he's threatening me with Alan.
I'll go check it out later, probably.
Yeah, he's threatening me. All the motorcycle
Are you threatening me?
after me. All the motorcycle clubs are coming after me. All the motorcycle clubs are coming after me. Oh, you're gonna get Aura to come after me too. Oh, yes, you just did. You just said it. Oh, I'm very heavy claim. I have the receipts. All the motorcycle clubs are coming after me. All the motorcycle clubs are coming after me. All the motorcycle clubs are coming after me. They're coming after me. They're coming after me. Oh, Snapper's so cool. They're coming after me. All the motorcycle entities. Oh, you're so powerful. All the motorcycle clubs are coming after me. All the motorcycle clubs are coming after me. All the motorcycle
Snafu's, there's clearly something wrong with him.
They're coming after me. They're coming after me. They're coming after me.
He'll talk forever. He'll never stop.
You ran your mouth. You are a pedo. You are a bitch. You are a...
Oh, is it O'Shea's birthday today? Oh, shit.
I'm not afraid of you.
I missed that somehow. If it's really his birthday, I would have called in Paul or no Paul.
Your boy Combat
Fuck.
coming after me.
Is that for real, or are we 100% on that? That it's O'Shea's birthday?
Oh, I'm in a car wreck, bitch. Well, car wreck, bitch. I am healed already, Dominic. I am healed already, Dominic.
You deserve being in this car.
All the motorcycle clubs are coming after me. All the motorcycle clubs are coming after me. Alan Aura is coming after me because Snapper said.
I hope I can get a clean. All the motorcycle clubs are coming after me.
Snapper is so powerful. Aura's coming after me. All the motorcycle clubs are coming after me. Oh yeah, it's a game with you because you're a liar. You are a let Gigi come educate me. Yeah, I'll wait because she's my friend. Yeah, that's right, not your friend. All the motorcycle.
Fuck. He's so quick with the unmute. So quick with the unmute. Fuck.
The clubs are coming after me. They're coming after me because Snapper's so special. He's so I'm running it. I'm running.
It's somebody else's birthday today too.
Run, bend over. Cash app him. Cash app him. Yeah, cash app him. He does this for content. He does this for the cash app. Help him out. I hope Yahoo will help. Yahoo will help you out. All the motorcycle clubs are coming after me. All the motorcycle clubs are coming after me. Hell's Angels is coming after me. Did you know that? All the motorcycle clubs are coming after me. They're coming after me. They're coming after me. They won't go away. They won't go away. They won't go away. They won't go away. They're coming. They're coming. They're coming. They're coming. Oh yeah, and I don't need to even call you names because everybody knows what you are. All the motorcycle clubs are coming after me. All the
dude.
I've been waiting for a year and a half for people to come after me, Snapper. Yeah, California. Oh yeah, California. Rachel, you've been unblocked. I told you that for a long time. I'm shaking in my boots. She's a real woman. She's a real woman. Yeah, they're real women like you. You're a real woman too, aren't you? Because you don't have a dick.
They're not weaponized.
So you must be. Are you a woman? Or you're a eunuch? All the motorcycle clubs are coming after me. All the motorcycle clubs are coming after me. They're coming after me. They're coming. Oh, I'll talk all I want. All the motorcycle clubs are coming after me. They're all coming after me. They're all coming after me. They're all coming after me. You shut up, bitch.
No, I would really.
No, you shut the fuck up, bitch ass. With no dick. You have no dick.
Protect your dumb bitch ass.
Oh, you're not protecting me. You're not. Oh, no, I won't. All the motorcycle clubs are coming after me. Aura's coming after me. Aura, you're coming after me. Oh, come on. Let's go. Yeah. Because
she fucked up.
I fucked up. She fucked up. She fucked up. Oh, she fucked up. She's a cunt. She's a pedo. She's a Karen. She's a pedo. She's a Karen. She's a pedo. Oh, the motherfucking motor clubs are coming after me because a snapper, he's so important. All the motorcycle clubs are coming after me. They're coming after me. They're coming after me. They're coming after me. Yeah, I am immature. Rachel, what the fuck are you? Why don't you come up here and have your ass blasted, you fucking bitch? Come on, Rachel, come on up. Come on, Rachel. Bend over for Snappy. All the motorcycle clubs are coming after me. They're coming after me. You're trying to help me. They're coming after me. No, I'm not going to quit. They're coming after me. I want them to come. Come after Venus Cupcake. All the Go ahead. No, you just said that. All the motorcycle. Aura's coming after me, right? Aura's coming after me. I'm not going to shut up, just a gal. Not shutting up. I don't give a fuck what any of you say, you bitch. Go fuck yourself. All the motorcycle clubs, go ahead. Got motorcycle clubs coming after me, coming after me, coming after me. All the motorcycle clubs coming after me. I'm not in defense mode. I'm laughing at you. Laughing at your bitch ass. Oh, I'm so scared. I'll be waiting to talk to Gigi later. All the motherfucking motorcycle clubs. They're coming. No, they're coming after me. You told me that. No, you told me that. All the no. All the motorcycle clubs are coming after me. Oh, are you gonna make phone calls? He's making phone calls. Oh, go ahead.
Welcome to the internet.
Dial the phone. All the motherfucking all the motherfucking motorcycle clowns are coming. Clowns are coming after me. Motorcycle clowns. Motorcycle clowns coming after me. Motorcycle clowns coming after me. Motorcycle clowns coming after me. They're coming after me. They're coming after me.
Why are you special that you're not going to be made sport of? It happens to everybody who's insane enough to have a channel or go on a panel.
They're coming after me. They're coming after me. You said it. Snapper, you said Aura's coming after me. The motorcycle clowns are coming after me. I'm waiting. Yeah, I am counting. You a clown. The clowns. You're the clown. You're the clown. You're the clown. Oh, you're the dumb bitch. No, I'm not going to shut up. All the motorcycle clowns are coming after me. They're coming after me. They're coming after me. They're coming after me. They're coming after me. Coming after me. They're coming after me. They're coming after me. They're coming after me. The motorcycle clubs are coming after me because they love Snappy. I am so worried. I'm I'm loading my shotgun right now. Oh, I'm so worried. Yeah, I have people who are witnessing this in my home. We're waiting for your clowns. All the motorcycle clowns are coming after me. They're coming after me. You're coming after me. They're coming after me. I'm so scared. They're coming after me. Yahuwah. I'm in a car wreck now. Oh, yeah. All the motorcycle clubs are coming after me. They're coming. Cash App.
Praise God.
Cash App him. Paying to abuse women. Go ahead, yeah. This is all for. Whoa! My own good. Bite me. No, bite me.
Keep clubs out of
the motorcycle clubs are coming after me. They're 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 coming after me. Your statement.
You know what you did.
You know what you did. All the motorcycle clubs. I'm gonna get wrecked. We'll be waiting for that. We'll be waiting. You threatened me with motorcycle clubs. Motorcycle clubs are coming after me. They're coming after me.
Praise
They're
God.
coming after me. They're coming after me. They're coming after me. They're coming after me. You do this for content. Cash App Snapper, he has brain damage. Cash App. My friends, I will be live tonight. Anyone could come in and confront me. Come to my channel and confront me, because all the motorcycle clubs are coming after me. They're coming after me. They're coming after me.
No dragging.
Aura is coming after me. That's what you said. Aura is coming after me. That's what you said. All the motorcycle clubs are coming after me. They're coming after me. They're coming after me. They're coming after me. You work with. Who do you work with? You don't work with anyone. You do. We. Who are we? Who are we? You don't have a we. All the motorcycle clubs are coming after me. They're coming after me. They're coming after me. They're coming after me. They're coming after me. All the motorcycle clubs are coming after me. After me. After me. After me. After me, after me, all the Aura is coming after me. Snapper says that Aura is coming after me. Snapper says that Oran's coming after me. Aura's coming after me. Motorcycle clubs, Karen, Pete, and Venus, enjoy your day. Enjoy your day. Go make a call. Go make a walk. Go walk your dog from your car. Go. Oh, okay, car wreck. Threats! All the motorcycle clubs are coming after me. They're coming after me. They're coming after me. They're coming after me. Yes, that's what you said. All the motorcycle clubs are coming after me. They're coming after me. They're coming after me. I don't care about my channel. I'll burn it down, you little pussy. All the motorcycle clubs are coming after me. Yeah, I'm not afraid of your ass. AURA, he's coming after me. Oh, they're coming after me. Aura is coming after me. They're coming after me. They're coming after me. All the motorcycle clubs are coming after me. They're coming after me. Paul Pig is coming after me. He's gonna bang my walls. He's gonna bang my walls. He's gonna bang my walls with the motorcycle club. Oh, Paulie, like we care about Paul. We're so afraid of him. All the motorcycle clubs are coming after me. We have Paulie who can't get up off a couch. Get up off a couch. Come on and come after me. Come on. Yeah, I'm sorry. Let him run. Let him run. I can fucking run, man. But the motorcycle clubs are coming after me. All the motorcycle clubs are coming after me. They're coming after me. They're coming after me. They're coming after me. Says Snapper. Says Snapper. It's a very big win. I did. Motorcycle clubs coming after me. Coming after me. Aura is coming after me. Jackie Fox doesn't like me anymore. Gigi does not like me anymore. All the motorcycle clubs. All the motorcycle clubs are coming after me. They're coming after me. They're coming after me. They're coming after me. All the motorcycle clubs are coming after me. They're coming after me. They're coming after me. They're coming after me. Says Snapper. All the motorcycle clubs are coming after me. Says Snapper. He's gonna make some phone calls. Get some motorcycle clubs. Yeah. You don't have anyone on your side. All you have is PX Scratcher and old Rachel over there. That's all you have. All the motorcycle clubs are coming after me. Oh, coming after me is coming after me. Aura is coming after me. Aura is coming after me. Motorcycle clubs are coming after me. Coming after me. Pedo, Pogo, weaponized. The optics are high. Snap who snaps. Cash app him. Cash app him so he can abuse more people. Go ahead. Cat exposing. All the motorcycle clubs are coming after me. They're coming after me. Aura is coming after me. Oh, I fucked up. Oh, yes, I'll be waiting. All the motorcycle clubs are coming after me. They're coming after me. They're coming after me. says Snappy, who threatened me, threatening. All the motorcycle clubs are come. Rachel, don't tell me where I'm at. I know it's the internet, you stupid bitch.
Right?
You could go fuck yourself. There you go. Because she's a bitch like you.
Whoa, man. Praise
She
God.
still gives you money, right? Yeah, she'll go. No, I don't love you. I don't love. All the motorcycle clubs are coming after me. They're coming after me, and I'm waiting. And I'm no. You said it. All the motorcycle. No, you said Alan. You said Alan Aura. You said Alan Aura is coming after me. Alan Aura is coming after me. Aura, you come. This is double down on my metaversal train wreck. All the motorcycle clubs are coming after me. They're coming after me. Go make your phone calls. Go make your phone calls, Snappy. Go call your motorcycle clubs. Go ahead. We'll be waiting for them. All the motorcycle clubs are coming after me. Aura Allen is coming after me. So says Snappy. So says Snappy. All the motorcycle clubs are coming after me. They're coming after me. So says Snappy. So says Snappy. So says Snappy. Go Cash App Snapper so he can abuse more people. Just not women, anyone. He'll abuse anyone because he needs a Cash App because he lives in a car and he shits in a bucket at Walmart. There is a actual videotape of him shitting in a bucket. So, hey, and we've seen it. So, all the motorcycle clubs are coming after me. Alan Aura is coming after me because Snapper said so. Jackie Fox hates me and so does Gigi because Snapper said so. And they love him so much. All the motorcycle clubs are come after me because Snappy says so. And he never had any losses.
Dude.
Marfugal. It was a lie for content. So you'd all just give him money. That's what it is. Cash App old Snapper.
Dude.
Very sick man.
Fuck you, Venus. Dude, I'm bonding with you today, Paul. Dude. Fuck you, Venus.
They're coming after me. They're coming after me. Rachel, I don't care what you said because I have all these screenshots of all the crap you said about me over at Mystic's channel when you thought nobody was looking. All the motorcycle clubs are coming after me. They're coming after me. I'll be waiting. I'll be waiting. I got my shotgun loaded. I'll be waiting for those motorcycle clubs coming metaversely for me. All the motorcycle clubs are coming after me. They're coming after me. They're coming after me. They're coming after me. Old Snappy says so. And boy, he has power. Yeah, Snappy is very powerful. You know, he has Hell's Angels, motorcycle clubs. He has lawyers. Did you know he has lawyers? He has lawyers waiting. He's making phone calls right now. Hi, Aura, go after that girl, Venus Cupcake. Go bring your motorcycle club over there and beat her up for me because I'm so important. Because she hurt my feelings. Because she said I have no weenie. Because he has maybe a micro weenie at that. But he's so unhappy because, you know, he just has to take it in the butt. All the motorcycle clubs are coming after me. Paulie Pig is coming after me. You're going to bang. Go ahead, Paulie Pig. Go bang Snapper's walls. You go bang them. Have a nice day. One more time. I'll sing it one more time for you guys because I am a performer. Oh, by the way, I'll be on Peanuts, the Nut House tonight. We're reading a script. It will be really fun. We do that. So you could see me there. You come to my channel and you could confront me because I'm waiting for you, but no one ever does. No one ever confronts the old Donna Damage. Come at me. Have a nice day. I'll sing it one more time. All the motorcycle clubs are coming after me.
What's this peanut thing?
Oh, the Nut House? We've been reading. Last week we read the Flintstone script, which he rewrites. It was really funny. It's still posted on his channel. But tonight I think
What's the channel while you're here? What's the channel?
It's the Nut House. The Nut House.
Okay, let me look it up.
Awesome guy. Yeah, and we're reading, I think, Beavis and Butthead tonight. If he still does it, I think he had a little emergency last night, but we may be doing that. So, yeah, I'll be reading scripts with him. He's an amazing writer, musician, guitar player. Peanut is my good friend. But as Snapper would say, Peanut doesn't like me either. So I better go get my shotgun. Yeah.
How many subscribers? 373? Does that sound right?
To who? Whose channel?
I'm trying to find this nut house you're talking about.
He has like thousands, a few thousand.
Oh, okay.
Type in the Nut House, all capital letters.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
No, it's not mostly on Rumble. No, he has it on his main channel on YouTube. Of course, Rachel never gets anything straight. But maybe I won't even be able to, stream tonight because the motorcycle clubs are coming and all that. I have to worry about that,
One T on nut, I guess. The Nut House.
It's one T. It's all capital letters.
Oh, I found it. Yeah, we got it.
Yeah, if I wasn't on my crappy Google book, I would have just found the link. Yeah, he's an awesome guy. He does all his own original music, and he writes scripts, and he really kind of switches them around, and it's really funny. So, yeah, he's a great guy. Well, thank you, Ben, for allowing me to sing songs for Snapper today.
Oh, that was great. I think we want one more. I think we want one more round, possibly. The crowd.
Could I do it one more time?
Yeah, that'd be great. And then I'm just gonna click the button. We're gonna end the stream when you're done.
Okay. Well, I'll sing another song for Snappy. All the motorcycle clubs are coming for me, says Snappy, says Snappy. Bend over and grab your ankles, little snapper ho, for a polly pig, old Snappy, old Snappy. I'll be waiting for those motorcycle clubs to come for me, old Snappy, old Snappy. All the motorcycle clubs are coming for me, and I can't wait, 'cause I love bikers. I love me some bikers. I love me some bikers, so I can't wait. I can't wait for them to come for me. Alan or Snappy just said you're coming for me. I don't believe it because you're a gentleman, but have a nice day. Oh, let me remind you, please donate to Snappy's Cash App so he could call everybody a pedo, pogo, me too, Karen, criminal, charity fraud. Make sure you donate to him so he can continue his campaign. And I'll be waiting for all the motorcycle clubs to come for me, to come for me, to come for me. Come at me, baby. Come at me. I can't wait. Have a nice day. Much love, Ben. I love you. And good night.
End of video.